I hope none of you caught the little cocktail interlude. However, I am now enjoying my PT rye-based Rob Roy, or Rob Rye, as we're now calling it. So actually, I'm quite pleased with it.
I'm still in shock, actually, though.
That we created something so terrible apart that blended became better.
It's just more the over-the-top cherry fingering was just beyond what I needed to say. But yes, welcome back to Whisky 24. This is the first time that you and I have been sat next to each other since 11 o'clock this morning.
Which is slightly terrifying.
It is indeed.
And we have made it this far. The sun is rising. Dawn is breaking.
But also not breaking.
Yay! I am not breaking. I am very awake.
Right.
So, shall we bring in, I believe we have Chester here, who I am very excited. Chester.
Hi there.
I think, firstly, we have to say thank you so much, because right now you are about to start your own whiskey show. Is this correct?
Yeah. I'm hosting my whiskey show right now, and you may have a look. I just show you around. This is my wife, Molly.
We'd love to. Hey.
Yeah. And sorry, this is the laptop. Yeah, it's Davidoff. It's not a whiskey brand, but it's Lijo Distillery, the Chinese one.
Fantastic.
There. And some Granadaki, some Swiss whiskey, and go along is also Chinese one. And this is decoration, and this is Jetlo. This Japan booze together with all the sake and the Japanese spirits, and also Balvenie and the other Chinese brand. And over there is Bunnahabhain and Loch Lomond. Over there is Fetterken. But this is just the one part of the show. And there's another big room. Another big room over there. Yeah, I'll show it later. Yeah.
And how many people through the door today?
We host through Friday to today, Sunday. And for Friday and Saturday, we calculate around 12,000.
Fantastic.
Yeah, 12,000. And most of them are young generations, to be honest.
Which is perfect, huh? That's fantastic. Yeah. And I mean, for you, is that, are your customers quite curious? Are they wanting to try new things? Do they stay with the classics? What are you seeing from the customer?
Oh, yeah. We started the Whiskey Plus Festival in 2018. And at the very beginning, just like a tiny place, and Molly, and just like less than 1,000 people come, but back then most of them are young generation were young generations, from 25 to 35, and we still have this range of customers so far. We made some changes. For example, like those big brands, they Brian.
And hi, Brian.
Oh, there he is. Excellent. Sorry, I was just texting someone to let you in.
Yeah, just introduce my Whiskey Plus Festival, and as I said, most of them are young generations, and during this pandemic period. More and more people would like to buy whiskeys and drink it back home. So that's a new trend here. And because we don't have a bar culture, to be honest, we don't have a bar culture here. We for example, like those employees or workers, they won't go to pub or bar after work. They go directly back home, or they have a dinner with their superiors or their clients. So most of the drinking scenarios would be during the meal or back home, or in like a small gathering. It's not like pub, you like a bar hooping. It's not very common here. Yeah.
And that's it. And do you think more people are now, because of the festival, playing around with cocktails, or are you doing anything like that on the festival?
Yeah, not too many cocktails actually, but we invited a lot of local food stands, like yeah, burger, of course, but also some local Chinese kind of burger stuff or the barbecue stuff inside the venue. Yeah, we have an amazing venue this year, and it's almost 9,000 square meters. So that's a very, very big place, very giant place. So we can gather more and more people join us. Some of them may be their first time to drink whiskey this year for those 3 days, but they feel I can feel the passion here. You can see the faces, you can smile faces there, and people say, oh, okay, this is Balvenie, and this is this kind of Japanese whiskey or Chinese whiskey. Can I have a try? Is that for free? Most of the booths have a free tasting at the very beginning. For example, like they offer their new make, offer their core range products, and people try and have a sip. And may I have a try that? Maybe the booth will tell you, okay, that costs maybe £2 or £3, and you just like easy pay, and you try other products, and then next booth. So we have a lot of pictures online so far, and they're like a tall, like a building of the empty cup. Yeah, that people try like 20, 25, even 40 different sips. So that's a very good beginning for those newcomers to join the industry.
So you'll be happy to finish this evening, I'm guessing. 3 days of whiskey.
Yeah, this afternoon. Yeah, 3 days, and we start from Friday night at 5 p.m. until 10 p.m. So yesterday was 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. That's a long run.
Oh, that's a long time.
Yeah. Most of the employees of different brands, and when I saw them at around like 9:30, exhausted face. yeah, 8 hours stands, and yesterday almost 7,000, more than 7,000 people. Yeah.
Wow, fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds incredible. Next year, maybe we'll send Billy over and check it out. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, truly. Because to the most of the world, we might feel Chinese market like a high-end boutique market, and people are willing to pay a lot for those rare whiskeys. Yet they are still there. But for us as an organizer, we hope more and more young generations to join. Maybe they start from the NAS stuff or 10, 12 years bottles, but they will finally reach a very high end. As far as I experienced, most of my followers or fans in China, they start from the very beginning. And maybe after 1 year, they start thinking about bottle his own cask. 1 year. Yeah. And that's the market here. So it's quite amazing and promising market here. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Cool.
Right. Shall we
go by saying?
Shall we head on in?
Excellent. So, hello, Brian. Thank you very much for coming along. Sorry for not getting you links over and everything like that fast enough. It is just after 5 o'clock in the morning here, and there may, I say, if you missed the confusion of the previous session, you did well. There was some crime science cocktails.
I made a cocktail. So, I don't make cocktails. I'm actually now enjoying it at 5 o'clock in the morning because I'm so proud of myself for making a cocktail. So
I tried it before Dawn mixed it with the other one that Ortis made, and
I made it better.
Anyway, moving on. Hello, guys. Thank you very much for joining us. So this session we've been calling Asia the Future, and it's one of those things we've seen a lot. I've just been speaking to folks over in Japan, and we've been sort of traveling around the world through these 24 hours that we've been talking. And one of the parts of the world we've seen such massive expansion over the past few years is Southeast Asia, and across the Asian continent, but very much in that sort of Southeast Asian region, sort of encompassing some things from China, and now you, Brian, as well. And we were hoping to have Ashok
Ashok is coming at some point, maybe
joining us from India as well. We've seen, probably the most developed market. But we really want to sort of speak to you guys about what the situation on the ground is for you. What your local markets are like, and how you see the outside world as well as where you are at the moment. But to start with, for folks watching, can I get you to introduce yourselves and tell us why you do whiskey things, how you do whiskey things, and how you got into the wonderful world of whiskey? So, Brian, if we want to sort of kick off with you, because we've been chatting with Chester for a while, tell us who you are, how you got into the whiskey world, and what it is you do now. Ooh, Brian, we can't hear you, I'm afraid. That's very strange.
Okay. Maybe. Yeah. Hold on. Oh. Do you want to try now, Brian? No.
Oh. Well, we'll leave you to play around with the technology side of things.
Our team will work in the background on it.
Yeah. And we'll come back to you in a moment, if that's all right. Just shout when we can hear you. Chester, so please tell us about yourself and how you got into the whiskey world, who you are, and all that sort of thing.
My name is Chester, and I was born and raised in Beijing, and I started my whiskey journey when I was 18. My father introduced the amazing world to me, and my first bottle was a Royal Salute, a blended Scotch. And when I studied in Europe, that's back to 2012, I suddenly realized that whiskey is not a spirit only for the elder people. We found there will be a lot of choices at that moment. Compared with recently, that's not too much, but I still find a lot of interest when I first flew to Heathrow and I saw the duty-free shop with a lot of different bottles, and I can't even harder to recognize the pronunciation and different brands and Glen this and Glen that. That's a totally disaster for me. too many English words. Yeah, too hard to recognize them. And after I graduated in 2013, when I came back to China, I tried to find a perfect place to drink with other Chinese whiskey lovers. But at that time, only those elder people, most of them are male, to drink whiskey. So I found maybe I need to do something to gather more young generations to join this amazing world. So I started to organizing small tasting events. And I did a lot of bar hopping, and I wrote a lot of articles about introducing different bars, whiskey bars, cocktail bars, and we translated a lot of articles about the cocktail cultures, whiskey histories. And I translated Charles MacLean's Whiskeypedia, the book, into Chinese, and I recorded a lot of introduction videos and audios programs to introduce what is whiskey to the Chinese young generations. And then last year, I translated Stanford's whiskey rising book into Chinese. So so far, I translated the Scotch one and Japanese one. I'm recently writing a book about Chinese whiskey, because this is like a very new booming market, and you can see there are a lot of new Chinese distilleries just be formed, and it's very promising. And back to 2018, after 2 years of small gathering and bar hoppings, small tastings, I started to thinking, how about we gather more and more people, not only for keen on whiskeys, but also for other spirits. So we found Whiskey Plus, Whiskey Plus. The plus means you can add more and more opportunities to this gathering. We can drink and share the same dream together, same hobby together. So we start from very small place, as I just said, and this is the 7th year, but the 6th Whiskey Plus. We stopped 1 year in 2022. That's the difficult time around the world, and we start from like a 1,000, less than 1,000 participants. So this year more than 12,000, I believe. We gather more and more young generations here, and I think that's the future for the whiskey industry, not only in China but also for the world. And as I said, I translated a lot of articles, and I organize a lot of activities. So sometimes I will invite my friends to join, for example, like Whiskey Fair Limburg, some like a Tokyo Bar Show or Whiskey Talk Fukuoka. In next month, I will be the first Chinese who can have a booth in Japan in Whiskey Talk Fukuoka. Actually, I can did it a little bit earlier. I applied the Chichibu Whiskey Matsuri in 2020, but it's just the very beginning of the pandemic. And at that time, the organizer kept asking me, "What's the situation in Beijing?" After several calls, I realized that okay, maybe they don't want the Beijing, the letter of Beijing shows on my back. So I quit. Yeah, but I still joined the event, and I really learned a lot for those big events and those amazing organizers. How to gather people, how to set the interests parts, and how to gather the local spirits or the local culture into the event. And I truly learned a lot. And I traveled to Scotland, to Japan, to America for so many times for different distilleries, because I think I need to learn first. I need to learn more about whiskeys, the backgrounds. And for example, like this summer, Molly and I will travel to France, Portugal, and Spain to take some short videos about the cask making or the cask industry, because we are now making whiskey in China, and people need to know what is really the cask is. And I think they want to know more about the background of the cask, or just the brand manager or brand ambassador just can come here and tell you, okay, this is the best cask, this is the best barrel, and you don't know why. So I want to share more information with them.
So it's really bringing that new generation on a journey of learning and discovery, and hopefully the next whiskey drinker. And actually, it'll be very interesting to see how they develop as the Chinese whiskey industry develops, because they're both on a very similar journey in a way, both being very so young. Yeah. And how is that changing now, that Chinese whiskey distillery scene? That must be very exciting to be involved with Chinese whiskey at the moment.
So far, because I'm also working for CADA, the China Alcoholic Drinkers Association. That's you can see it as SWA, but it's more with more range. The CADA contains not only whiskey but baijiu and wines, all kind of spirits. You can imagine. And we just renew the national standard for making whiskey. It's not be published yet, but we truly discussing about that. Oh, hi, Brian. Can we hear you?
Mike's
right now?
working now, finally.
Yeah. Technology.
Yeah. It's the place for Brian. Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, Brian, welcome back. Glad
all right.
to hear your voice now. So, but yeah, tell us who
This
you
has
are,
been
how how you're involved in the world of whiskey.
Yeah, very stressful 27 minutes. I'm actually from the tech world at Microsoft, so I'm very mad because this is what I've been staring at.
Oh no!
Of course,
Always when
it
you need it to
rebooted
I
and
was
is installing for the past 20 minutes.
I was going to say,
But,
as soon as you have problems with the, like, there's literally one person here who should be able to get that working, and if not, know someone to call and tell off. So.
Yeah. So I came literally. I'm from Microsoft. I worked there for about 10 years, almost a decade. So I am very ashamed. But after that, I started one of Korea's first craft breweries back in 2013, and did extremely well. And what I merged or sold or exited the company to Anheuser-Busch. And as soon as I did that, I was traveling around the world a lot, and many people were asking me. I would bring single malt whiskey because that's kind of what my liquid of choice was, to talk with friends over a dram for a long time. So, and I would always bring pretty much Asian whiskeys back then. And every question I got is, why doesn't Korea have a whiskey? And I was speaking to some other investors, and they said, yeah, we should make our own whiskey. Yeah, that's how it kind of started. And then I became the founder and CEO of Hiwon Whiskey. We are the first single malt whiskey in Korea. We started distilling in the summer of 2020. We launched our first products in February 26th of last year. It's been a fairly interesting and exciting almost 4 years now, and I mean, I'll talk about this later, but because of the whiskey maturation is much quicker in Korea, as probably in a lot of other places that have the same climate and atmosphere as we do. We've had the benefit of launching really, really good liquid, and we're excited to show the unique flavors and our story to the world now.
I have a funny feeling, Brian, you and I might have emailed a while back when you were just starting the journey, because I remember emailing, maybe not you, but someone in the company. I think Dave Broom introduced us. And
Yes.
I was like, I'm ready when your whiskey's ready, I think was my statement. So I'm ready.
Yes. We are trying to get our whiskey into the UK. It's one of the markets we'd like to get into sooner than later. But yes, we will be sending some stuff. I think Billy had a taste of our liquid in Komoro during World Whiskey Forum.
And yes, and I came back and said, Dawn, by the way, have you had a chat? Here's Brian's business card. So yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, I really enjoy going to Japan. Well, I have the last vestiges of my trip here at the moment. I was meant to drink this during my last thing, so I have one bottle of Japanese coffee left to try and keep me alive through the rest of today. But one of those great things was, you know, I met you, Brian, but I met other folks from all over Southeast Asia and into Australia. And there's so much great whiskey happening down in your part of the world at the moment, that, you know, it was really interesting to see the wealth of stuff that we just haven't seen over here so much.
And I think it's been really interesting. I've just been judging, well, both of us have been judging on IWSC, and the quality that's coming forward from Asia now is so exciting. And, you know, I think we're all ready. I think over in the UK, I think we have a really great reception because actually Japan's led the way and done it in a very good way, and then Taiwan. So I think our customers is naturally excited for Asian whiskey. So I think we're all ready. Bring it on, guys.
Yeah. Yes, we would love to. Hopefully it'll get onto the shores very soon. Just a little bit. We are in Northeast Asia rather than Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia would be more like Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, and those parts, where we have a little bit more of the 4 seasons and because of that, that helps our maturation process. We're eagerly awaiting the IWSC results coming soon. We just got our San Francisco Spirit Awards results, and happy to brag that we got 2 double golds, and we're a finalist for best in class. So
Amazing.
yeah, we're really happy with our liquid.
Cool. I'll quickly drop in a use of the various Southeast Asia is because that's my default when I talk about whiskey things, having not really dealt with very much from outside of sort of Japan and the northern bit. Also, my ability to understand where things are in the world is terrible. So I've just a mental map and gone, oh, you're up there. Oh God, that really is quite north. I now feel very stupid. So sorry about that. But yeah, and annoyingly, for the first time in a really long time this year, I didn't judge any Asian spirits at IWSC, but I did go over and stick my head over everybody else's shoulder and see. And there's so many great things sort of coming through, and I've seen develop over the years. I judge quite a lot of competitions, and it's been new people popping up each year, and sort of just be able to see these different things. But one of the things I sort of was wondering was, we've got our first Chinese whiskies recently turned up over here in the UK, which we launched in earlier
this
on this
time
year.
last year, or was
this?
Yeah, about this time last year.
This year's gone quite quickly. But one of the things, we're seeing more whiskey coming over here. But I was very interested about what your local markets are like. We had a bit of a chat with Chester about the fact that there's a lot of, sort of new Chinese whiskies appearing, and there's also people coming from other countries. Over in Korea, what's the market like for local whiskey? Because I know Korea is a huge import market when it comes to bringing in great whiskies from around the world. But how do they see the idea of local whiskey?
Yeah, we have been importing. I mean, the growth has been phenomenal. I think 2022, Korea was the largest importer of single malt whiskey in the world, and it's dropped off because of the worldwide economy. But locally, people, I think, as I was listening to what Chester said, similar to what China is like, and I think even Japan and Taiwan, the audience is fairly young. We're not looking at the 40s and 50s. We're looking more at the 20s and 30s. Our distillery is about 35 to 50 minutes, depending where you are in Seoul, from the city center. So we get a lot of visitors. In the past year and a half, we had about 1,000 visitors come by. That may not be a lot, but for us, we don't have an actual tour program. Well, we didn't at the very beginning of last year. So all these visitors that just came, there's some that just come knocking on our door and say, hey, can we look about? And we kind of took a stock of who was coming, and it was 60% of those visitors was in their 20s, from age 20 to 29. Amongst those, it was almost an even split of female and male. So we were even more shocked at that. So we have the pleasure of being able to grab very young whiskey fanatics at a young age and nurture them on for the next fairly 2-3 decades.
Sorry, Brian. Sorry.
Yeah, so I think similar to what Chester's saying, it's the young crowd that's moving the market right now. I'd have to say the buying power has dropped off a little bit post-pandemic, because people are spending money in other places. But still, it is the young people. Our really rabid fans are, I would say, a little bit more mature, probably 35, 40, 45, around that age. But a lot of the new fans, a lot of the people that are new people coming on board to drink whiskey, from your bourbons to your single malts, are starting at a fairly young age.
And is that because they're not drinking the traditional drinks, like the sojus, the baijus, and they're taking on a more Western culture, or it's just because of popular culture shows whiskey in a very different way than it did maybe you know, a generation ago. What do you think it is for both Chester and you, Brian? You know, like, what is it that's sort of driving, and also that very good split between male female, which, you know, we would dream of.
Yeah. I'll tell you, this was similar in the craft beer world also. It was actually, when it first started, it was 80-20, 80 females, 20 males. And now it's down to about, I'd say 55-45, more females to male ratio. So it is a little bit different in Korea. It's a phenomenon that a lot of people haven't, that it's rare across the world. But I would say, I'd like to tell this anecdote when people ask me why that is, why the boom amongst the early of the younger age is when once a month I go around to these bars and do my undercover just bar guy. And there was one time after we had launched our whiskey, fairly soon right after we launched, I went into a bar, sat next to two fairly young women next to me, just snapping away pictures of the single malt that they were drinking. And they were also drinking Korean traditional spirits, hand distilled sojus, and very good spirits too. And Korea's traditional spirits have taken off like crazy too, and they're still going very strong. But I looked over to them and they were snapping away at these photos, and I was like, hey, you know, that soju is really good too. Why aren't you taking pictures of that? And she just she looked around and she looked at me and said, "You can't flex with soju." So she was saying, you can't really brag with soju. But you can brag with single malt whiskey because in popular culture or whatever it is, they want to brag about what they're drinking. So that has, in my opinion, that's one of the impetuses in Korea, that there's this culture of Instagrammers and people that want to show what they're drinking to the world and to their friends. So that's taken off amongst them.
And Chester, do you think it's the same in China? Is it a similar phenomenon of this, you know, I can flex more with whiskey? I love that. I'm so
it's almost the same scenario in China so far. And for my Whiskey Plus festival, 40% of them are females.
This is so brilliant. Yeah, and
my wife Molly and Brian also seeing her in Komolo, and when we travel together to those whiskey festivals in Europe, not only in Scotland but also in Germany, France, and that's the middle-aged male gathering event. Older than him.
I'm younger than I look.
Yes.
I couldn't resist.
If you come to Asia, not only in Korea and China, but also in Japan, I talked with several Japanese friends who joined us yesterday, and we discussed about it, and we all thought that even in Japan, more and more young generations are willing to try whiskeys. And when I translated Stanford's book, I thought, okay, those traditional Japanese style bar and those high-end Japanese bottles, only those elder people can afford it, or they know how to enjoy it. But when you recently travel to Japan to a whiskey bar, you can find a lot of young faces, young Asian faces, not only from Korea, South Korea, mainland China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, but also from Malaysia, Singapore, and we can meet each other's almost in every whiskey festivals, and that is a kind of trend that young generation thinks, okay, whiskey may be so cool that we can share the same value as and a picture that if I post a picture of for example like a single cask of some Scotch whiskey or Japanese whiskey, people will think, oh, you are amazing, and can I try that with you? And this is like a sense of sharing and to enjoy the whole the industry, the pictures, and people can all enjoy the whiskey in this industry. Yeah.
And that's brilliant. It's that sense of community that we've been talking about. And the reason we've done this entire craziness is that community and that global community.
Yeah.
And it's brilliant to hear. I'm coming over to Asia. I'm redundant over here.
And again, that whole thing of all the people we've spoken to over the past, or coming on towards 24 hours, is folks that we've met at events around the world, we've met in the UK. And one of the things we increasingly see over here in the UK at festivals is we see people coming over from Asia as well. You know, there is a sort of whole group of folks who can come over. We've seen people coming to the UK from across Europe and further afield, slowly but surely, as that word of whiskey's got out there, as that community has got bigger. We're now seeing loads of people from all over the world coming here as well. As many of us trying to get over to places like Japan and China to try and experience whiskey over there as well. I did very much like Oliver's question that just popped up.
It was brilliant.
So when it comes to that whole thing of using whiskey as a sort of bit of a social signifier to dive into vaguely
Flex,
sort of like academic
Billy,
language.
Flex.
What sort of whiskey does sort of give that biggest flex? What is that? What sort of whiskey do people sort of jump to sort of show that they are folks that are drinking tasty things?
And is it changing from Macallan?
Yeah. Yes. I'm tempted to not say Macallan 30 because unfortunately that is still amongst kind of the older age, but amongst the kids, pretty much anything Scotch and Japanese that starts with a Y, but has to have an age statement on there, not a harmony or anything like that, but has to have an age statement.
It has to have an age statement.
Yeah. So lately, that has been the biggest flex out here.
I love it. Chester, what's the flex?
If you can afford a Macallan 30, most of people definitely choose Macallan 30. Yeah, to be honest. Also, Yamazaki 18 or 25. I to be honest, I started to drink Yamazaki 25 from around like 600 pounds a bottle, and my final bottle I bought of Yamazaki 25 was almost 1,300 pounds. After that, I never bought a new bottle of 25, but I truly seen a lot of wealthy people in China. They only choose those 18, 25, 30 years bottles. But recently, because of the economic situation, people are choosing, okay, I still drinking Macallan or Yamazaki, maybe bring me 12. Or for the young generations, they don't have the heavy border. So they start from NAS. They start from 10, 12 years, and they can afford them and they can enjoy them. If they have enough money, or for example, like in our show this year, an owner of a booth bring the Aston Martin Beaumont, the big one. I mean the 52. Yeah. For presentation, for a show, but there is a booth, there is a stand shows that if you pay 3,500 pounds for a glass, we gather 10 people together to open that bottle. Yeah, that's an activities here.
That's incredible.
They also open the Yamazaki, the owner's cask with an elephant on it. The very famous La Maison de Whiskey bottles. Yeah. They open it and for shots. in this festival. So it varies a lot. It varies a lot. People still come here, still pay a lot of money, or like £200 for a shot, or they come here for example, like a Balvenie. They come here for like a £8 or £10 for a flat, for whiskey, Balvenie flat from 12, 16, 21 together.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's varies a lot.
Yeah.
So, how do you think for both of you it's going to change as your own distilleries come on board? I mean, Brian, you're already seeing it. Chester, you're seeing it. Do you think that loyalty will switch from Scotch whiskey to your local whiskies? Because, you know, I feel from the outside looking in that, you know, the Asian countries are so loyal to their countries. So I'm really, really interested to see, do you think that dynamic will shift and people will become very brand loyal within the Asian countries? I mean, I don't know, Brian, you want to start and then maybe Chester after?
Yeah, I think we're already seeing that. Korea still is fairly young in the whiskey game overall, but just to give a few anecdotes, when we launched our whiskey on February 26th last year, it was -5 degrees at our distillery, and we had over 350 people waiting in line. Some of the people that were waiting, the most was 36 hours they waited. Recently, we just had a Seoul Bar and Spirit show 2 weeks ago, and when we launched our Seoul and Bar Spirit 2024 edition, we sold out immediately in 45 minutes of 100 bottles or less. And the next day when we launched it, we actually had to have more security because people were running to our booths as soon as the doors opened. And that shows that's not to brag or to show off. It's just to show that Koreans are now starting to recognize the whiskeys that Korea is making. Fortunately, right now I do have a monopoly.
I was going to say, are any more coming online, or is it literally
there is one other player on board right now. He's not making it in a real commercial sense right now. He's just releasing some single casks. But for right now, commercially, we're the only show in town. So we do have that. We do have that advantage, but we can also see, not just from us, just from the figures of traditional spirits that Koreans are making, from soju to different types of Korea, like Cheongju. There's different types of Korean traditional spirits. Those are skyrocketing, and it still remains to be fairly high. And we can only, we're seeing it right now, that the Korean people that are looking for locally made spirits and that want to flex because we are a single malt whiskey, it's just kind of the best of both worlds right now.
Chester, how do you think it's going to change for yourselves? I mean, you've a lot of distilleries coming online, and some of the big boys are playing in China now.
Yeah, there are almost 30 to 40 new distilleries under construction or on their papers, and 3 or 4 distilleries has launched their products. But to be honest, the whiskey market is still a very, very tiny part of the Chinese drinking society, and you can guess that how large is the percentage of the total spirits production and selling. Less than 1%. We still just only have 0.6% of the total consumption of spirits, and I think maybe more than 95% are still baijiu. So to be honest, that whiskey is still a tiny, small society in mainland China. And even we can gather a lot of young generations. But the most consumption are still baijiu of those elder people or those rural areas. Whiskey are now can reach the first class cities like Shanghai, Beijing, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Chengdu, or other the giant city you can imagine. And we still have a long way to go. But I think for example like Laijiu or other like so far the Chuan the owned by the Puerto Rico, they just launched their products. Some of them will launch their single malts. But I see most of the distilleries are preparing the blended whiskey. Maybe imported from Scotland, from Canada,
Maybe.
from other other rest of the world from like green whiskeys. But you can search online that Laijiu distilleries, they have 40 million LPA capacity, and
Wow.
only 6 million is malt whiskey, and the rest 3,400 green whiskeys. So that will be maybe a new trend for Chinese market, that we can launch and have a very cheap blended whiskey, and that's good for broadcasting to the old Chinese people that okay, we produce whiskey, and there are some Chinese whiskey you can enjoy. But at the very beginning, it's really hard to compete with those Scotch whiskey, because they launched their 12 years, maybe 25 pounds, 30 pounds, still very cheap.
Yeah.
So there will definitely be a competition between the Chinese brand and the imported Scotch whiskies.
And do you think that actually, sorry, Billy, I'm very excited now.
Yeah,
I'm
go
on.
for it.
I'm off. I'm like, I've got 5,000 questions in my head right now.
I've got a list of questions, and you're running through them for me. So
I'm like,
it's very nice.
literally questions on the floor. I'm like, no, I have so many questions now. Do you think, like now is happening in Japan? I mean, I genuinely, when I was judging IWC, one of the panels came to me and they said, can you taste these two whiskey? One panel came to me with one whiskey from China, and another panel came to me with one whiskey from Canada. And I am 90% sure I was tasting the same whiskey from the same distillery. And we've seen what's happening in Japan now. And, Billy just did a fantastic session on Japan just before this one. Is there a risk that, not being open about world blended whiskey and, it's as good, there's nothing wrong.
It's another category of whiskey with tradition and everything that behind it. But
do you think that if China doesn't kind of lock down on maybe some laws surrounding Chinese whiskey and what Chinese whiskey should be, you kind of lose that sense of what will eventually make you guys unique, which will be China and everything around China? Do you think there's a danger there?
I think that's the challenge for the whiskey industry worldwide. So far, we have almost the same supply chain around the globe. We are seeking for the same multi-body, the same cost resources. PT, okay, some of the PTs are different, but not so giant difference.
Mm-hmm.
And the most differences we can have is the climate,
Mm-hmm.
or the aging environment, or the sense of blending, or the skills of blending. That's different master distiller or blenders will do. So for the very beginning parts of the whiskey making, I think we are facing the same problems: lack of resources and wood, or the climate change. So we're facing the same challenges here, but we still have some differences. As Brian said, he is in the south of Korea, has 4 different clearly seasons. But for example, Laizhou or Gaolang or Daqin, China is so huge, and we have different climates scenarios around China. But so far, most of them are seeking for the hot and the humid weather
Quicker
because
whiskey.
of they can aging fast. Yeah, that's can shrink the length of aging and can save some money. That's to be very clear. Yeah, so I don't think wort blended will be a challenge for Chinese whiskey. If you, as far as I saw those clients, when they try different like wort blended whiskeys, they finally goes to single malt. I don't want to say that there is like single malt is superior and blended whiskey is low or something. No, that's not the consequence. But I truly suggest those newcomers or followers to try different stuffs and to help them to find, okay, that's the differences between those 2 distilleries, and that is a peated malt, that's not peated malt. Okay, maybe they use a local barley, and for Laizhou, for this year Whiskey Plus, we bring 1 whole cask of Mongolian oak. I shared the sample with Brian during the
Very
tour
interested in Mongolian oak.
Yeah, Mongolian. You can value it as the same as Mitsunara. It's almost the same kind of wood, but in the different climate scenario situations, it will vary a lot. Yeah. So I don't think it's a big problem for the new market here in China.
Cool. Can I ask a question?
Yes, sorry, I'll be quiet. Sorry, Billy.
No, you've literally gone through my question list. I've had to start going with more questions. So
I have more if you don't.
Oh, I'm sure you do. Brian, one of the things I really don't know about Korea, and this is something which comes up quite often, is what's the legal landscape like for you? You know, what do you sort of have? You know, are you able to do the same things as we've seen in China and Japan, bringing in whiskeys from outside, calling the Korean whiskey? Is there actually a proper definition of Korean whiskey yet?
Yes, because we are a very nascent industry right now. We are actually yours truly is setting those regulations. We just made the Korea Whiskey Association, and you're speaking to the chairman who is making the regulations. So when I went to the World Whiskey Forum, one of the things that I took away speaking to the giants of the industry was saying, they said, hey, you've got this great opportunity to set the bar and the regulations for Korea because it's such a new industry. Make sure you don't make the same mistakes that we did. And that was such a for me, that was it went straight to my heart. So I was like, okay, we need to make sure that everything is as straight as an arrow as we can get. So there are regulations already in place. They're very relaxed. To call it a whiskey, it has to be aged in oak for 1 year, and then it can be called a whiskey. So that's the actual regulations and law in the books. We are trying to change those regulations where the maturation time will be a little bit more, and also depending where it's from, all of the fermentation and the distillation and the maturation has to be done in Korea to be called a Korean whiskey, and those different types of regulations.
Cool. And that thing of getting it right at the beginning, right at the beginning of the day, we had a chat with the folks in Ireland and in England who are adjusting their regulations and trying to build their regulations right from the beginning. And it is that thing of right at the beginning, you have that chance to sort of like, one, set the standards, but also set the standards up so you can evolve them over time as you do sort of change things. It's a really, I've had this opportunity now a couple of times today to speak to people who are really at the beginning of defining, their whiskey environment. Yeah, the journey for an entire new category of whiskey. Oh, that's really exciting. So yeah, well, good luck, Brian. From having a chat with the other guys, you will need all the luck you can get, so, especially when dealing with the government. So
he's by himself. At least he's got one. He's not fighting with all the rest of them.
There is one bonus. Yeah, you don't have like 30 other people you have to go and see every time you want to change a word. So that's always a good sign. Excellent. Oh dear. Okay. Please go for it.
I have more. I have so many questions. Actually, Chester, you picked this up, and I'd like to feed this back into Brian. Climate's such a huge thing, and I'm really sad that China's just focusing on the warm climates, because I actually think cool climates, I was about to say viticulture there, but we're in the wrong category. Whiskey production is as interesting. Brian, I know nothing about the climate in Korea. What are we? You said 4 seasons, and then you said it was -5. So are you having real extremes of temperature? So you're getting very hot in summer, very cold in winter.
Yes. Where we are, where in South Korea, where Seoul is, it's fairly up, right in the middle of the peninsula, but it's still very high. We're on the 38th parallel around the world. We have similar climates to New York. Very distinct. Yeah. Very distinct temperatures per each season. We have hot and muggy summers. Yeah. We have freezing cold winters. Our distillery averages -15 Celsius in the winter and goes up to 35, 40 muggy in the summer.
That's super interesting. So real kind of movement of that liquid in and out the cask. So
inside the cask, exactly.
So are you using new oak, or are you using sort of refills?
We're using a blend, but we mostly started off with a lot of new oak just to speed up the maturation process. So we have about, currently I would say about 35 to 40% virgin, about 40% bourbon. And then the rest would be sherries and Korean oak also.
Oh, Korean. There's another question.
Yeah. Well, I'd say along with that, with the, before you dive in, mark that in your head, Dawn, mark that. We're talking about the climate, it sounds like a weird combination of those over in Asia. A lot of places are very hot and dry. And all of a sudden you throw in this sort of like this more sort of humid and damper environment.
If you have ever been in New York in summer, I know exactly where Brian is right now.
I used to work in Connecticut quite a lot, and I used to stay inside. I didn't go outside any time I possibly could. But so when it comes to sort of the ABV in your cask and the way those sort of changing, are you seeing things drop in strength in cask over time? So I know when you speak to guys down in Taiwan, their stuff's shooting up on occasion. Are you seeing things go down rather than up?
Ours drops.
Excellent.
Our ABV drops. Yeah.
That's as somebody who's trying to find all these different places in the world where you can get these different combinations. I've now finally found a hot climate where the ABV drops, so I can add that to my little chart of the way that whiskey's flavors can change over time. It's a really interesting, it's almost like a cross between Scotland and like Kentucky at the same time. Yeah. That's a really interesting sort of development. Oh, wow.
Because Kentucky doesn't have the humidity in the same way as New York does. New York is like a swamp.
Yeah.
Like, not as bad as DC. DC's worse. But where's my Korean oak?
Yes.
Sorry. Hold on. And actually, when we talk about Korean oak, I'd also like to pick up Chinese oak, because I've also heard there's maybe something around Chinese oak coming through. So, Brian, maybe start with you, because we started the oak kind of. What is Korean oak giving to the whiskey? And then actually, Chester, can you talk a little bit about Chinese oak and how maybe actually that could be a bigger development ongoing as a source?
My little adjunct on that is how good is it at actually holding liquid? Unlike Mizunara, which does like to empty some of the liquid all over the floor if it possibly can.
Yes, Korean oak, we've currently found about 2 species that work really well. They've been soaking in there about 3.5 years almost now. And it's very expensive, but we've been able to get it. Our first rounds that we got from the only cooperage in Korea that was making barrels for sets, for TV sets and movies. So it didn't hold the liquid very well. But now they've upped the game and it works fairly well. It's not as bad as it used to. It used to be a sieve, but now it works pretty well. So in terms of the characteristics, I've tasted many different whiskeys in my time, and I cannot place my finger on what this tastes like. It is really different and unique. It's hard for me to put into words what it is. One of the things that comes out is the spice.
Yeah.
From the wood is different. That's all I can kind of put my finger on right now to talk about it in a sense. Whenever I give it to people that know what they're drinking, they're like, "What is this? Where's this from?"
Is it tighter grained or wider grained?
Excuse me?
Is it tight grained oak or sort of
it's
wider
tight.
grain?
It's tight.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So it's and the oak that's coming from similar to Mizunara, they don't go straight. They're very everywhere with knots. Yeah, tighter grained, difficult to explain, but it is very interesting and it's very good. We will be releasing a very
samples to this side of the pond. We'll do our best.
I was about to
analyze
volunteer.
them.
Yeah.
Really hard.
Whatever that's left from our first maturation, we will try.
Chester, Chinese oak, is that maybe a viable option? You were saying that, you're competing with everyone else, and we know China is always like there and doing something different and bigger. And could Chinese oak maybe be a solution in the future for?
Yeah, I come here and show you.
I love
this. This is our this year's Laizhou Mongolian oak cask, prepared for the festival, and MO stands for Mongolian oak. So that's the first of their releases. Yeah, and it's Mongolian oak. I just said it's a kind of you can say it's like a Mizunara, and of course, Laizhou also introducing different type of booths, and they all open for the publics to drink and enjoy the different impacts of the flavors. They're all from like 1.5 year to 2.5 years, and they will launch their products in this October. So to talk about the Chinese wood, I think so far we only have a Mongolian oak. You can see as Mizunara here, and it's very easy leaking. Yeah, it's really hard to burn and really hard to make cask. So it's a huge challenge here, but we are on the very end of the supply chain. So that's the most difficulty of all those distilleries are facing right now is the seeking and gather the enough good quality cask. But we don't have that much Mongolian oak to make for casks because the forest is owned by the government. It's not by the local, but not by the businessman. So it's not just okay. You just buy a land and you just cut trees. No, that's not the scenario here. You have to apply with the harvest rights to the government, and the government will almost say no. Yeah, because it's not so profitable, and it will maybe destroy the environment. Yeah. So we are facing a really hard time for cask making so far. Yeah.
So I guess maybe the international distilleries in China have a little bit of an advantage because at least there's that sort of circular movement of casks, as they go from America into Scotland, into wherever else in the world that they own distilleries. So I wonder if maybe that's, a bit of an advantage for some of the bigger, well, Pernod and Diageo, who are furiously making whiskey in China right now.
But they are still thinking of using the Mongolian oak in China to value it as a local Chinese flavor, which added on their whiskeys. So except that, only bourbon and sherry casks or port casks, you are making the same kind of spirits around the globe.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the challenge for all those master distillers here. And the challenging is they have to find a suitable connection with those local resources.
Mm-hmm.
And also as the forest, the fuel, all the like core or all the pits you can get from the land are owned by the government. So there's another challenge. So far, if you say that we use the local pit for the pitted malts, that's totally illegal here, because you cannot do that. There's no local pit you can harvest, you can gather in China. So you could only have the pitted malted barley imported. So that means your peated flavor is same as Scotland, as Japan or other area of the world. Yeah.
So is there almost Chinese whiskey has to get to maybe a more sort of bigger scale before maybe you can unlock some of the resources within China, because then I guess the demand increases, the price increases, and there's more of an argument.
Oh, the joys of working at a festival.
I mean, Chester's being amazing that he's even here with us today. Chester, I love you so much for spending time with us.
Start to produce to play the video, so it's like a little bit interrupting our conversation.
Oh, do we? Oh my goodness!
Indeed. Yeah.
Oh my goodness! How is this hour and 15 minutes gone so fast?
We're starting to cut into Dawn's embarrassing cocktail
No,
section.
we can keep going.
Yeah.
I don't need to make cocktails anymore.
I say, just has a festival to run.
Yeah, no, this is true. Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
I have 9 million questions left.
And I say I had a chance to chat with Brian about Korean whiskey when I was over in Japan, and this at the end of it had met more people and just had this gigantic list of questions. It's a whole area that we just don't hear about in the UK so much, because you're still trying to build up your own markets and decide what you're doing. It's, literally in the case of you, Brian, you're literally writing the rules at the moment. And China, we've got our first whiskey over now. Yep. We expect more to come through soon.
Hopefully Korea.
Yep. Trust me, this is not a look you want to see too often. So, but yeah, and so I'm every time we talk about it, we find more questions, because we are so separated. And it's understanding the local culture, it's understanding what you're creating, understanding the potential of what you have to do as we learn more about what you have and what you are creating.
And actually, genuinely, having tasted for the last 2 years more from China, because we haven't had Korea until this year, I was really excited that the quality is definitely moving up. And, I think what I said this year when I was doing the kind of judges' summation or whatever you want to say is that I actually am hugely excited, because you're both as countries still young, but I can feel the potential and hugely excited. I mean, hence why I'm sitting here asking more questions than Billy. Then Billy wrote the questions.
Oh, dear. Whereas the other thing for me is that IWSC this year,
You did
I-
Scotch.
no, I judged Irish whiskey for
Oh yeah, you
for the
did.
international
You
stuff.
did Irish.
I didn't get a chance to dive in on any of the Chinese or any of the Korean or any of the interesting
Yeah,
Asian
you
whiskies.
didn't. We stuck
I-
you in Irish. That was not my fault.
I didn't get my usual flight of 15 Cavalans at sort of like 9:30 in the morning that I get every year, which is great unless they're all in the 50%, and then all of a sudden you start bleeding from the eyes by 10 o'clock. But no, and I missed it very much this year because it is such an exciting sort of area of all these new sort of distilleries coming up. And saying it when I was over at Whiskey Forum. Met Brian, also guys in Vietnam are doing things as well, and all the way through into sort of Australia, through Southeast Asia, the whole of that sort of Eastern Asian region is doing fantastic things.
And I would love to have both of you at Whisky Show at some point in the future, because it would be incredible to do a panel there and to have your expertise, because incredible.
Yeah.
Just been brilliant. And Chester, good luck for the last day.
I just wanted to show you
Amazing,
how
please.
big is the festival.
Oh, wow.
And that's one part, and this is another.
Oh my goodness, a huge hall.
Yeah,
Very good, Dawn.
yeah, this is
Wow.
another part. And on that area, that's a standard booth with different whiskey and rum and tequila brands. And over there are some like local food of Beijing local food or the wines and other low alcohol spirits. Yeah, that's the whole picture. Yeah.
Well,
We start
amazing.
from 2 p.m.
Uh-huh.
We start from 2 p.m. and people are preparing for the
We can
opening
see
of
everyone
the
coming
last
in,
day.
getting their stands ready.
But this is now
Yeah.
goals for Whiskey Show.
I know.
Yeah.
I need a bigger hole or two bigger holes. No, guys, amazing.
Yeah. Well,
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank
Just fascinating.
And unfortunately, you will be hearing from both me and Dawn in the future, asking you how things are going and trying to dig in and find out more about what's going on locally for both of you.
Yeah.
So cool. Now, thank you very much for joining us. That's really fantastic.
Thank you.
As
Thank
we
you.
enter the last few hours of our marathon, hopefully see you again soon, guys.
Yeah.
Cool.
Drink more
Okay.
whiskey.
See you soon,
and
Billy.
water.
Thank
See you again,
you,
Dawn.
guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Right, and I have no idea if anybody's awake upstairs. Oh, they are. There we go.
They are
amazing.
awake.
And coming up next, we have to, I don't know, look at some more cocktails. I do believe is the plan.
I believe it depends if Otis is awake. If
And
Otis
if
is
not,
awake,
if
I'm
not,
doing it myself, and Billy's tasting.
please, Otis, be awake. Anyway.
And we're back.
Yeah,
And
just
here we
like
go.
that.
More cocktails, more ice.
Okay.
This I'm going to sit
So-
quietly.
I've been basically inspired by Ortis and I's last creation. So I'm going bigger and bolder. And we were just going to do Manhattan because I thought it was safe.
That would have been really cool.
No, but then, so Jimmy told me a story about you and penicillin.
Oh.
So apparently Ortis made a penicillin and pretty much put every single wrong ingredient in
What?
penicillin. This is what I'm hearing on the hood. Huh?
No.
What happened to the penicillin?
No.
We're gonna make one.
Jimmy's lying.
I know it, Jimmy.
I'm not-
I believe Jimmy.
I'm not saying I didn't mess up a cocktail, but it wasn't the penicillin.
What was it?
I don't know.
It was the penicillin.
No,
So-
the penicillin was dope and won the thing. So you're in trouble.
Okay.
Let's
The thing
go.
says you literally have 5 minutes.
Okay.
Start your cocktail making now.
We need ginger. Small piece,
That's a small piece.
roughly chopped, peeled and roughly chopped.
Okay, well, let's skip the peeling then. Just chop.
Skip the
I can
peeling.
say I can look over the counter here and say that is definitely incredibly safe knife work going on there. There is no danger to anybody's fingers at any point in time.
I am quite good with knives, actually. I quite like cooking. So actually, frankly, I'm all right. Okay, heat, honey.
Animate, you still.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm there. I'm like, get out of my way.
Hey.
I'm
Right.
moving.
Hey. Play
Video's
nice.
back on as well. So in case you missed it, Dawn has now officially gone rogue. She is now putting a Hamden floater on top of her penicillin, which makes it, I do believe, not a penicillin.
I've gone rogue. That's the whole point.
Oh,
Okay,
half-
Otis.
half-
I'd
No,
like
I'm-
someone to explain.
I'm sticking to formula.
Okay, I'd like someone to explain when I use not a Mexican elbow because it's not a Mexican
An
elbow
elbow,
anymore. Does the lemon go
Yes, it
in
does.
that way,
Yes, it does.
or does it go that way?
It doesn't go in that way. It goes the other way around. That way you turn it inside out, you squish them.
I mean, that's got to be 25 mils, doesn't it?
So any cocktail advice you need, just come to me.
Hold on.
There it is.
I-
And
I-
now.
I worked in a high volume cocktail bar, also known as the Student Union when I was in university. I made so many sets on the beaches.
No-
it was
No
absolutely
denying
embarrassing.
there.
I'm thinking I need a
mashed
little bit
together
more
with a
lime
mud up.
lemon in this because I've got some ham in there.
No,
I
all,
can't
all
put
good,
ice
all
in
good.
yet.
Wait, we don't
Right,
put ice?
muddler.
Muddling. Do we not muddle with the ice? We muddle without the ice.
Muddle
Not without
the
the
ice.
ice, yes.
Muddler.
Muddler.
Okay, we've only got one muddler. I
Mud-
could use these. That's an ice cream scoop. That'll
Yep.
work.
There is a tradition in the bar trade of using
Oh, there
whatever
goes
you
my
have.
daily alarm. 6:30. There we are.
I believe
I've
it's,
been awake
it's now
for like half
officially
an hour
time
now.
to wake up. There we go. Good work, kids.
Hold on. I don't
Right.
know if my ice cream scoop is really effective here.
I was about to say there's a tradition of using whatever you have to hand as a muddler. I've never heard of an ice cream scoop. Wooden spoon,
Back of a long-handled spoon.
a
Is
broom.
your ginger really exhausting?
Get pour in a. Oh, I've just shoved all the ingredients in and I'm muddling now.
Were we not meant to?
Oh dear.
Hold on. What's wrong with that? Oh,
Yeah,
There's,
yeah. What's wrong with that?
I'll say that a bit of commentary you missed there is because he's hiding behind some bottles there. Tip-top muddling action going on there.
can we shake?
Yeah.
Hold on, you stole my shaker.
I haven't stolen your shaker. Look,
I
the
believe
tones
you,
match.
I believe you have muddled in a cup, but apart from that, it's good. So
That's okay.
it will do.
I've muddled in life.
I'm not really good at this shit.
It'll do. Excellent shaking work. Excellent shaking work.
How long do we do this for?
Until your
End
hands
to
are
end or
cold.
knocky downy. Did that.
This?
Yeah. Oh, excellent. You know, the Japanese hard shake deployed at that point in time.
Okay, this I can never open.
Go on, some go.
Hold on. Ah.
Oh, she's on it. There we go.
Do I do? What am I putting it in? Oh, I'm gonna use a coupe.
Oh, there we go. The perfect.
Oh, well done.
I've
perfect
got
Dawn
a
Davies
coupe.
bridge.
Shout.
So this involves a picture for posterity.
Fill a tumbler
It doesn't feel very
with ice cubes. Double strain. Didn't double
Oh,
strain.
I'm not
Bit
double
of
straining
ice.
that.
What's the garnish? Lemon wedge. I've squeezed
That's
all the.
boring.
I've squeezed all the wedge out of the wedge. Hey, what?
There we go.
Hold on.
So we
We
have.
need a better garnish.
So we have.
Medicine.
So we have here a penicillin with a lump of a lemon wedge garnish, and we have here a penicillin
Oh,
with
awesome.
a number of lemon pips and an ice cube garnish, which I've never seen before. A cube of ice is garnished, marvelous.
Hey,
Go on.
stop
your
eating
food.
with your eyes. Stick your mouth in. Where's the lid?
Oh yeah, let's do that.
Is that a gigantic lump
is
of
that candied?
crystal?
No.
No. Yep.
What's that? Candied ginger?
Oh my goodness. There we go, Dawn.
She's gone.
So we have a drizzle. Have you done your hand in drizzle? Yours on Paris speech at this point. Okay, right. We have two fantastic cocktails. I'll just present these to the camera before we move on. To so here we go.
Where's the lid gone?
There's some excellent work. Oh no, excellent work there.
What is it?
Right then, team, please.
It's like someone's attacked you with a flamethrower. Where's
Right then.
right?
I think I will now. One, I'm not drinking.
Sorry.
Two. I feel that in this situation, the world has won.
Look at that, a nice little bit of foam on the top. There's meant to
Excellent.
be foam, isn't there?
I don't think so, but there is foam, and foam is always good.
It's delicious. It's really bad.
No, I just don't
It
do
needs
it.
some
Don't do it to yourself.
sugar.
Fuck! What's that?
And, our next session will be starting shortly.
Oh, Dawn.
told you it wasn't much better.
Oh no, but yours was
Sorry.
a special level.
I've now got the giggles, which happens when you've
welcome
had
back.
zero sleep. And you did 24 hours about 3 hours ago.
I did, yes.
Because its kids woke him up at 3 o'clock yesterday. So Otis is well above 24 hours now, and I'm into 24 hours now.
I have also had a nap. I've had a power nap as well.
I have not.
Can't say that I feel better for it, especially after tasting Dawn's penicillin.
I got excited.
Yes,
I went rogue.
Okay,
Right.
We are heading to Australia and New Zealand for a discussion on New World, New Ways.
Where are you going
Well,
with this?
Australian and New Zealand whiskey, they do it differently, which is how it should be done. Every territory should be bringing their own spin on the tradition, and we've not been disappointed by the offerings from New Zealand and Australia. And to discuss the ways and means, we have three guests about to join us. We have Matt Thompson, Desiree Reed, and Jane Overeem. Welcome, guys.
Hey,
Hi.
Hi. I'm so sorry for you. I'm saying that now. We are at the end
Of whatever.
But I think actually it feels fitting. So when we leave you, we go into the real madness of us just talking to each other for 2 hours. But it actually feels fitting I almost feel like, I think when we did rum, we did a little session in New Zealand and Australia, because of course now, is there no feedback or is that me? Oh, sorry, Matt, is there feedback? No, joking. But for all the way through the talks we've been doing over the last 20-something hours, there's been a theme of, the new wave that's coming through. And for me, what's really exciting, Chanel, we're live. What's really exciting is what's happening both in Australia and New Zealand. And I think probably a lot of people don't really realize you have histories, actually. I think a lot of people probably say, oh, yeah, it's Aussie and Kiwi, and it's been going around for a couple of years. Who knew? But actually, there's a really amazing history, and a longer history than most people would think, for both countries. And actually, Jane, if I can kick off with you, how far back does production go in Australia? And it has been a part of, distilling has been a huge part of the culture for a long time.
Yes, absolutely. So the first legal distillery in Australia was actually in the early 1800s. And there were several very large distilleries producing whiskey around Australia and in Tasmania. But it was short-lived because there was a Prohibition Distillation Act that came in 1901 or 1839, 1901. And that actually stopped small-scale distilleries from being able to, people just be able to start producing whiskey at a smaller scale. So you had to have a minimum still size of 2,700 litres. And it was actually in 1992 that Bill Lark, the founder of Lark Distillery, he actually lobbied the government and got the laws changed so that you could have small-scale production. So he had his first still, I think, 1,800 litres. So it wasn't that much smaller than the larger distilleries, but you were certainly allowed to produce small-scale whiskey in that time, from that time onwards. And that's really known as like the boutique period now, from 1992 onwards.
Okay. Matthew, similar story with distillation in New Zealand. You have a long history, is that right?
Well, I've got the facts here. No, I've been talking to a friend of mine, Cameron Taylor, who's done the research. So I'm clued up here. So 1868 was the Distillation Act in New Zealand, and that's when distillation, I guess, was legalized or formalized. There would have been distillation going on before that, which I guess would have been legal but you had to register from then on. And then we had 1869, New Zealand Distillery started in Dunedin, and 1871, Crown Distillery started in Auckland. Now, this is quite famous in New Zealand. Famously, we got lent the money to build our railroads from a Scottish bank. Now, the story is that whiskey production was banned in New Zealand after that, but that's not actually probably correct. That there was, say, local production had an excise advantage in New Zealand, and once we got the loan, that was taken away, and people preferred the imported Scotch, which was probably cheaper to import than local production. So those two distilleries, which had reasonable sized production, were actually bought out or paid out by the government in, I think, 1880, and no licenses were given for distilleries until 1969. I think now there remained a history in the 1870s and 1880s of illicit distillation in the South Island. And I think the last fine for illicit distillation was like 1957 or something like that. But in this research, the important thing is, in sort of media and newspaper articles, they might focus on drunkenness and not be favourable towards whiskey. But we found these interesting things. Now, in the 1870s, the New Zealand distillery in Dunedin imported peat from Scotland. They imported tons of Isla peat, as it was seen that maybe the flavour of New Zealand whiskey wasn't as it should be, and that was due to the peat. And there's another article from a Dunedin bottle shop ordering the best and the oldest whiskey that they could get. And they were selling about 100 gallons of whiskey, of Scotch whiskey, in Dunedin at the time, which was a really small settlement. So clearly people appreciated good whiskey, and clearly they thought about it. If you were going to bring peat all the way down to New Zealand, they did care about what they were doing. So it wasn't just sort of rough, uncouth kind of backyard stuff. So that was nice to see.
And what's been quite interesting, I think, with New Zealand is we're still seeing some of that old whiskey coming through, from New Zealand distillery. We have a couple of single barrels and stuff. So, there's been quite a long heritage there, which is really interesting. Actually, it might help, Matthew, if you can just mute every time you're not speaking, because I think there's a little feedback on your mic, and somewhere between you and Desiree. Jane, you seem to be fine. It's between Desiree and Matt. Desiree, I guess what we're seeing now is a Southern Hemisphere renaissance, is probably what I'm kind of looking at it. What's driving that, and why suddenly are people getting excited about what's happening sort of down south, as it were?
It is an exciting time, Dawn. I'm not sure what's driving it, but it is. It's a great time to be part of whiskey, and a great time to be tasting whiskies as well. I think that boutique period that Jane talked about with Bill Lark really starting that movement for Australia and New Zealand in the mid-90s was quite a brave move, because we certainly weren't in that period back then. I remember I was barmaiding in London in the late 90s, and it seems that you had to be at least 70 years old to order a nice single malt from what was a beautiful collection.
Billy's delivering us coffee.
Single malt
We
coffee.
feel we might need it at this point. Sorry, in London.
So it seems at the same time that Bill was starting that movement, when people weren't that interested in malts in general, let alone Antipodean malt. And we were closing down our distillery here in New Zealand about the same time. So somewhere between 2000 and 2010, that renaissance and that interest in Antipodean whiskey has really emerged, which is fantastic.
Could either Jane or Matthew perhaps talk on what they believe is driving this renaissance and this renewed interest in, thank you for the term, Desiree, by the way, Antipodean whiskey?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, go for it.
Go on,
I read your lips, Matthew. Yeah, look, for us in Tasmania or in Australia, I think the scale was one thing, to be able for when Bill started and when my father started. So my father founded Overeem in 2007 as a very small distillery with stills a little bit smaller than the ones that you can see behind me now. These aren't the original Overeem stills, but it was literally this a little bit smaller than these in the front yard of our family home with this gorgeous little shed, and he was producing it from home as a hobby, but yet making a world-class whiskey and winning awards once we started entering our whiskies from 2012 into world whiskey competitions. I think that style of production and distillation really inspired so many people around Australia that they believed that they could do that too. So it wasn't just our distillery, it was other small distilleries as well that I guess really motivated others to start these small businesses because of their joy and love for whiskey. And it just took off.
Okay. Matt, yeah. Anything to add, Matthew?
Matt, you can unmute now. Unmute.
No, I think it's under our control.
Who's unmuting it?
It's got it.
As to why Antipodean whiskey is taken off.
Yeah. Any thoughts?
Well, if this can lead into is there a New Zealand style? So why is it taken off? Well, if I go to a whiskey show myself as a producer, I want to know what's going on in the world that's new. And, like I really love Scotch whiskey. There's no doubt. And I love, old release and things like that. But I want to see, hey, what's going on in the world? And so I feel like the Antipodean whiskies have probably got something new to offer that people haven't tried. That would be why it's taken off.
I also have a theory.
Yeah.
I'm like, I've just come up with one. I do wonder if, there was something about, and I'm always going to bring it back to wine because wine is where it all starts. But I do wonder if there was a lot of, from 2010, which is kind of where we're talking about 2010 to probably now like 2020s, which is where we've really seen actually just before, because I think there was definitely some Aussie whiskies coming through and the odd Kiwi whiskies coming through as well. But wine really built that foundation for the UK, I would say, of this love for everything Antipodean. Like we fell in love with New Zealand Sauvignon Blanc. We fell in love with Aussie Shiraz and the Chardonnays and Kiwi Pinot Noirs. And so I do wonder if there was this kind of this love for the wines, which then has kind of muted a little bit. But there was still the love for everything from, down south. And I do wonder if now whiskey and Australian and New Zealand spirits are kind of taking the place of where wine was, because we've seen a dip in the love of wine, but we've seen an increase in the love of spirits. And I do wonder if it's a little bit of that cyclical trend style that one's coming up as one's coming down, because there is an inherent affiliation and love for everything from New Zealand and Australia in the UK. And I wonder if that's maybe one of the things that's kind of helped bolster the trend, maybe without as much work as normally would have to be put into by a country. I'm throwing that out there. It's just a theory. It's 6 in the morning, and I've just had some coffee, so my brain is now on fire. Yes, it is. I'm just like, this is it. She's lost it. Are you doing?
Yeah, I can do that. Jane, price is often a challenge for us in Europe when it comes to exploring Australian whiskey. Can you talk about why the costs are high? And but also why there is still value in the whiskies that we are getting.
Sure. Yeah, so it's definitely a barrier for entry into Europe, which is unfortunate for us because we would absolutely love to be moving our product more overseas in overseas markets, and we will look at hopefully doing that in the future as we increase volume. So for many years now, we've only produced enough that the Australian market have been snapping up. But in the coming years, we will have enough for export. But the price is still definitely going to be an issue. The cost of production here for us at a small scale is very high. We've had offers from various distributors in Europe, and the price that they have asked to buy our product for is less than we can even produce it for here. So there's definitely issues there with our production costs, and scale is one huge thing. We are producing about 80,000 litres of whiskey per year, and they often say that in Scotland they spill more than we make in Australia altogether. So, it's still so tiny, and we could probably still sell that amount just in Australia in 5 years when we'll actually see that amount of whiskey in bottle for us. But yeah, the cost of production, so our barrels have gone up a lot in price. Over the years, they've gone up. We used to get a porter, a sherry cask, or a tawny, or a Australian tawny, or Australian sherry casks for.
I'm listening. Huh?
I'm trying to.
The MW sitting here.
For around $200 a barrel, which was great, and now we're looking at anywhere from $900 to say $1,500 a barrel. So that's one thing. We're cutting down most of our casks to 100 litres in size. So again, that's very labour intensive. We're recoupering our casks and then retoasting and charring them. And then again, barley and just lots of the components. Even getting our packaging to Tasmania is just even that extra hurdle. And of course, in Australia, we've got the excise tax, which is very high. That's over $100 per litre of alcohol. Very high, but obviously when we export that, we don't need to factor that in. But look, as we grow, hopefully price will become more competitive, but it's still never going to be where the prices are with these huge Scottish distilleries, and that's really huge scale.
I think the good thing is there are some Australian distilleries coming online that are able to do whiskies because they're doing bigger scale in a more affordable way. And I think that's, I always say you have to have stepping stones.
Yeah,
absolutely.
When you get one stepping stone, you build up to the other stepping stones. And I think that's a huge bonus. And actually, Matt and Desiree, bring it back to kind of you guys. And Matt, you just alluded to it. Is there a style of New Zealand whiskey? Is there something that defines? I've been asked that actually 2 times in the tasting sessions today. I have my own idea, but I'd love to kind of hear it from you. Matt, if you want to start, and then Desiree after.
Thanks. So I started as a home distiller, making whiskey for fun. And you just want to make whiskey that is good, that you like. You don't want to be an imitation of Scotch, but in New Zealand, Canterbury, which is where we get the barley from, has a number of world records for the highest yield of barley per hectare. So we are actually in a good country for barley. if I'm at a food show or something in New Zealand, and Thompson, our core product is our Manuka smoked whiskey.
Actually, literally just there. I tried to make a highball with it earlier.
So Manuka is the most common wood in New Zealand for smoking food with. So it makes absolute sense to smoke barley with that if you were going to be smoking something. And I often find, like we do have our peated whiskey as well, that I have to actually explain what peat is in New Zealand. Because peat, unless you're a whiskey drinker, you may have never heard of it or know what it is. And I have regularly, like, people go, "What? So you burn dirt?" And I'm like, no. So from the New Zealand perspective, Manuka smoke makes a lot of sense. The other one is that we are a wine producing country, and so working out how to use those wine casks is a really good idea. You know, we're in a wine region in northwest of Auckland, and I know 2 winemakers. I've got a good relationship with both of them, that I can order casks and pick them up, you know, when they're emptied that day, so I can get them, you know, hot wash them and fill them. Or they don't, wine casks are a problem because they can go off, so you might want to burn a sulfur candle or something in them, you know, if they're being transported. They are really sensitive. But yeah, so that's because wine and whiskey aren't necessarily a great combination, but if you know the winemaker and you sort of work with them and you find, you know, the varieties that work, and I think that's really good. So essentially, from my perspective, I'm working on whiskey that I like, that makes sense in New Zealand, and hopefully, you know, a style evolves with other producers sort of doing a similar thing, you know. That's my take on it. But however, New Zealand distilling history might go back, you know, to the 1860s, but really it's in the same period since sort of around 2009, 2010 that people have kind of started making whiskey again. So we're all kind of working towards a style, I guess, and we'll see that over the next decades, you know.
100%. Desiree, any thoughts on your side?
I like to echo what Matt said in terms of making whiskey that, you know, that you like and that makes sense for the area. I think it's a really interesting question to say, is there a style for New Zealand? Put the question back to Scotland. What is the defining style of Scotland's single malt, of Scotch single malt? Is it I don't know, is it a Lagavulin 16, or is it a Cardo, or is it an Enoch 10? Like which is it? And even within I can't see something that, and why would you want to as well, is I think whiskey is very much about that microcosm of where you are, and making an expression of that very pinpointed place. I mean, where Matt is producing up in the North Island, in the beautiful up near the beautiful Hauraki Gulf, and it's got a completely different microclimate to what we have down here in Cardrona. And why would we want to be the same? I think whiskey is about the differences, and we should celebrate those.
And I think that's an awesome point. Actually, Chanel had a really great question here. I mean, Chanel actually probably should be here right now, because she literally said, "I'm waking up for this panel," is what she said to me yesterday. So she's asked, do you think creating whiskies to a New Zealand, Australian palate, or are you concerned with international tastes? I think that's actually a really, really interesting question, because I mean, I think it's also a tough question, because I think all of you come from different backgrounds. Anyone want to hit that first? Matt's like, I've got it.
I you know, been to Tasmania. I've visited over in the original distillery, which I really love the whiskey, actually. And have you ever, Dawn, you must have, I don't know if anyone else had this experience, but whiskey seems to taste best in the region that it's produced. Because I was like, these Tasmanian whiskies are on point. Like, and then came back and still thought they were really good, but didn't rate them as much as I rated them in Tasmania. And when I'm in Ireland, which I used to live in Ireland, and we talk about smoky whiskey, so many Irish people are like, oh no, I'm not into that smoky stuff, you know. And it's a real hard sell over there. And Irish whiskey and the Irish palate is kind of different, you know, more subtle, kind of sweet. So I don't know that I don't intentionally make stuff for the New Zealand or Australian palate, but I feel like there is one. There kind of is one there probably that you just don't even realize. Like you don't hear, like I don't hear that I've got an accent in New Zealand. Do you know what I mean? Like, you've got an accent, you know.
100%. I actually think that's a really, really good point. That, you know, we look at wine and wine as culture. Like, you produce wine in certain parts of Europe to go with the styles of food because that's what your palate's like. We just literally did a session on American whiskey, and the first question I asked was, you know, are you creating whiskeys to suit that American palate, which is big, bold, and sweet? You know, and that's a really interesting take on it, Matt. Desiree Jane, any thoughts on that? Because I think that's actually a really, really interesting point.
Yeah, look, I think that people love the romance of when they especially come to visit the distillery and they are tasting from barrels, and we've got, you know, everything on offer for them, and they always leave here saying, oh, I just love it. And, you know, I think that it's definitely a thing of enjoying it in your region. But when my dad founded Overeem Distillery back in 2007, he had made himself a promise many years earlier, like 20 years earlier, from after visiting many Scottish distilleries. He said, I want to make a whiskey that can stand alongside the best whiskies in the world. And he thought they were Scottish whiskies. So he actually really did model off Overeem off Scottish distilleries, and had so much amazing information from distillery people in Scotland that just opened their doors and gave Dad so much wonderful information. And he said, if I can be not too dissimilar from the Scottish whiskies that he loved drinking, then he would have believed he'd done what he set out to achieve. So it really was modelled from Scottish, from our perspective.
Ooh, let's see the deciding vote here, Desiree.
I'm different again in that I'm quite selfish and I wanted to make whiskey that I would like. So,
but there's room for all of it, which is great.
Yeah.
You know, you're coming from your own unique perspectives. I mean, Jane, even though your father was modeling his whiskey on the love that he had for Scotch, he was still working in Tasmania with Tasmanian ingredients. You can't get away from that. So it is definitively still a Tasmanian whiskey.
Yeah, and what we found over time is that there is a real Tasmanian style, and a lot of people say the Tasmanian style is rich and oily, and that really comes from the barley. We've got really beautiful, rich, oily barley here and in Tasmania, and, you know, very, very clean, beautiful water. I mean, you have a glass of water straight out of the tap here in Tasmania, and it just tastes amazing. So that's two really cool things.
Is the barley sort of more oily in a similar way to what it is in the Nordics? I find the Nordic whiskies got this oiliness, and it's to do with the strength of sunlight. And, you know, you've got super high UV, but still very cool. So are you getting that kind of almost like kind of quite concentrated ripening of the barley?
Yeah.
God, I'm going deep.
No, maybe that's right. Yeah, because you're probably right. You probably just taught me something about our barley.
But it is interesting, you know. I think if you look at the Nordics, they have a very concentrated period of sunlight.
Yeah.
But in Australia, you have that very, very intense UV. So I feel that maybe there's something in that. I'd be super interested, because if you look at the grapes are full of flavor because of that, you know, very dense UV. And It's fascinating. I could spend hours looking at this right now, but we're not going to, because we will lose everyone. I will stop now.
Matt,
It's over to you.
Matt, you've already stated that you have some very good relationships with local vineyards, local wineries. Was that your intention? And if you were working with wineries elsewhere in New Zealand, how do you think that would affect your product? How involved are you in making with the barrel, for example?
I've had to redistill casks a number of times that have gone bad, and I've learned a bit about it, about different winemakers. And like I say, you need to get them fresh, because they can go off. You don't want the soft can. So there's kind of how would that? The only reason you'd go with a winemaker in another region is that they had a particular sweet wine or something interesting, or you're doing some other kind of collab. But wine barrels are really risky. In say a batch of 12 wine casks, I might, two of them, like same winemaker, same wine. Two of them I might find after 3 months are not so good, and I have to change casks. And I do that for the first 3 months. I will check them. Because I have had to redistill, actually. They're not like bourbon barrels, which are bulletproof. You fill them and they're going to be good, pretty much. So it's quite a risk going with winemakers that you don't know, and you don't want the cask being held up in transit because it could go off. They're really sensitive things. So. Does that answer that question?
Yes, it does.
I mean, it's really, for someone that is such an insane wine person, if you don't know the quality, and I said it in a talk we just did earlier tonight, or this morning, at this point, I'm not 100% sure.
The past 24
But, that quality of where you source, if you don't know that wine is good in the first place, and you don't know where they're getting their barrels from, because they're still getting the barrels from somewhere, you have no control over the final whiskey, because you lose control the minute you put it in a bad wine barrel. And I think too many distillers, and I think the Scottish are particularly bad at this, actually, will just buy from brokers and not have a clue where the wine's coming from, and not have a clue who made that wine, not have a clue what the quality of the wine is that went in there. And all they're doing is destroying their whiskey for the sake of marketing. And that ain't a good business decision in my book, and you guys have such a natural advantage. I mean, I look at where all of your wineries, your whiskey distilleries are, and you are in some of the best wine territory in the Southern Hemisphere by a country mile. Like, we look at the quality of wine from Tasmania, from, down in the Southern Alps and around Auckland. I mean, it's a no-brainer. Like, why would you go further? Sorry, I distracted myself.
I mean, I always think if you've got a glass of sherry and a glass of whiskey, if you combine the two, probably taste okay. But if you've got a glass of wine and a glass of whiskey, it's not going to be very good, right? So therefore, the wine cask is really sensitive. Like, it's got to be good. Couldn't have been overused. Can't be vinegar. Yeah.
No, 100%. And Desiree, I guess, actually kind of almost going back to that question we asked about kind of that sort of New Zealand, are you making a New Zealand whiskey? Are you making a whiskey to appeal? You've had a really broad experience traveling around the world, especially having some incredible mentors, especially in the US and places. How has that influenced going back to New Zealand and now setting, your own winery and distillery, and how much influence did that have on what you actually eventually made?
Well, it was enormous, really. It was a period of about 2.5 years where I spent a lot of time traveling and learning. And so starting from scratch to learn and build up my knowledge base. And I was extremely lucky with the people I met and who took me under their wings. So I did a lot of courses in the United States, which again, that word renaissance, there was a huge renaissance taking place in the States at the time. So it was really easy to find incredible teachers over there. And Dave Pickerel, he was formerly head of Maker's Mark and then left Maker's Mark to start the craft movement in the United States with brands like Whistle Pig and Hill Rock. I think I hate to count how many distilleries have got him behind it. And of course, he sadly died a few years ago. But he was very, very helpful and coached and mentored from afar. And then most of my learning in the States, and then lots of traveling in Scotland to see, which was the reason for Scotland, was because that suited my selfish palate a bit more. And so, and again, was really embraced by the industry in Scotland too. And thinking of Forsyths, particularly in Rothes, who could see a green little girl with a big dream and really assisted. So I think that I'm getting off the question, but what I'd like to make with that is how embracing this industry is, how sharing and open. If you're genuinely and truly interested in whiskey, and the doors that opened for me in that pathway were just, it's a credit to the industry, really. How did that shape? It helped me learn what I liked, and to make something that suited, well, that I would want to drink. And so that impacted the shape. And very small stills that we have here in Cadrona, a 2,000 litre wash and a 1,300 litre spirit. So high copper contact, boil balls in both of them, or onions or whatever you want to call them. Everybody's got a different name. The effectively miniature Glenfarclas stills, but obviously you change the size and the character is completely different too.
Actually, we gave one of your whiskeys to Sarah, Whiskey Nomad, today. And that's the first time she ever tried it, and she was really excited. So, it's nice to actually see someone that's got an American palate tasting so a couple of things today she never tasted, which was fantastic. So, yeah, it was yours was one.
It's terrific.
Excellent.
I like it when that happens.
I know.
Jane, Australia has a huge range of climates, which again makes it difficult to pinpoint a style, of course, because there are so many different factors, micro factors, local weather factors that will impact the taste. But how does this range of climate influence the diversity of style? And in Tasmania, how does it affect the aging process?
Sure. So it's an interesting question because I haven't tried a lot of the Australian whiskies until Christmas time. I hadn't tried a lot of them until Christmas time, and I got an Australian advent calendar, and I could not believe how many whiskies in there were just so different. So I didn't think that there was this one Australian style. I was amazed at how different they all were. But in Tasmania particularly, we've got, being an island state, we've got these high and low pressure systems that are really impacting the maturation of our whiskey. So we're not looking at temperature as our big key of maturing. So we're actually maturing in concrete bond stores for all of our whiskies. And, really we've actually got some quite underground ones, the very stable maturation environment, but it's not even that stable maturation environment that's really assisting with our maturation. It's the high and low pressure systems that we're experiencing. And we've spoken to people a lot about this across distilleries in Australia, in Tasmania. And we really feel as though that's producing this lovely style and really assisting in the maturation process.
And is it sort of almost doing the same thing? Because of the pressure, you're pushing in, pushing out, pushing in, pushing out. You're doing the same thing. So actually, it's not the temperature doing it; it's the pressure doing it. Wow.
Pressure. Yeah. Look, and this is something Dad has just sworn by, because he had this little small barrel at home, and he used to experiment with the tap. And if you would turn the tap, obviously, and it wouldn't, if there's a high or low pressure system coming through, nothing would come out of the tap. And then he'd take the bung off and pop, and he always experimented with these sorts of things. And he's always found that that's probably the biggest factor.
Wow, that is so fascinating. I've never really thought about that as pressure. No, that's incredible. And it is interesting, because I've been looking at Australian whiskey kind of tentatively for the last, I've concentrated more on New Zealand, I'm not gonna lie. And, I feel like we've got some nice whiskies now from New Zealand, 2 of them sitting here today. But, I think actually Australia is kind of my next frontier. And I'm quite excited, because I've been looking at, there's so many different styles, so many different grains. Like, of course, the guys at Archie Rose playing with quinoa. You've got all these really, really interesting styles, a lot of interesting wood types being used. And I think you're really right. I wish I'd got an Australian whiskey calendar, because I think it would be really
It was incredible. Yeah.
To kind of see the diversity and climate. I mean, some of the hottest, driest parts of the world to some of the most humid, to some of the really cool, to maritime. It's a mind-blowing kind of range of temperatures and climates. So morning, Jason. Good to have you back after your sleep. I think just definitely fascinating, and that pressure now is making me think, which is terrifying for everyone here right now. So, I think actually maybe let's flip that down to you, Desiree, because again, climate, quite an interesting concept when you look at the Southern Alps. Are you the most southerly distillery? No, there's one other, isn't there?
There's probably 2 or 3 now. It's wonderful. Okay. We've got distilleries coming on at a regular pace, so we're not the most southerly. I'm not sure what we are the most of, but we certainly have a really interesting and extreme environment that we're maturing our whiskey in. So we have at nighttime in winter, it'd be -10 Celsius to sometimes even -15 Celsius, where we're positioned. And then in summer, I'm thinking of the day that the stills were delivered, it was 40 degrees Celsius. Wow. So we've got an enormous swing. And then adding into that, we've almost zero humidity. So that impacts the way the angels interact with the casks as well. So actually more water, depending on where it is in our warehouse, more water will evaporate out of the casks for the angels than alcohol.
I bet they love you.
Sad angels, man.
Yeah.
I don't want to be. I don't want to be in New Zealand. No, they're sad. They're getting more water.
That's what I'm saying.
That's not good.
That's not the kind of.
I don't want to be a New Zealand angel.
You're on Kiwi duty. Oh, really? Oh God. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. And then the other thing is our altitude, so 600 meters above sea level. So that's also changing the way the angels, poor angels, you're right. Yeah.
And also diurnal, it must be quite different as well. Your sort of day night, quite different.
Yeah, you can get a huge swing in temperature even in summer. Winter is obviously less of a swing because it's freezing. But in summer, it's interesting and how that's impacting the whiskies and the interaction with the cask.
And what's altitude doing?
So it's changing the boiling point of alcohol. So then that changes both how it's distill, and then it changes the way that again, the angel share, it changes how it's interacting.
Of course, of course.
With the angels.
Love those angels.
They don't. Not giving them anything.
You got Matt?
Touch on climate, yes.
I think we have to ask Matt more about Manuka, because I am not going to lie, I am a huge fan of any of Matt's whiskeys. I mean, I'm a huge fan of everyone's whiskeys here, but you know, I think Matt got me when I first tried it. I think Dave Broom was the one that first introduced us. And yeah, 100%, Adriana, it is delicious. And I remember trying the Manuka first, and I was like, what the hell is this?
Thanks, Dawn.
Yeah.
But in a good way. I just bought it twice. But what is it? What do you think Manuka gives? Because I think it is so New Zealand, and it's such a distinct flavor. And for those people who probably have never tried Manuka or Manuka smoked anything, how do you describe it?
I'll answer this question, but I just have to take you back a sec. If you're a New Zealand whiskey angel, now we're getting around 6% angel share loss per year. So if you're getting a little bit more water, you're definitely getting quantity though. So you certainly.
Okay, we'll have a discussion about it.
Okay, so the Manuka smoke. So Manuka is the first growth tree in the forest when the forest is regenerating. The trunks wouldn't get to more than about 6 inches diameter. They're quite a small hardwood. So they're not useful for milling for timber. And you're not cutting down old growth forest as well. They are used famously for Manuka honey, which New Zealand honeybees eat the honey at the time. They don't store it. So it took European honeybees coming to New Zealand to produce Manuka honey. But you can use the leaves for medicinal oil, and it's quite an oily wood. So compared to peat that might be thousands of years old, you know, it's sphagnum moss that has been not decaying, but being preserved in an oxygen-free environment with lots of iodine. Manuka might have been, the trees might have been cut down 6 months ago. And so the oil content is still in there in the wood, and that comes across in the distillate, as everyone probably listening to this knows. Smoky whiskey distilleries take a late cut because the smoke's carried over on the oil. So you get an extra sort of oil component, I guess, from the Manuka wood smoke, which to a lot of people doesn't taste like smoke. It's kind of got a foodie, like smoked fish, kind of, you know, oily smoked salmon kind of.
But it's got this medicinal quality, I think. You know, I think when Skinner and I first tasted it, and I remember Skinner just going, and then tasted it going, oh, it's very good. Very good. and both of us kind of felt it was that slightly medicinal character that I actually sometimes get on Manuka honey. So I wonder if there's something in it. But it's so unique. And I think it's a great example of using something local, but also, and this, I don't know, maybe Chanel's question is another good question. Chanel, you are coming up with some damn good questions this morning. But I kind of almost feel the question I'm about to say is about sustainability.
Yeah.
I love the fact we're having a conversation about how we should do the questions. We have the questions written here. Yeah. Chanel's just thrown one in on a loop, which is a great question. So I think this one feels good. Yes. So one of the things that we were kind of talking about, I just did a panel on Nordic whiskey for some journalists in the UK, because one of the many things I'm excited about, as well as Antipodean whiskey, is Nordic whiskey. And, you know, how they're getting around the sustainability angle of peat was quite interesting, like using juniper to smoke their barley, using sheep dung. I mean, everyone wants a bit of sheep poop in the whiskey. But, you know, do you think using things like Manuka to smoke to give that kind of added dimension of that sort of savory sweetness that you get from a smoky whiskey, does that also kind of contribute to sustainability? And actually, for all of you, sustainability is a hugely important topic now for distilleries. And how are you addressing that?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Was that specific to Manuka or so?
Just sustainability and using things like Manuka, using local things that are sustainable to create flavors that are made.
It definitely is sustainable. I doubt that the use of peat for the flavoring in whiskey is that much. You know, the main use of peat, well, in New Zealand is for fertilizer. Sure, how much would you use for whiskey? Minimal amount, and it's not burned for fuel here. However, Manuka is sustainable because it's grown for firewood for that purpose, for smoking and stuff. For greater concern for us is more the fuel source, and so we heat exchange, so we don't look, you know, when we're discharging the stills, we heat exchange when we're going back in, things like that. Sustainability is an issue that, you know, ultimately we would like to be carbon neutral, but you know, these things take time, and I guess using Manuka's, you know, step along the road, you know. We also use peat with. We don't burn it, you know, and we love the flavour.
And they are very tasty.
Yeah,
the gorge one. Desiree, you know, sustainability, big topic for you guys.
It's an important topic, and I think on everybody's mind. As we face climate change altogether. Cadrona is, when we built the distillery, we still have a fantastic architect who sustainability is core to her heart. So we put things in like heating for our very cold winters. So the excess heat from the distillery heats the visitor centre. And that was built into us right from the beginning, earth wool in the walls to keep us all toasty warm as well. But it is a journey. Sustainability is, you've got to constantly keep on improving. And one of the things that we're doing is changing out our boiler for an electric boiler with and certified 100% renewable by our electricity company as well, which is, I mean, that's really exciting. That's 60% of our carbon footprint right there. And you know, to see big moves like that, you can still see the journey continuing. And then working with a lot of Central Otago was deforested in pioneering times when New Zealand was settled by the Europeans. And so that's taken away a lot of our biodiversity inside. And so we work with a couple of stations, sheep farming stations, who are replanting not monocultures, but replanting the native woodland back. And so that's something that we're doing as well, along with our New Zealand Falcon, which we're in partnership with a conservation body to make sure that they thrive. So we're on multiple fronts, and I think it's important to be looking on multiple fronts. And that feedback is coming from me, so I'll mute.
No, that's all right.
That's okay.
Jane, what about yourselves?
Yeah, look, we're always looking at ways to be more sustainable as well. I mean, we've had all solar installed for our running of our stills. We're reusing casks now, which we never did in the past. We only put a small number of casks down that were second fills back in 2009, I think, and they're just coming of age now. So it's taken obviously a lot longer being that second fill cask, but we're really happy with the product. And packaging is huge. So we've really started looking at ways where we can reduce plastic and things like that with all of our packaging. So our team are really invested in that, which is great.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
You can hit them up with Chanel's question. That's a good question.
Yes. Just trying to remember
Chanel's question.
what it was.
Back up on the screen.
Back up on the screen, please.
I think this is a great question. It's a question that's going to come up pretty much for the last couple of sessions, actually. So I think it's a great question to kind of bring in.
Is there currently, or can you see in the incredibly near future, a discussion on GI in Australia and New Zealand?
Yes, I'll start there. This has been a huge topic of conversation in Tasmania for years now. So the Tasmanian Whisky and Spirits Association has been working really hard on getting GI established for Tasmania and to be able to use the name Tasmanian Whisky. And I wish I had it in front of me, but I would love to let you know what exactly that would be. But it is that it's all the ingredients need to be from Tasmanian water, Tasmanian barley. It needs to be bottled here in Tasmania as well. That's a bit of a contentious issue, that one, but and it needs to be broken down with Tasmanian water. And there is other things too, but that's in the works, and it has been for several years now, and I think it's quite close to happening.
And do you think that will roll over into maybe a more stricter policy on Australian whiskey? Because
I think so.
It's quite generous. You know, I tasted some Australian whiskeys at the IWC this year, and there was some interesting whiskeys in there. You know, a little, maybe a lot of apera left in the cask. Maybe some
and color and flavor and things like that. Color and flavor and things like that. And Ben has mentioned there with non-chill filtering. I think all of that is just so important if we're going to have a great Australian whisky industry long into the future. I think all of these things are just super important for consistency and quality and reputation from our country.
100%. Great answer. Desiree, Matt, where are you in New Zealand? Oh, unmute. Unmute.
Desiree and I were involved in writing a sort of agreed rules for New Zealand whisky, which hopefully will go into legislation. With other distilleries. Is the official rule in New Zealand is simply has to be above 37% and have the characteristics normally associated with whiskey, which I personally saw as very dangerous because you could use any spirit and put some flavouring in it, and so therefore I thought we should write a more robust definition that makes sense for us. I don't know. There were the key points for me in that one. The key one actually was single malt whiskey had to be produced in copper pot stills, because a lot of people were, I don't know, sticking an element in a stainless steel tank and wanting to make single malt whiskey, and it's like if you're making a traditional product, there's an expectation to how it was manufactured. And those things would lead into how it tasted. There was, I don't know, it was quite sort of painful and long-winded. We had lots of discussions about that. But I saw it as for the future of New Zealand whiskey. If a large producer started making bad whiskey and it got onto the international market, that would be quite detrimental. So we need to put in some minimum standards. So thankfully we did. And I feel like everyone would, this is sort of agreed rules within New Zealand. So I feel like anyone starting up now would roll with that. So it's good.
Which is fantastic. Desiree, anything to add to that? Or
just actually to acknowledge the work that Matt did. He put me in there too, but really, Matt, you did an enormous amount of work in pushing to get that together for the industry to agree and sign up to. So a lot of meetings, and you were really at the forefront of that.
And I think it's so interesting. We did this talk earlier on today about the creation of GI with respect to English whiskey and looking at Irish, and you were part of that. And I think what really came out of it was do it well the first time, so you don't get fucked the second.
Yeah, you have the advantage of looking at other regions that have implemented and created standards centuries ago, and the challenges that they're facing now with dwindling resources and new territories coming into the market with less restriction on how they do it. So wish you well with those.
Yeah, and great to see. I think I talk a lot about GIs because, again, the wine world and how important it has been for protecting. If I bring the word champagne up, it's so well protected that probably one of the most powerful brands in the world now, which is fantastic. And I think you need those to give the consumer that reassurance in what they're tasting is the unique and rightful quality for that country and that area. So good luck to you guys. It sounds like you're pretty well along the road. So fantastic. And I think
a curiosity question here, because it's been mentioned so much. Do you only use barley? Are you messing around with any other types of?
Good question.
Are you messing around with any other grain at the moment, or is it a case where we're using barley? Let's get as close to being not perfect, but let's get really, 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 really happy with barley before we start messing with other grain. Jane, please.
We're just barley. I don't think we have any plans to do anything different in the near future.
Okay, Matt.
Well, we've messed around with rye actually, which I love, and I do love the American whiskies with the multi-grain mash bill. This was one of the things in writing the New Zealand whiskey rules is that, there's a reason why you use malted barley, and that is it performs really well in the mash, and it's a high yield. Any other malted grain doesn't work as well, and so we put it because if malted rye costs more than malted barley and is lower yield, right? But you would then just call it rye whiskey. So we put into the rules that you can have single malt whiskey. So if you use malted rye, then that can be single malt whiskey, but you have to state what the grain was, because it's a big problem with producing whiskies that aren't single malt whiskey is the consumer thinks that they're poorer quality and they should pay less for them. And that's the problem. Our rye whiskey, which I think is great, we struggle to sell compared to single malt. So I love experimenting with grains, but it's, if you do an oat whiskey, hey, it's kind of cool from my perspective, but it's quite a hard sell. Whereas the single malt whiskey is such an institution, that people may not know what it means, but they think it means good. So that's the kind of barrier. It's hard. It's hard to sort of create a market for them. But I feel like Scandinavia is doing that really well, actually, with rye whiskey.
100%.
I'd like to see more multi-grain whiskies.
Okay,
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's right.
Any experimentation?
Ducking and diving, weaving, dealing.
No. Again, back to my selfish palate. Malted barley was the sweetness and the deliciousness of that is why I established Padrona the way I did. Obviously, I'd learned a lot about mash bills and different grains in the United States, which is their forte. But yeah, my selfish palate ruled out.
So I think we're coming to kind of the end. Does Chanel have any more questions? Because Chanel's on fire over.
Which is easy when you're at home in your own bed, just with your laptop on your chest.
If Chanel doesn't have any more questions, I'd love to ask one more, which is, what's the future? What are you excited by? Where are you going? Jane, I'll kick that out to you first.
We're so excited about the future of Australian whiskey. you know, I think I've been involved in the industry for 18 years now, and there's still not a huge amount of volume reaching the rest of the world. So what I'm particularly excited about is sharing Overeem whiskey with not the rest of the world, some countries. I still don't think we're going to have enough volume to be spread too thin, but I think the future of the industry is bright if we really are consistent with the quality of the products that we're producing. And I think there's a lot of small distilleries now that are finding, now that they've got stock, that it's actually quite difficult to sell if the whiskies aren't great quality. So quality is super important for us all in Australia. But the future's bright. It's really exciting. I mean, I thought there was over 300 distilleries in Australia now, but then I just Googled it and it said 600. So I don't know if I'm right or if Google's right. But, you know, that's an incredible number of distilleries. So let's hope that, you know, that there's some good quality product coming out over the coming years.
That is a lot of distilleries.
Isn't it? And look, not all of them are producing whiskey. A lot of these distilleries are producing gin and vodkas and things. So not all of them are.
No, I mean, you know, we're seeing a lot of rum, for example, coming out of Australia at the moment. I mean, gin, of course, traditionally, but it's still a lot of distilleries.
It's a lot,
Incredible.
It'll be interesting to see where that is in another 5 to 10 years' time. You know, if there's going to be that amount.
I feel some of the gin ones might have gone.
Yeah, there's so many, isn't there? Yeah. No, there's a lot.
Matt, what about you? What do you think for New Zealand, or actually for Antipodean whiskey, if you want to go more broadly?
Well, sort of selfishly, like the same as Jane, sharing your whiskey with the world or other markets is amazing. Like coming over to London, you know, because this is something you've, you know, thought about and messed around with, and now you're sharing that. Also, you know, it's been a lot of experimentation for me, and so locking down that style to something that works is good. And create, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, Antipodean whiskey is kind of just really starting to take off. So it's kind of exciting to be part of that journey of what the identity of that is. So, yeah, it's great. Like expanding out of New Zealand is really great. So it's
fantastic. Desiree?
That's exciting to just watch and taste along the way as the whiskey matures. And that's super exciting to see what's happening. It's long and slow and exciting.
Fantastic. You know, I think we're both hugely excited by what's to come. I mean, I'm already watching New Zealand like a hawk, and I'm a big fan. And as I said, you know, Australia is next on my hit list. So it's a brave new world.
Yeah, really exciting. So I'm looking forward to trying as many as my liver will allow.
Morning. So guys, thank you so much for joining us on this very early our side Sunday morning. Is it Sunday? It's Sunday. I think it's Sunday. And thank you for, you know, taking one of the well, actually kind of the last leg, because now it's just down to us to bring us home. But no, thank you so much. And I you know, big fans of all you guys. So really appreciate your time and
come over soon,
whiskey.
Please.
Yes, come over
We'd
soon.
love to.
Yeah.
Please. Whiskey show. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Have a wonderful Sunday.
Thank you. Bye-bye. I really enjoyed that.
I loved that.
Yeah,
I
that was
really
good
did. I think we have a guest coming up, which is quite exciting. If we can have a wee pause, because I might need to go to the bathroom. Hello, Chanel.
I meant to pause for a wee.
Why don't we have a pause?
You have a chat to Ortis and Billy, and I shall visit the ladies.
No, Billy's not coming in.
Billy's run away.
It's literally
He's literally run
sprinted off
away.
in the other direction. He's getting mic'd up. How are you?
Hi,
first of
Billy.
all?
No, it's not working, Billy. Yeah, I'm good, mate. I'm good. I'm probably a little bit more fresh-faced than you are, admittedly.
Yeah. I mean, I managed just under an hour for the nap. I feel okay.
You
right now.
are definitely refreshed from
Yes,
earlier on. There was
yes.
a definite lull.
Yeah,
So-
was falling asleep on camera during our. Who were we talking to?
Japanese.
Yeah. Whiskey section. Mitch says hi.
Yes, I see
Chanel?
you, Mitch. You must be on in an hour or so, Mitch.
Man, I
I
think
need
he's
to
been
discuss
banned.
something with you quite seriously, you two.
Uh-oh.
Penicillins.
Don't even start me. I
Don't
sat
muddle
nearby.
ginger. You can't. No, thank you. Thank you.
Ginger syrup, if I remember correctly.
What's that?
Ginger syrup?
You have to blend the ginger. It's an absolute faff, but the
Did
result
you not
is
see me
amazing.
muddling?
Muddling's not going to do it, buddy.
No. Sorry, my microphone is very, very slowly dying, but I will say I had to be in the room when that happened.
Yeah, I had to watch it happen.
This beverage is actually something which can be drank by a human being. Dawn also decided to strain hers using just a single strainer. So not only was it not great, the Hamden float did not help in any way, shape, or form.
I
It
missed
wasn't
the Hampton float.
Yeah, it was just a slug of Hamden in there as well. It was also quite lumpy.
I can't.
Yeah.
Not helped by
the texture you
whole
want in a
lump of
cocktail.
ginger. I'm
Also,
sorry.
I
I'm
don't
going to go and
have
change
the
the batteries in my microphone.
And then there was two.
Oh, hello, lady.
Oh dear.
I almost forgot to turn my microphone off.
Oh. Hey, what kind of idiot does? Oh yeah.
I'd say that's worse when you're going to the bathroom.
Yeah,
Possibly.
probably. So you missed us making one of the best Rob Roys.
Rob
Rise.
you missed We've
Rob
already
Rise.
been chastised for our penicillin.
No, we didn't do that well.
Yeah.
However, our Rob Roy, or now known as Rob Rye,
Rob Rye. But we need
yeah.
something to
Wouldn't
describe
that just be a
the blending.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
blended
Manhattan?
both our cocktails together.
Oh,
to
did you
create-
blend a Manhattan and a Rob Roy together?
No.
No.
We had the Rob Rye
Mm.
and the Rob Roy.
Maybe
A
they'll more. So
smoky
smoky Rob Roy.
Rob Roy.
Yeah.
Chanel is not looking.
No. I got
Smoky
the-
Rob Roys are delicious. Smoky
Yeah.
Rob Roys
So-
are really good.
We then combined.
two vessels into one.
It was delicious.
It was.
Amazing.
It was.
She drank all of it.
Great.
I was really excited by the whole thing. Yeah, for me, it was the highlight of the show.
That New Zealand Aussie chat was amazing.
And your
Where are
turn,
you
and I'll
going?
prepare ourselves for the next one.
Oh yes,
the
so
three of us, isn't it? So
it's all three of us. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And how are you feeling, Chanel?
A little bit fresher probably than you, mate. I'll be honest.
I
I did pop into a
fabulous.
few chats in the morning, early in the morning. It was good to see Brian Doe and what Chester's up to. Was
Can
not
I
good to
just
see
say
what you were
that
up to
was
with penicillins.
fascinating?
What's
That was like,
yeah.
I
Yeah.
got really into that. Poor Billy, who actually was doing that.
Whiskey
Ooh,
Hobo!
welcome to Jakarta traffic. We
Whiskey
love you.
Hobo, how are you, my friend? Andrew's
Love
the Elixir Distillers importer for Indonesia. And also just an amazing illustrator for a lot of Thompson Brothers bottlings and things like that.
Oh my goodness. Do you do the? Oh my God, I love your stuff.
Yeah.
Hope
That's
you're in
incredible.
The back. Hope you're in the back
I will
of
be
a
back.
car. in traffic.
It's Indonesia. No.
it's probably a phone propped up on the dashboard.
Let's
Such
hope
is
so.
the way in I forget right Southeast Asia, Jakarta Southeast.
Geography.
I
Yeah.
got told off earlier. I
Yes, it
referred
is.
to Korea as Southeast Asia, and I was informed
No.
no, Northeast.
Okay.
Learn where things are in the world, Billy.
But you got to watch you don't say North Korea. That's all.
Yeah,
Yes.
Well,
But it's
I've
right
already
next
been
to
asked by
Japan, mate.
somebody when I said that Brian was making whiskey in Korea. A friend of mine said north or south. I didn't answer the question. I felt it was fairly obvious which one it was. So.
Interestingly, so the guy who's the master distiller at Key One at Brian Doe's distillery used to work at Tormore.
Oh, excellent.
His name's Andrew. I don't remember his last name, but yeah, he used to work for Shivas Brothers and go in and work at Tormore.
Oh, excellent. And this is the thing we've been seeing all the way through the sort of the long dark night. We basically we've seen this fantastic thing of people knowing each other, people bumping into each other at things, this constant bits and pieces. Even down to having Laura Hemme and Brendan McCarron on earlier on, and Brendan admitting that the only reason he knows anything about triple distillation is because he takes Laura down the pub when he's in Dublin. And so, yeah, it's just everybody knows everybody else. But we know that anyway.
Yeah, fantastic work, guys. What's up
I may not go
next?
that far, but... Sorry?
What's up next?
Next. There we go. The team are on it. Next up, we have the Whiskey of the Year Hall of Fame. Diving back through some of the finest whiskies that we have awarded our Whiskey of the Year to. And drinking some of them as well, which is quite nice.
Do you want that barrel next to you?
I think that'll probably work. I think me and Dawn probably both need the thing. This is so everybody who's watching, I can see a number. So there was actually people watching, not only you, Chanel. You're now seeing the behind the scenes of what happens when we try and shift around all the bits of this room.
Without an overlay on.
Yeah. We one of the things about barrels is if they get dry and you shift them around in a room a lot, they become one of the ricketiest items known to humankind. And Ortis attempted just to lift up a barrel and the whole thing listed alarmingly. So we're giving up on that for now. So
Gonna move that to come through.
Well, this is quite. I wasn't even meant to be here. They're meant to be actually doing all the talking to you, and I was meant to be sort of sitting somewhere eating cheese at this point in time. So I will say one of the highlights of the day/night for me so far is Oliver on the marvelous team upstairs looking after things supplied us with excellent cheese and goose rillettes, which he described as some pate, which didn't quite hit the excellence of the situation. So we've been looked after very well by the gang upstairs. So thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, no,
yes.
At some point in time, I'm sure we'll drag him down to stand and be humiliated in front of a camera. Oh wow. I'm having. This is great. I'm sat here. They're bringing me glasses. Where's mine?
So, Billy, how much have you learned from what you've seen? I mean, you already know so much, but like, how much have you learned from these panels?
The biggest thing of all I've learned this tonight, and the looks on the faces of all the folks in our Japanese talk when I said, so then, Japanese whiskey is really built around sort of like food, the whole thing when you sort of eating it. And they went, no, you don't drink whiskey with food. We drink whiskey with food, apart from highballs, but Suntory invented them. And the look of, oh, you idiot, you don't know anything, do you? And I realized I've written it in my book as well. So,
so you've printed.
So I am literally in print saying incorrect things about Japanese whiskey culture. So, but no, there's been so much stuff, listening to Brian and Chester talk about stuff going on in Northeast Asia is very much, I see so much going on in Japan, and I even learned loads from those guys as well, even though I do see that more often. But there's all these different pieces around. We've seen new things. Fortunately, I fell asleep during the North American sort of like the truth tasting, but that's the one I'll be going back to watch as well, because there's so much about the history of North American distillation over there.
Can I just say, I have not slept, not even a single nap yet.
I'm not surprised, mate. I'm not surprised you're a machine.
As I've been saying,
I had a lay down.
Yeah, Oliver claims not to have had any sleeping, but he was part of the team who blew up the airbed upstairs and then had a bit of a lie down in a darkened room. So, they've very much upped the game on technology since last time that we looked after this.
Well, we were in COVID lockdown, mate.
Indeed, I was stuck in a room round the corner, occasionally allowed out when I wore a mask. So
I wasn't allowed in the office at all. Yeah. Though I do think that this situation at this time of 8 a.m, I think is fairly similar.
I'm a lot more awake than I was last time. But then again, I did have 45 minutes of lying on a sofa pretending to sleep. I didn't move enough that the lights actually went off due to the lack of motion. and the motion sensors let me have some darkness.
Yeah.
Until Oliver stormed through on his way to try and find himself some more champagne. Aha, there we go. Good morning, boss. So whiskey can be lovely with food. What's the best pairing everyone's discovered? This is a really difficult one because over the years I've done many different whiskey pairings.
You know what? John Lister did an amazing pairing with Portuguese, using these rice crackers, seaweed rice crackers, the ones that sort of puff up. They look almost like pork crackling. And then he put, it was very fancy. He put a little roe in there, a little caviar. And then you had that bite with some Portuguese 8-year-old. It was amazing.
Yeah. On those same lines, again, one of the things about food pairings for me is that often I'd like to keep food and whiskey separate. But often it's a situational thing which really does it. And so one of my favorite combinations was going to Talisker, buying a 20 cl bottle of Talisker 10, and then heading up to the Oyster Shack around the back of it.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, it was made even better by the fact that I got to the front of the queue and the guy said, "Hello again." And I said, "But I've never met you before." And he said, "No, you were here yesterday." I said, "Well, I literally arrived on Sky yesterday. I couldn't possibly have been here yesterday. Was I more German yesterday?" He said, "Oh God, it wasn't you. It was another guy who looked just like you, but he was very, very German. Here, have an oyster." And so, yeah, it was all of that combined with the weirdness of being up there, playing around at Talisker.
I mean, Talisker 10 oyster is possibly my favorite pair. Hey,
Yeah.
Auntie Dawn. Is possibly my favorite pairing. I mean, I think there's also been some insanely great pairings with weird. I mean, like, I have to say, my favorite pairing could be Amrit and the popcorn pairing that I did for whiskey.
The virtual? Yeah.
Genuinely think that could have been one of my greatest sommelier moments.
Which popcorn did you do for Amrit?
Do you know, I can't, or was it the Nika? It was the Nika days with the apple something popcorn, which was really good. And then I did an Amrit one, maybe it was spiced paprika or something. I can't remember. Or it was madras and sesame or something.
Unfortunately, I wouldn't know because I was working. So
I love those downstairs when you do something that's with a snack or something that's not necessarily, you usually sit down and have like a 3 to 5 course dinner with Amrit and blue cheese popcorn, Whisky Exchange.
That was it. Amrit and blue cheese, and it was just not terrible. Weirdly, that most of my most proud moments for food pairing, rum and popcorn all the time. I totally love you. But yeah, I think some of my best moments have been with popcorn, which is slightly sad considering I am a sommelier.
Well, recently I decided to try and sort of take over from you on that front. Anonymous for now, whiskey bar and restaurant in a hotel somewhere down the road, which gives it away because there's only one of those. Got me in along with another friend of mine to eat through their new whiskey pairing menu and suggest a load of whiskies. And it's a really hard life occasion I lead.
Place sommelier, Billy. Place sommelier. We've heard of Romeliers. We've heard of whiskey.
Did I say anything about that?
There is only one sommelier, and that is a
They have water sommeliers now too.
We do have their destiny as well.
Aquameliers. I'm not
As
sure.
a whiskey recommendations expert is what I'm going for that one. Yeah. Basically, it wasn't even that. It was just more a case of someone offered me to have a free 8-course dinner and drink a load of whiskey. It's a horrible life I live. We have to do 4 whiskeys per course.
Just not professional.
I've been told that.
How do you cope, sir?
Yeah, I gave all the suggestions beforehand, and mine were obviously all right. Yeah. But when you're offered to go and drink all the whiskey and eat all the food, you go and drink all the whiskey and eat all the food. There are rules. Just make sure it was all right.
Actually, Liz, I'm going to throw that question back to you, girl, because I know you like a little pairing. Anything, and you can think about this and throw it up in the comments, but anything you particularly loved. Actually, the daiquiri sommelier is not here. If the daiquiri sommelier was here, I would have a daiquiri right now.
I thought you were going to make daiquiris at one stage.
The penicillin took over. The penicillin failed miserably.
As I mentioned when we discussed this beforehand. only proper drinks. This, none of this rum rubbish.
An M&S chocolate brownie?
Why is everybody talking rum? We've almost got through the whole night.
Because Mitch is here.
No, he's not. He's not.
No, he's
Bad.
coming on. Not right now.
Oh dear. Right.
All right.
David, you're not Otis. We need Otis so we can.
Just run that way.
Yeah.
No, we're good.
Yep.
Let's do it. Well, we're already on. We'll just.
Right. I love you guys.
Love you too.
Wow.
I'll see you later. So this is the last. I've actually given it to you guys kind of blind.
Oh,
So,
excellent. I know what they all are.
You
So
do probably know, but I kind of wanted Otis to kind of look at this because I kind of want to know what is the master.
well, should we give a little bit? Let people know what we're actually doing.
Let's do it.
Well-
Where's Otis? I think Otis having a costume change.
Yeah. Is he getting changed into judo kit? What's going
No,
on?
he's got rid of the judo kit. He's on
Yeah.
another kit.
No, he's back
you're
again.
back
Oh,
on
no.
the judo kit.
Oh no, okay then.
Oh.
Hold on.
He wasn't the judo kit, he's back in the judo kit. This is now where it all breaks down because we have been going for 20.
We're 3 hours off the end, so we've gone 21.
Okay, 21 hours. That's not bad.
Pretty good work, kids.
I actually feel remarkably well.
Yeah, so do I. Yeah,
New change.
Ooh.
We have got a change.
excellent.
Okay, all right.
Good work. So, do you want
So,
me to sort of say what we're doing, or do you want to go for it?
100% go for it.
So, for our, is this our final whiskey tasting?
It
It's our final whiskey tasting, and I think
I
maybe,
realised I've been on mute.
maybe even am I
It's our
Boop, boop.
penultimate
I'm booping. Penultimate session.
session.
Apart from some maybe a little bit of a gap and a special guest and a bit which
Yeah.
we may have given away. But what we're looking for here is don't worry. When we're talking about what sessions to do, one of the things we've never really done is a retrospective of what I've done the numbers earlier on. 11 years of Whiskey of the Year awards.
Oh, wow.
Damn, if we
So-
could just lose one, it'd be sounding so much better. Can we just say 10?
Well, I say we're actually tasting this year's one.
Yeah,
And we
that
can't-
doesn't count.
And we're also tasting the first
The
one as
first
well.
one.
So literally, we can't. Anyway, 11 years worth. So back in
Let's just say
2014, we decided that we would do a whiskey of the year. We choose a whiskey that we really, really liked, and we've done it every year since. But for the Hall of Fame, we decided to go through. Well, basically just let Dawn choose her favourites and to have a bit of a taste through. But Dawn, you have poured some whiskies for me and Otis and not
Yeah.
told us anything.
And so you are starting here,
Here.
Billy, and Otis, you're starting there.
Okay.
And I kind of wanted to go through it, and Billy's probably more familiar than
I
Otis.
do literally have
because Otis hasn't
the whole list.
the whole
here.
list. And those of you at home, I have stayed true for once in my life to the order in the box. Don't everyone fall down and pass out. It's possibly something to do with the fact my brain's not working anymore, so it was just easier to do that. But I think this for me is so we ask people in the industry, we ask people in the office and the shops and what their favorite whiskies of that year are. We do a short list. We look at that short list and, we do have to take consideration of what we can get volumes of and things like that. So even though Springbank makes an appearance every year, I'm like, no, I can't even get enough Springbank for one session.
And as we
let
go
alone
through,
anything else.
I can tell you the exact example why we have to make sure.
100%. And, so for us, it's almost become a labor of love. And of course, Whiskey of the Year goes out to a consumer vote. And Billy and I sit there and we blind taste because it's really important to kind of only judge based on what you've got in the glass and not your preconceptions, which I think was really evident on this year's. It was really interesting.
It's what you were saying on the night was we have a lot of regulars who come along every year, and we've seen them, in some cases, for the past 11 years. And so we've trained up a panel of excellent blind tasters who can really put aside everything and just focus on the liquid at the time.
Absolutely. And one gentleman even turned around and was like, so I would normally pick this whiskey, but because of what you've been saying over the years, I am looking at this from what everyone would enjoy, not just myself. And actually, I have to say, it was probably one of my proudest moments. I was like, thanks. That's so kind of you.
But no, we put it to a vote. I'm a voting geek, so we do I sit there and just do some tabulation of things.
Billy writes things on a piece of paper.
And then I hand Dawn a piece of paper, and you announce our winners. So it's been a really interesting thing over the past 11 years. We've seen whiskies from different countries. We brought in at one point, we originally was Scotch Whisky of the Year, then we brought in other countries, and we saw some winners from overseas. We've seen winners where we've had to sort of go, oh, we can't have that as a winner because we literally can't get the whiskey anymore.
Oh, wow.
That's happened on one occasion, and almost happened on a second occasion, maybe even a third, depending on your opinion, and fourth, maybe. Anyway, and when we jump onto one of them, I'll give the story of really why we caused almost problems. But it's been an incredible collection and selection, and every year we get certain things pop up again. And looking through the blog post I've written about it earlier on, there's certain names that pop up again and again. Sometimes they come to the top, sometimes they float back down again. But it's really interesting to see how things have changed over the past decade.
And it's really interesting. I think it goes back to Sukinda's point when he was doing the old and rare, is that there's been times that we've tasted stuff and we've put it in 1 year, and then 3 years later we've been like, yeah, let's look at that again, and that's going to be great. And we're like, ooh.
Because your palates have evolved.
No, the batch variation within the whiskey. And, it's been so interesting to see the journey of these whiskeys at the same time. I think, we've really enjoyed that part of it too. And I think it's one of those things and actually, very interesting enough, we've had to move the price point up because we started at £65.
I think we started back in 2014. I think it was 50 quid.
50 quid, because we wanted something that was kind of, basically, it has to be available everywhere. It has to be an ongoing. We started off that it couldn't be cask strength. That's kind of gone out the window.
Bye-bye.
Now we're kind of a little bit more flexible on batch. If it's an ongoing batch, there's a little bit of tolerance in that. And the price has gone up because we've had to move with the whiskey industry and the pricing going up. So it's been really harder and harder to find those little gems.
Has there been a consistent performer over the 11 years?
We've put only probably, I would say, about 4 in again, because actually what we've really found is things have really changed, and there's been new ones that have come in that have really excited us. Like last year, I'll mention it again, Glen Glasshouse Sandon. I was like, I don't care what anyone thinks, I'm putting this in. There was no diplomacy on that one. I just did it. But 100% things have come back and in and out, and we've never had anything win.
No, nothing's won twice.
Right.
And as we get through, I'll talk a little bit about some of the voting things and the way that people vote for things, and actually how that's changed over the years as well, as we've weirdly trained a panel of judges. So
genius, we love them.
Should we jump in?
Yeah, let's taste the first one. So I think maybe what we'll do is just kind of taste them, then do you know what, maybe give it a score out of 100. Let's just pretend we're like on IWSC and we're scoring out of 100, and then maybe let's see, and you guys at home, if you've got any comments, if you're tasting along and you want to give them a score, go for it. And we'll see if there maybe is one that we all think is really outstanding, and then it'll become our 10th anniversary champion because I've lost a year. Just saying. I've lost a year. I mean, the first one, again, a super classic. I think this one, those sherry bombs have always been popular, and I think this is a great example of.
Well, it was my concern this year is that we had a couple of really big sherry cask whiskies. We also had the Glen Glasshouse Sandend in there. And Sandend is a fantastic tropical fruity whiskey, but it's delicate. And that's one of the things that was really great from the briefing you were giving and we were talking about as we went through the tastings, as well as people had experience. It's one of the things you were saying last week at IWSC. Every now and again, after lunch, we do a round, we'll be checking on the scores on the big spreadsheet of power. And so I go, remember, everybody, just because you've just come back from lunch, don't go for the big things. And you can see the whole of the room go, yes, Dawn, we're chasing. Sorry, we realise what we've done wrong.
Drop the points.
But it's a thing of, big flavours are so immediate, they jump out, people remember them. But when you're judging, it's a thing where you really have to sort of go in and think about it a bit more. Is the flavour balanced? Is it a delicate flavour that still works properly? But starting from this one, this is a bit of a bruiser.
Can I just say something?
What's that?
It's 8 o'clock in the morning and we have a dram. The great thing about this is it doesn't count for us because we have not slept.
So it's still Saturday.
So it's still Saturday.
Yep, good. Well done.
I just wanted to point that out just in case anyone's out there watching thinking we were being irresponsible. We're not. We've been awake the entire night.
Yeah, we're being responsible. We've been awake all night, so there.
Anyway, drink responsibly, everybody, and please follow the links on our website to understand more about the responsible drinking campaigns that our company supports. Anyway, back to the whiskey. So this is the weird thing. As soon as I drink whiskey to do something involving judging, I may look around for a spittoon.
If you're bringing any in,
I've just found some champagne.
Adriana, then please, yes.
There we go.
Ooh, croissant and whiskey pairing. I like. Depends what kind of croissant actually. If it's like a pain au chocolat or an almond croissant, I would go very differently than if it was just a plain croissant.
We have been discussing breakfast. We do have an excellent cheese board upstairs, so I've been focusing on that. But
bash me over the head with that one again.
Yeah, I am actually.
Yeah, I know.
So for me, this one immediately it jumps out, and it's a very, very classic sherry cask, but it's quite bright with it as well. It's not a big sort of sludgy, sort of dark sherry.
And this is kind of one of those whiskeys that has been on a bit of a journey, I think, over the last couple of years. I think, when we first tried this and had this whiskey of the year, it was a big, rich, beastie whiskey. And I think it's maybe just softened a little bit, and it's less of that really intense sherry character. And now some of the brighter fruits, like you were just saying, are kind of coming to the fore.
As I said, I've cheated and I know what's on the list, and I'd noticed this and tasted. Well, I know what this is. This is not what I remember. If it's the one I think it is.
Oh, okay.
So,
and how do you find it actually? Because it's quite interesting.
It is quite a big one to start with. There's a full mouthfeel on this one, meaty-ish. The sherry influences obvious. And dry, or is it? Is it just me at this time of day now, having run out of saliva?
Would you like some water?
I've got.
I think that, there is a little lick of dryness in there for sure.
But at the same time, it doesn't go to that sort of splintery oak. It's still got a little bit of juiciness in the air. It's quite balanced in there as well. But it's got quite a lot of brightness to it, and that's the thing I wouldn't expect this one. If it's the one I'm thinking it is, I'm fairly certain it is. It used to be, as you went through the age statements of this range, they go back and forth between sort of like richer and darker and sort of lighter and fruitier. And this was one which generally tended to be on the darker side, not quite into the liqueuriness of some of the older ones. And this has got a load of nice bright orchard fruit in here, as well as that sort of raisin,
that almond apricot kind of.
Yeah.
Actually, it might be quite interesting to compare it with the second, actually, because I think they probably sit quite similarly in a camp of kind of
and having had
that
a nose,
sherry bomb.
These are the two I have to try and make sure I get them the right way round. I've got them the right way round. There we go. That's all right.
I hope so, Billy.
So do I. And if I haven't, I'll just tell everybody I have.
And I think these two were really for us kind of game changers, I would say, in the whiskey of the year. I think they were ones that suddenly this whiskey of the year exploded, and we were like, what the hell happened? And then it didn't just stay within the UK, it went international. On like, people were like, this is an incredible whiskey. And I think that's why we think whiskey of the year is so important, that it's not just something that we're picking for the sake of picking it. We're picking distilleries that potentially are not actually that well known. I don't think we've ever really had, at the time when we picked it, anything that was really big straight away. Maybe one, I would say, potentially two, but nothing. Yeah, maybe two.
That's two out of it, and we're not tasting those two, so I can, Talisker and Bowmore.
There were more. Those were the only two that probably were a bit more kind of mainstream and already in people's consciousness. And actually, I think it goes to show that when we're doing whiskey of the year, one thing that's really important is it doesn't matter. It could be in the multiples. It could be something that's a tiny distillery that not that many people have tasted. The point is that is just gotta deliver from a value perspective, from a flavor perspective, and now from a volume perspective.
Oh, it is. So the second one, it's a bit more weight to it. It has, that first one's got this lighter core. This one's got a weight in the core. It's got a heaviness. It's got that sherry cask, really sort of, and that brown sugar punchiness. With
A little toffee, a little bit more kind of sweet. And this one is one that's really changed over the years. And I remember Sakin and I were like, we should put it back in. Maybe about 4 years ago, because we both like, actually, we think it deserves another look at. And what we normally do is, once we've kind of got everyone's kind of ideas and scores, Sakin and I sit and decide, which ones we should, of the kind of group that we've been given from the kind of shortlist from the staff and from people outside that are industry experts. Then we'll say, okay, actually, let's taste through them, and we'll put that shortlist together. And I remember tasting this one, going, it's changed. And Sakin and I were like, it's changed. It's not, we don't love it as much. And we were so disappointed. And we were like, woe is me, the world has ended. And then the next year, I think we were at Whisky Show, and we had another one, and we were both like, thank you, it's back. And it just shows again how important batch variation is. And yes, distilleries are creating products that are standardized, but it cannot be that standardized because it's batch process.
Every single cask is different. And one of the things that popped up when we're talking about the science of distillation talk earlier on, one of my favorite questions of the day was, to Brad and Laura, is distillation the part of the production process where you actually have control?
I asked for absolute control.
And the answer was no. And it's that glorious thing of like, there's always variation every single batch, and the skill of the blender, which, my God, it's the beautiful wrap up of everything.
No, we're like a well-oiled machine, and it's like
during that
21 hours in.
Discussing the blending sort of components bit that we did earlier on with Roy and Pete, we're sort of talking about that thing of, the skill of blenders is to take those things and try and make something that's similar every time. But you can't make it perfect. And often
we don't want it perfect.
Some people do, some people don't. And there's a whole spectrum of, how perfect you want it, similarity. Let's just say if you go into your Asda, down the Asda's, and you pick up a bottle and you go, wait a minute, this is not only not the same color as last time I bought it, it's not the same flavor. That's the point in time when, but when you start saying, this single cask tastes totally different to that single cask, the fives are high at this point, it's a whole range of things where you're trying to find those different bits. And that's one of the things I love about whiskey, is there's this huge range of intentions behind everything as well.
And I think we've really seen that tonight.
Oh God, yeah.
I mean, I feel like we've grown as a team over the last 21 hours.
About the amount of cheese I've eaten, definitely.
Cheese and Haribos.
Yeah, you selves allow the Haribos. Don't tell my
one
doctor.
Haribo, not
packet,
two packets.
I
have not finished any of the packets of Haribo.
That's because he finished the other half.
To my credit, all of the sweets happened in the first maybe 5 or 6 hours. I've not really touched. I wanted to fully load on the sugar and then have it just,
die.
No, just sort of this is it going into my system over time. And I crashed at like 5:30. Yay me!
I have yet to crash.
Oh,
I'm just topping up every now and again. I'm diabetic. I've not had sugar for about a year of this sort of level. I am quite high, and I can see through time. Anyway, these first two whiskeys.
Oh no, we got a good question from Adriana,
recommend somebody
who's just started the beginning of the whiskey journey.
I always have a whiskey in my back pocket when someone says, what's the whiskey I should go to? And it's changed over the years. I used to always recommend people go for Dalwhinnie 15. It's a thing which they wouldn't necessarily have heard of. Dalwhinnie 15 about 10 years ago.
Okay.
And again, it's the whole thing of batch variation and how the style shifts over time. Dalwhinnie's become actually something a little bit more challenging now. It's not a really simple and easy whiskey. Whereas my standard one now is Balvenie 14 Caribbean cask.
Caribbean cask.
I was down London Bridge shop over Christmas time, and my friend Elise, who I run a whiskey club with, came in, and we're really busy running around. So they let me help the customer rather than just get me to stand by
That's
books and sign
exciting,
away.
Billy.
It's very exciting. I was having a chat with this guy, and this woman came in at the same time and went up to Elise, who's just coming in to sort of say hello. And she said, "Well, do you work here? Could you help me?" And she said, "Well, I don't, but I can." She's been doing whiskey longer than I have. And she said, "I want a whiskey I can just drink and it'll be fine." And from that, somebody was saying to me, "Well, I'm looking for a whiskey to give to somebody who doesn't know loads about whiskey, but just likes it." And we both at the same time pointed as one at the Balvenie 14. And another guy wanted to just walk straight through between everybody and went, "I'm here for 2 weeks and I need a bottle of whiskey. That's what I'm having. No, I don't need a tube. That would only be another thing to throw away." Bought in and just walked straight out. And so, yeah, it is that thing where it's, that's my go-to at the moment for easy. But if people then start giving flavor preferences, then I'll tweak it. But just a general, what's a whiskey?
Yeah. I think I always say that I can pick a whiskey for anyone and I will find a whiskey they like. And actually, case in point, our head of HR came to me and said the exact same words. I walked down here. I asked her what wine she liked, actually, because that's often I ask what kind of either flavors or what kind of wines or what kind of spirits they enjoy.
Why would you ask them what wine?
Because if they're not spirit drinkers, they're probably wine drinkers. And I can tell from the wine they drink what whiskey they would like, because you're looking at similar flavor profiles. If someone says to me, "I like a Viognier," I'd probably go for something like Glenglassaugh Sandin because it's got those peachy notes and it's got that softness.
Trying to get Dawn to say because I'm a sommelier because she's
or a master.
I actually haven't said I'm a master.
I know you haven't. I'm sort of trying to get you to say it.
I am not saying it.
What level?
You two have said it.
What level of WSET are you up to?
I am only on level 2 WSET.
Which amused me no end. Dawn and I are qualified to the same level in wine. That means. Anyway, she may have taught me it, but
and I can teach up to level 2 WSET. No, I do have my level 3 WSET to be fair, but not my diploma. But I think it's about asking people what they like to taste and then going from there. But actually, as a standard, I think there are some whiskies that are really easy go-tos because they're gentle, because they're easy drinking. And I think Glenmorangie is one of them. Glenmo 10, I think, is an outstanding whiskey for just someone to step into the category.
Yes.
I think a lot of American whiskeys, if you have someone that likes a slightly sweeter palate, I think the Balvenie Caribbean cask, actually some of the Glenfiddich. I think there's such an amount of whiskey that you can go to, but you've got to ask the questions about what people like. But, I do, well, I think all of us in the shop, when we're in there, when someone comes in and says, "I don't know what they like to drink," and you go, "Do you recognize anything?" And they're like, "No." You're like, "Have the Balvenie." And off you go. So I think, there are things that you definitely know. And price points also.
Well, that's the first question everybody says. Recommend me a whiskey. The reason I go for the Balvenie is just it's unfortunately, that's the reason I'm not allowed in the shops, because if someone comes in, I don't ask them the price point, I can sell them something that's too cheap. So, but also the guys in the shops, I was trying to help out, and Polina just walked over, our manager at Great Portland Street, and just said, "Brian, let me look after this." And the guy wandered over afterwards, thanked me for letting Polina come over and help him, and walked out with a whole collection of stuff, a copy of my book, a copy of our 20 whiskies that changed the world box set. A whiskey, he came in for a specific thing, come over from San Francisco to get something, and went away with something entirely different. He said, "But this is actually what I'm looking for." I spoke to Polina and said, "I am so sorry. If I ever get in your way again, just literally push me out of the way." It's such an incredible skill that finding. I have my simple ones I go to, but those guys properly understand what's going on.
They properly nail it. We have the best teams in the shops for sure. I absolutely love those
If
guys.
you're in oldie London town, head down and see one of the teams. Don't tell them that we sent you, because they'll just come and find us and have a go. So
no, tell us. We're saying go. Come on, go. So let's go back to the whiskeys, because I think these
first two. Do you want to reveal?
Let's reveal. So the first one in the lineup, sorry, I'm trying to reach behind, is the Glendronach 15-year-olds.
I've not tried this one for so long. It went the other way.
Did you?
This is the way.
You didn't think that heavy, slightly more oily character was Glenfarclas?
This in here,
which would be the second one.
Which is what I want Glenfarclas to be. A bourbon cask Glenfarclas has this sort of character to it, that orchard fruity thing, and I was hoping they'd lightened it. I heard it's changed. I've not been back to the Glenfarclas 15 for a while. This is wishful thinking. I knew it was going to be the other way around as soon as I locked it in my brain.
So Glendronach 15 was one of the first.
It was the second year.
Second.
Glenfarclas was actually the first.
That's right.
But the Glentronic was an interesting one because Glentronic had sort of only more recently relaunched. And the 15-year-old was like, one of their sort of flagships. I had a very, very excellent argument of whether the 15-year-old or the 18-year-old was better as a sort of offshoot of our whiskey show one evening, in which a bunch of people told me I was an idiot and the 18 was definitely not better. And I was like, no, definitely is. They were definitely right. The 15-year-old properly stomps on it. But it was a very different whiskey back then. The reason being, we gave it Whiskey of the Year and we sold it by the pallet. And they ran out not only of stock of the bottled stock, they ran out of casks.
Oh, wow.
And they literally sold it through. Not only us, it was becoming popular anyway, but mostly us, what I could tell from the number of pallets that we told we ordered. To the point that they had to discontinue it for 5 years while rebuilding the stock because they had a big stock gap. So yeah, I'm very sorry we killed Glentronic 15. It has now come back. Rachel Barry's now come in as their new blender, and she brought in.
Is it now?
It's not as different. It's not quite so weighty anymore.
I would say it's also not quite as kind of rich with those kind of nutty notes. It hasn't got that really kind of almost Oloroso note that I used to find in the Glentronic.
It was all Oloroso before, and now it's a mixture of Oloroso and PX. And while people talk about PX being this big, rich, sticky wine, it doesn't always give exactly the same thing to a whiskey. You sometimes get this sort of sugary, lighter sort of character, but also just a lot of that Glentronic underlying spirit, which I don't think I've ever really tried, not since ancient bottlings, because they have such a big reputation now for really good sherry casks. And
as I might have pointed out at this point, I'm not sure who just gave away the second whiskey, is Glenfarclas 15. That was me. Sorry. So Glenfarclas 15 is the second whiskey we have, and I think this one's always been one that I think we've gone back to time and time again, and we have put in more than once for sure, because it is just a great dram, and it is remarkably consistent. There have been vintage batches that we haven't loved as much,
and this isn't quite so rich as it once was. No. They pulled back a lot of it, and for me, I quite like that due to the fact that, as I said before, Glenfarclas' underlying spirit is gloriously fruity. I've tried some older, sort of like less sherried whiskies from them, and you still get some more of that character in here than you used to. But when you go up to like the 21, 25, it's almost like liqueur. Some of them, they're like properly sticky, and that's not my thing. So this is really great.
Kind of love that story. Yep.
Sorry about that. No, the Glenfarclas, this one was our first whiskey of the year, and it was almost like the thing we're going to do as a one-off, and it was such a big hit. We ended up doing our 103 proof. I think the first one we did was 103 proof.
Yes, 103.
So we did an exclusive Glenfarclas, and ever since then, we've pretty much always had some kind of exclusive Glenfarclas on the shelf. The most recent one, if I remember correctly, being a 95 proof.
95 proof.
95 proof 15-year-old. Yep. So we've had 15s, we've had younger marriages.
And the 25.
We've got the 25 London edition. We've always tried to have like a more affordable go-to, which takes the Glenfarclas character, but just tweaks it slightly to be a more Whisky Exchange-y sort of feel.
And if Peter Donnelly's out there anywhere, I'm waiting for my single cask option.
Go Pete.
So yeah, I think it's a really, really interesting one. Did you prefer one of the two, just out of interest?
Neither of them blew me away. So the balance was very nice. It's not the one that I would reach for.
Yeah.
I can appreciate that they are well balanced, that the sherry isn't overpowering, that between the two of them they elevate slightly different nuances from the cask, and they are nice. Not what I would not what I would choose. So mid to high 80s for me as a score.
Fair. Okay, I like it.
Yeah.
So then we move into kind of the next category. So the one category that always kind of did well, as we said, was sherry. And the next category was always peated, because again, as Billy said, it's about those big, powerful flavors that when you're tasting and tasting blind, if you're not used to tasting a lot, it is quite tiring. You have to think a lot about it. And people tend to overthink and try and guess. Now, the whole thing I've kind of been drumming into them is don't try and guess. Just enjoy the whiskey, and if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. Because if you're trying to guess and it's something you like, you'll put that back in your head. And having done a lot of blind tasting for wine over the years, it's so bad if you try and guess, because it actually throws you off what's actually in the glass.
Yeah.
Because you then, like we've been talking about, you have a stereotype of what that liquid is about, and then you taste what you think is there, and that's often the case. You should always taste for the sake of what's in the glass, and just look at the glass and not worry about what it is, because actually at the end of the day it doesn't really matter.
Well, outside of competition, I did my WSET level 3 spirits, and there's a blind tasting test as part of that. And we had a blended whiskey. I guessed it was a blended Scotch whiskey, and I was certain that it was Johnny Walker Black Label. And so I wrote a beautiful tasting note about its restrained smokiness and all that sort of thing, only to hear from my contacts later on that I talked about how great Chivas Regal 12-year-old smokiness was. A whiskey that is uniformly famous for not being smoky. and there's that thing, when you convince yourself, you can go off piece very, very quickly.
You see it. It's like power of suggestion. I can say to you right now, this has a wonderful bouquet of cat's pee, and all of you will be like, yeah, there's some cat's pee in there. And I think that's it. Power of suggestion is really, really.
I sneeze whenever I smell cat's pee, so that's not me. So, but no, this is of all of them. When I went through, not even knowing what they were, I just got this one. I know exactly what this one is immediately. There's a restrained smokiness in there. It's complex. It's interesting. And me saying all these things might give away that.
And Billy has a bit of a fanboy crush on this distillery and the distiller. So anyone
as far as the distiller as well, he's a very good, very, very, very good looking gentleman. That's a different matter for another day. But I've already talked about my fanboyishness. So, but no, it's a really interesting distillery that we've already. Unfortunately, I'm giving it away to you at this point, but we've discussed this in great length. Although Dawn's probably given it away.
But many out there that know Billy, I would say actually. But yeah, it's that beautiful balance of that sweetness, that savouriness, that this is such a well put together whiskey, and I think for us it's kind of one of those whiskies that we feel deserves a shout out, and it isn't in people's heads the sexiest whiskey, but we really think there's something there at this distillery, and it's a fascinating distillery, and I think it's doing some really, really good things. And I'm very excited. Billy's very excited. Yeah. We think the liquid coming out of here is fabulous.
When we put together this lineup for the tasting, I looked at it and went, well, there was two in there that I wanted to win. One of them is one of my favorite distilleries, which does not get love. And there's this one, which is a distillery doing really interesting things. And I tried this and went, that won't do well because it does a bit of everything. And so often it's like, oh, there's a really peaty one. Everybody will go for that. Oh, there's a really sherried one. And this is when we sort of started noticing that maybe we have a really good gang of people coming in to judge, because it was very much, it showed the best on the night. And that's the other thing, is what shows best on the night. And this really did at the time.
And Billy had a tear. Billy actually physically had a single tear. Because it was a very tight vote, this one this year. It was like literally 1 point in it. And we were like, oh my goodness, it just showed that this year was such an interesting one, because I think Billy and I tend to kind of have a little kind of side wager of who's going to win on the night. And we'd gone for two others, because one we'd put through the year before and had done very, very well. And we were like, yeah, it should do well again this year. And actually it didn't quite have the edge on it this year, but there are these two, Glenglassaugh being one, which might give you a clue as to what the winner was last year, for those of you in the know.
The thing that scared me was that, again, it's that on the night thing, because the one which I thought was going to win, just from reputation, and the last time I tried it, came 5th out of 6.
Yeah.
And on the night, we cracked the bottle and just went,
it's not right.
If we leave that open for a week, maybe it will sort of settle down a bit, but maybe that's been bottled really recently and it hasn't had time to settle.
Or batch.
Or even the batch wasn't quite up to the standard we remember. And I just sort of went, well, one, it was a little bit of now like an idiot because it's not going to win. But at the same time, it is that thing of it's all about what happens on the night, the atmosphere, the company, everything like that. So you can never be entirely objective, but we try and create an objective environment
as
we can.
possible. So, Billy, would you like to announce what this is?
Well, if I remember, let's have a look at this. This is Talisker, is it? No, this is the.
I was like,
This is Loch Lomond 18-year-olds.
Liz, if you're still watching, maybe we need to talk about Billy's performance.
Humor, ability at humor, Dawn.
It's appraisal time.
I'm about to say after however many hours, I can't count anymore. So 21 and a half hours. So, but no, this is the Loch Lomond 18. There's so many things. Loch Lomond, which, as we discussed earlier on, I may have a bit of a thing about. The ridiculous number of spirits that they can make there. This is a combination of a bunch of them. So this is from the straight neck pot stills, from the traditional pot stills, getting different lightnesses and fruitiness and non-fruitiness, some smoky things in here, different levels of collection strength. It's just complicated in a really silly but excellent way. And it's all matured in bourbon casks. It's whole American oak casks. So I think it might be a little bit American oak sherry. I can't quite remember what they said, but it's not going down that sherry route. And one of the two whiskies I really want to win every year generally end up being things from bourbon casks, which don't get swamped by sherry. It's this and Glenmurray 18 have been the ones which this might be my nomination every year. Glenmurray 18. I
don't even ask Billy anymore. I'm like, okay, I know what you're putting through.
And if Ian's out there, so you owe me £5.
So I may have poured slightly differently. No.
I think we're on track.
No, I think mine's slightly different.
Okay.
Because yours is lighter.
Yeah, so we have a darker one than a lighter one.
Yeah, I think I moved that one a little bit.
A darker one, a lighter one, then one in a different.
Yeah, I moved them.
Yeah, we're on the darker one.
So this one again was kind of one of those ones that when we put it forward because a few people kind of mentioned it, and then S and I pulled a bottle and we tried it and we were like, damn, this is really, really good. And we'd love to give this distillery a little bit of love because actually there's some really interesting things happening there. We like the character. And again, it was a year that it was really close. I think it was like one in it, again, 1 point. And I think that's what been quite interesting over the last couple of years. It's literally been 1 point, 1 point, 1 point. And when you're looking at that, you're like, can we not have two whiskies of the year? Yeah.
I think the last two have been very, very close.
The rest haven't been. So
no, there have been some where it's been right down to the wire. But the way I do the vote is I do a single transferable vote with instant runoff, which means you choose your first choice.
Even if it wasn't after 22 hours, I would still have zero idea what Billy just said there. Just as an FYI to everyone. Zero idea.
STV instant runoff. It's literally it's standard when it comes to voting systems, Dawn. So anyway, basically what that means is, right, when you do a single transferable vote, you say, this is my first choice, second choice. But if you have like a full ranking, like we do in the London Mayor thing, you can do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever. You can do all of them. And each time you say, has somebody won? Has someone got more 50% of the votes? If someone does, then hooray, they've won. If not, you take out the bottom person and reassign them to the next one. Yeah. So it just means that every single person, their vote is always counted pretty much. You know, it comes in as the whiskey which has got the most sort of like preference votes. The one we do, we only do 2 rounds. Normally we do the first round, do the second round. We do that until we have a winner. And then we don't check to see how more people go down it. You know, and I now do run through the whole thing. And as yet, there's not been a year where it hasn't matched up with that simplified version. But it's quite a complex voting scheme. But it just means that you say this, I like this one and I like this one. And I like that one as well. Still has some impact rather than just being that whole thing of oh, it's a smoky one, I like that. Yeah, it gives some impact and allows people to actually say I do have a more nuanced opinion. And I really like it just because it means we do get this whole thing of it's not just the most immediate whiskey, and the voting system helps with that because sometimes everybody will vote for a big peaty thing but not over half the people. Yeah, everybody else will vote for a sherried thing, and then it's like, okay, which do people like second best out of the sherried thing and the peaty thing? And offers something entirely different. And it just gives this slightly more sort of like nuanced view of the room. And it's simple. I just have to scribble around on a piece of paper.
Simple for Billy.
I really enjoy it. I'm a voting geek. I get to play with pieces of paper and then sort of like get confused.
So Fee has literally just put up a Speyside Whiskey and Gewürztraminer I actually think, and that was really well timed by my team. No, we haven't got it. I actually think that Ben Romack, which won a couple of years ago, the 15-year-old, would be an excellent, because Gewürztraminer has got that peachy kind of lychee style, and Ben Romack's got that lovely florality, and actually some Gewürz can have a little smokiness to it. So there you go, Fee. That is my top tip for space adding Gewürz. Keep throwing it at me. Keep throwing them at me.
But
Maybe the next session's just going to be... I love the fact that the guys are like, how about that next whiskey? Are we out of time?
No, we're not. We've got another 35 minutes as far as I can tell from my my clock, and that's 35 minutes to do 3 more whiskies. I think we're fine.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think we're fine.
Yeah.
Did you like that
you're
one?
You're looking at the wrong...
Well, according to the calendar that I very, very carefully programmed into my phone, there we go. Look, we're almost done as well. It's almost done, everybody. Look,
Oh my
look at
God,
that.
we literally have not that long.
Yeah, that's quite impressive. Yeah, 2
That is
sessions left.
exciting.
We're just over halfway through, so we're fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if people upstairs, if we're wrong, come downstairs.
Yeah, if you think, if
Oh.
you want to have a go.
Bring cheese. Bring cheese. So it's a yarg. It's a marvelous yarg.
Hold on, we haven't
But
even
yeah,
talked
this
about
whiskey,
what this
though,
whiskey was.
It's got a really excellent
Do you like this
smokiness
one?
to it. It's got a punch of sort of peatiness,
Yes.
and it's quite distinctive.
Was that yes, you like it, or yes, it's punchy, smoky, peaty?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah. When I
Checking.
picked it up, I'd go, well, no, which one this is. There's 2 smoky ones, and again, I've cheated slightly, but this is one I'd probably pick out of a lineup anyway.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I think it has a really distinct character. And I get, what I said was like this was a whiskey that we were really kind of like deserves a little bit of love. And when I phoned the master blender at the time, there was much excitement. He literally messaged me every 10 minutes.
We finished the tasting. We sort of packed it all up, and you phoned him on FaceTime and said, "Guess what?" And the volume. I did not know that phones could do that. So just like, there was an amplification there as he went down the phone. We may have seen the gentleman in question earlier on today. So you may be able to guess based on that alone. So
This is Lechek.
this is Lechek 18. Brendan McCarran from our Science of Distillation talk was the
legend behind it.
I don't remember what his job title was, because Julian Fernandez is the blender, and Brennan was working on sort of like
Master of everything.
Sorting out cask, but distillation,
Master of
changing their
everything.
regime of stuff.
Yeah.
But this was a project between Brendan and Julian to update their range to make sure they sort of fitted into it.
I've moved on.
You've moved on.
I've moved on.
We've got loads of time. Don't move on yet.
No, but I got excited. I wanted to taste something else, so I moved on.
Oh dear. Anyway, Lechek, thing I've been a fan of for years. It was known for being rubbish for many, many years. I tried a bid on one in the auction the other day, which I used to be able to get for 18 quid in Sainsbury's, and it tasted like eating a plimsoll. And I liked it. Nobody else did. I have 1 bottle left, and it went for about 70 or 80 quid. And I went, yeah, I'm not going that far for something that tastes like plimsolls.
How many plimsolls do you have?
I haven't had any
question.
since I was about 7 or 8. But I still have. Being a short fat kid when I was at school, I know the taste of a plimsoll.
I'm not going to lie. So Frank, who was joining us early through the Japanese session, and I were having a little back of house banter.
Yes.
And Frank said, who was the crazy person that thought of this entire thing? And I was like, guess who? And he goes, not the Italian wavy arms, or was it the Barley Buddha, which I kind of liked. Barley Buddha, Billy the Barley Buddha.
I'm happy with that.
I like it. I was like, this is a great name.
Someone popped up and described our IWC judging room on Instagram the other day as a room full of whiskey gods. And my reply was going to be, I have modelled myself on the Buddha since an early age.
See?
So, yeah. My landlord, my mate Dave, he's very much a man who has also modelled himself against the Buddha. Very, very happy.
Barley Buddha.
I like Barley Buddha.
Super cool.
It's good.
I was actually jealous. I thought the Italian hand wavy person was less exciting. I mean, I understood it was me straight away. But
This is the original, so feature spot saying Dunlop Green Flash plimsolls. This was more those black plimsolls.
Yeah,
you got
with the elasticated
bit.
sides.
Green Flash, generally that was when you opened the box, you got
what's
that.
a plimsoll?
I wouldn't
It's
describe Green Flash as a plimsoll.
No, they're more a tennis shoe or a training shoe. Yeah.
What's a plimsoll?
It's
It was a
sneaker.
specific.
It,
It
had
was
had a gum sole.
Yeah.
Which was a sort of tan color. The plimsoll primarily came in black.
Why'd you call it plimsoll?
You had a and one piece. So no sewing. The upper was glued to the.
They were really gross.
But I remember the elasticated bits. But he had two, one on each side.
Yeah.
That's the plimsoll.
Oh, mine with the cheap ones with just one bit of elastic on the top. So
we had Nikes in America.
But the thing was,
Converse.
It's a very, very old sort of like school memory thing. And Lecce has always sort of brought that back. Even these sort of later ones, the way they achieved their smokiness in there, it got better and better. And I think it's 2009, 10.
Right.
Berry Brothers and Rudd put out a 4-year-old sherry cask, which blew the minds of anybody who tried it. And all of a sudden, that sort of launched it as a thing. So we're now hitting older and older whiskies. But I think I've tried that Berry Brothers 4-year-old on a number of occasions, and every single time I've been informed that it's the very last bottle of it they have. Right. Rob Whitehead at Berry Brothers is a fantastic person, one of my favorite people in the world. He's also a man who knows how to tell a story to make sure you get a good whiskey and like it better than you might have done otherwise. But no, Lecce's been one of my favorite drams for a long time. We've done a lot of them for the Whisky Show bottlings, and I pouring them on stands. It's very happy. But then the distillery itself never quite got up to those indie bottlings, but slowly but surely they've been raising their profile, working on things. All of their distilleries within that
Deanston 18 did super well in 1 year as well. So, we've literally had...
Was it Deanston?
Deanston 18 won the year before.
Yeah, it was Deanston 18 and then Lecce 18. So they won twice in a row. But the Lecce has been sort of stepping up its game. As they had the stocks, they put things together. And this is the year that, for me, really, it properly triumphed and hit the heights it was meant to be at. So
moving swiftly
now
on.
you're bored. Sorry, I really like Lecce.
Really? We never knew.
You may have noticed. I literally almost spent 60 quid on a £15 Sainsbury's bottle the other day, which I know is terrible. So...
I mean, that's not a great recommendation for
Sainsbury's. I didn't spend the money in the end, okay? Trust me on this one. No, really, really ancient, horrible stuff. And it's incredible you see this development from something that people were actively rude about to what we have now. Right. So, but anyway, the next one.
The next one, the next one I think is kind of one of those ones that this one really won by a long way. This one I remember actually everyone's like, yep, winner. And it is a great whiskey. I think, again, it was one of those whiskeys we put in because we weren't a new distillery at the time, but they were definitely a young distillery, I would say.
They were one of the
newer distilleries. And, I think there's something, an immediacy about this whiskey that I just love. It kind of just says, hey, how are you? And no, it's not one of Richard Patterson's. But it definitely has that sort of nice, big, bold flavor. But also behind it, and I'll give the game away a little bit on this, but has this lovely green grassy note and this sort of freshly mown grass, which works particularly well with tequila casks. If that gives anyone a clue as to what this whiskey might be.
I thought
the mezcal was better. The
mezcal
was better.
And this one specific, I say it's been a while since I've gone back to this whiskey. I've tried iterations. We're talking about batches. This is one where it's batched every year and it changes every year. And this one is, I do not mean this in any way as a criticism. I mean this actually as high praise. This is very agave, very tequila-y.
Adriana, if you're having an almond croissant right now, this is the little beast to go with that almond croissant. Chanel almond croissant.
We cannot confirm or deny Chanel's correct answer. Sorry.
We cannot confirm or deny, but Chanel may be accurate. That's nice. That's delicious. And just got this lovely approachability. I think I always talk about peat being kind of quite different in terms of style and how do we kind of define the styles of peat. And this for me is very much that sort of sweet peat, that candied peat, that lovely kind of, if you were going to sort of dip your toe into peat, this would be the peat I would kind of head you towards because I think it has this lovely sweetness. I mean, okay, fine. You could get ones that are less peaty and things like that, but definitely. Bye, Billy.
Bye. No, I got something to get. I brought a prop.
Bye, Billy.
Oh, I
Billy's
think
bought
the-
some peat.
I
Do you think he's
the
bought
fish
some
head-
peat?
No, the fish head is coming back.
You think the fish head's
Yeah.
coming? What's the fish head got to do with peat?
Uh,
We've had that prop.
It's not the.
It's the peat.
Attempt to dip your foot in that.
Hold on. Don't challenge me.
Challenge accepted.
But that's jamming. That's not quite the same as dipping your foot in it. But no, I know what you mean. But for me, on the
Easy.
just because you can, doesn't mean you should.
exactly.
For me, on the nose, it's got a bit of a tequila agave character.
Yeah,
On the
it's
palate,
nothing
it's
on it.
all that sweetness.
Yeah.
And that's my favorite thing when I give someone a brick of peat, because everybody who knows whiskey, the first thing you do is you go, it smells of mud.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
You won't get the peat smell until you burn it.
Exactly. But it's the same. I do exactly the
And we
same
can't
thing every time I
burn
pick it up.
Because I've not encountered peat before. I'm
You
curious
haven't?
to
Oh, amazing.
Ah.
There we go.
just
Yeah.
what it does smell like in its.
If you want to
Inert
burn it,
state.
you're stepping outside the building because
I'm
if the
not
fire
going to-
department
not
come
going to
now
burn it.
with only a couple hours to go,
It's probably illegal.
I will
here because of
possibly
the
kill
smoke
you.
That comes off it now anyway.
It would be illegal to
Regulations and-
It is
burn
one
it
of the
in the
glorious things about peat. It's difficult to
building.
set fire
Yes,
to.
yes.
It's quite hard to set fire to. Once it catches light,
Yeah.
oh, there we go. You're done now.
Yeah.
This is
yeah.
why they have literally peat fires burning in peat bogs and have had for, in some places, almost like centuries.
Yeah.
One of my favorite stories is about peat things. George Grant, formerly of Glenfarclas, did a tasting between two rooms, I think in Taiwan, with like 200 people in each room, gigantic tasting. And he was burning a brick of peat. I don't think he was working for the family business at the time. It's like before he was over there. So he lit a, he put a brick of peat on the table and told everybody, this is peat, burn it and have things stuff happens. Went to the other room, because he's bouncing back and forth, and came back only to discover that an enterprising person in the front row had got his lighter out and had managed to set fire to the brick of peat. And he presented it proudly and went, here you go. So they evacuated all 400 people from the building as the sprinklers went off.
I mean,
And
this
amazing
story
stuff,
about George, I mean, there's so many stories about George Grant. I think we can't even start beginning to talk about them because most of them are really, really very
for
great,
legal
great.
reasons, yeah.
But yes, this story is of no surprise to me that George would,
End up being evacuating 400
Yeah.
people out of the biggest tasting that anybody's ever heard of. Now, peat's a fantastic material, and I'm really pleased to have acquired that. It's a bit of a cheat because, as far as I know, I think this might be Irish peat. But thank you very much, Steph Holt, for supplying me with lumps of turf. But it's quite difficult to find it these days because it is a thing which is really becoming scarce. But yeah, no, the guys at Kilchoman, they recently doubled the size of their
and this is
distillery.
Macchir Bay, just so everyone knows.
Oh, sorry, we gave it up. Chanel already got it right,
Yes,
so
she
it's
did.
all fine. This is Macchir Bay, and as I say, it's really changed in its batching over the years.
Right.
If anything, it's now stepping back. Because it's always been a combination of sort of like bourbon and sherry, and it's now focusing on those brighter and lighter flavors again, which I think is great.
Yeah, I think you get this lovely freshness, and I think it shows that you can have an Islay whiskey that has a lot of richness and smoke, but still has freshness. And that grassy character, I think, is just delicious. And this was definitely one of those winners that won very, very, very strongly. So we have one more to go.
So before we dive into that, just one more thing I would say about Kilchoman is if you go to Islay,
Yes.
go to Kilchoman. Recently, I've been up there I led some tours up there and things, and both times within a couple of weeks I went to Kilchoman. One time Anthony Wills showed me around and spent most of the time telling me that Secunda was building his distillery wrong, which was hilarious. Anthony Wills is the guy who founded Kilchoman. The next time it's one of their tour guides that showed us around. It's me and a group of not really whiskey people. And I spent the previous 4 days, I think, on a boat teaching them each night a bit about whiskey. And we got to Kilchoman and they walked them through the entire process that I taught them about in order, because they can now do everything at the distillery. When you drive in, you drive down a driveway surrounded by fields with the barley that they're going to use for their local barley expressions growing either side of the field. You then go into their maltings and they say, well, here's a malt floor. Oh, by the way, here's the kiln where we shove the smoke through it. You go to the distillery and you see the fermentation, you see the stills, you go to the warehouse, you see the whole of the process all in one go. And tour guides are universally excellent. There's two guys showed us around, two women showed us around. absolutely fantastic. Both of them really, really knowledgeable. I've forgotten her name. That's really sorry. And I'm sorry if you're watching and you see this. But the day after, I think pretty much she wants to go and be their international brand ambassador. You know, just somebody who'd been working in the distillery and built the knowledge up and then said, right, you're the person who wants to take us out to the rest of the world.
And I think it goes back to that idea of control over all, so the grain to glass, and they don't have it on everything, but you know, that the Isla barley and things like that, they definitely do. And the more and more we're seeing of distillers that do that, I think the more and more kind of interesting flavors and quality we're getting out of them. And I think, you know, Macchia Bay has always been a favorite of ours. Kilchoman has always been a favorite of ours. It's, again, kind of one of those go-to when someone says, you know, I want to get my dad something. He loves peated whiskey, but I want to get him something different. Hello. Because it's a no-brainer. You know, it's small family distillery. It's got a great kind of heritage behind it in terms of kind of what they're doing from a sustainability perspective, from a perspective of working sort of grain to glass and stuff like that. So, you know, I think it's definitely, if someone ever was going out and going to say, what peated whiskey would you recommend if I have someone that likes peated whiskey? Hello, how are you? You know, just straight out the door. So now this, I think, was possibly our most controversial winner of all time.
This made me so very, very happy.
And I think
the whole of
the entire thing. And it was one of those whiskeys that we actually, because normally at kind of the end of the tasting, just for fun, I say, does anyone have an idea what the whiskey is? And everyone was like, and you know, they'd gone crazy for it. They were all like, well,
this is one that it was slightly more than that. What do you think this one is?
Yeah,
it was very much like a deliberate poking before we announced the results.
And people were like, it's like this, it's like that. Everyone, like, was Scotland, Ireland. I mean, we were all over the place.
Ireland got a lot.
Ireland got a lot on this.
We told everybody that we were making it open to international entries that first year. And so everyone's going, oh yeah, Ireland, definitely Ireland. Oh, there's a few people who were saying it was
big sherry Ireland.
But yeah, there's also a lot of big sherry Scotch and sort of like, that sort of thing. And
genuinely, when we told people what this whiskey was, what have I just done? I've just voted this whiskey as the best whiskey of 20, whatever it was. I don't remember what year it was.
This one was 2019.
2019.
If, of course, I've guessed the correct whiskey.
And they were like, we've done what? And they were like, no, you've got it wrong.
Yeah, you've done something wrong.
You've done
However,
something
it was
wrong.
This one. And do you have a discount code online for it?
And it was just brilliant to see these really sort of hardcore Scotch whiskey fans realizing that actually maybe they like a little sweet.
This was one of the years where it was clear cut in the first round of judging. Right. This was not somebody got more than 50% in the first round, but it was very, very clear at that point that it was going to be close. And then this one
suddenly
just stormed, and it was not close. This was this was a lot of people's first choice, and it was everybody else's second choice.
And the joy about this is it kind of shows to me that blind tasting, you can be seduced by when you've tasted. And it came at the end of the tasting, if I remember rightly. I might have.
No, we popped it in the middle.
Did I pop it in the middle?
Yes, in the middle, and there was a big smoky thing at the end as well.
Okay,
think,
okay, so maybe it was second class. And I remember thinking, and I think I even said this to people, you know, watch your palate. If you've been tasting a few whiskeys, your palate gets tired and you'll be seduced by sweetness. Because also I kind of wanted people to kind of think really about what they're tasting, because this is a freaking fantastic whiskey and it deserved the win that it got. And you know, everyone was like, yeah, this is great. And like, it did seduce people. It was like the temptress that was kind of like, I got something for you, honey. And that might also give it away. It was what it was. And if that was an Irish accent, I've done it really, really badly.
I was going to go for Australian maybe, but you know, it is late or early.
It is late or early.
Yeah.
But this was an American whiskey, and it caused some kind of hoo-ha.
And not only that, it's a very interesting American whiskey because it's just not one that falls into the categories we normally see over here. So you want to tell everybody what it is?
You can.
This is the Nectar's US number one.
Number one.
American, what do they call it? American unblended whiskey?
Just as American. Oh yeah, unblended.
Yeah,
Yeah, unblended.
Yeah, the unblended is actually really it's totally unimportant over here, but really important in America. So this is falls into a category in America called whiskey. Because we normally talk about bourbon, we talk about rye, and Mick has got a couple that fall into this category whiskey because they don't sort of fit into those other major categories. So the big thing for all those categories is based on the amount of two things. It's new oak and the amount of different grains in there. So bourbon's more than 50% corn, rye more than 50% rye, wheat, you can guess. Corn is weird, ignore that, that's 80%, and that's uncharred casks and used cooperage and weirdness. And anyway, the others, they're all fairly simple, fit to a model. They have the sour mash, which is what everybody uses in America. JD and Mick use it just to have something on the label, really, more than anything else. But the sour mash has the levels of grains in there. Nothing hits 50%. So it's a more complex and more balanced mixture, which creates a really interesting whiskey. This one doesn't use new casks, or it doesn't only use new casks. So this is whiskey because it's using used cooperage, as they say. And the reason why they say unblended is because in whiskey, you can actually have blended whiskey, where you can add in American legislation, neutral grain spirits, vodka. So basically you can cut whiskey with a load of neutral spirit and you can still call it whiskey if you call it blended whiskey. And these are the proper bottom shelf things on occasion. And yeah, they're often terrible. I say often, I mean always.
99.9%.
There may be somebody doing a craft one of these. I know there's some guys down in Texas. I can't remember the name of them due to the fact that I'm very tired, but I will remember very shortly. Fantastic distillers who've done a load of work, Berry Brothers and Rudd, to sort of bring some of their whiskies over to the UK. Iron Root Republic, amazing corn whiskey, sort of stepping outside of those things.
Did you actually just say that, Chanel? Port Charlotte surely was the comment. And Port Charlotte has one. Port Charlotte 10 has one.
Indeed, it has. Port Charlotte 10 was the winner in 2021. No, this is unblended because it does not contain grain neutral spirits. It's literally just a whiskey, American whiskey aged in used cooperage. So this is what happens if you take away that really harsh new oak and let it have something which has got that softer side of oak. And yeah, so it takes away a little bit of that sort of classic bourboniness that you might expect, or that American whiskey character, softens it out a bit and confuses a room of whiskey geeks into thinking that maybe it's an Irish whiskey.
And yeah, they were confused. And you looked confused, actually.
I think I was suspicious that it was American, but I couldn't define whether it was corn or rye.
And I'm fairly sure under the covers it's corn. It doesn't have that extra sort of spiciness, but it also doesn't have that hit of spice you might expect from the wood. And so it's just this thing doesn't slot together in all the right places. And much as I've had my disagreements with the way Mick has talked about their whiskies in the past, they're now a company who I stand behind all their stuff. They make great whiskies.
Yeah, the liquid's fantastic.
And the folks who are now talking about it are talking about it really honestly in a way they never. Back in the day, they made up stories. There's still a little bit of storytelling around it in a way that makes people get a little bit annoyed. Obviously, it's beyond marketing.
Sorry, marketeers.
So, hi. I'm here, literally, working the marketing team.
You're not a marketer. Oh, Nigel, good morning. Did you have a nice nap?
Oh, dear. I remember naps. But no, on my first day here, I called my mum on the way home to let her know I survived my first day of my new job. And she said, "How is it now that you work in marketing?" Then laughed at me all the way back to my flat as I swore down the phone at her. So she taught me how to swear, so it's all fine. But no, this is a really interesting whiskey, as I say, from a brand who have changed the way they talk about themselves. They now have, they're making their own whiskey. They're not just getting other people to make it for them. They've changed the way they do things. They've developed. They make they have some incredible casks of whiskey that have been filled for them to their specs, depending on the stories you believe, But they have some great old whiskies. They now have some great young whiskies coming through. And you were speaking to the distiller earlier on today.
Andrea. And, it's super interesting. And I like the great thing about what we've just done tonight for you guys as opposed to ourselves is that everything is going to be on YouTube for you to go back and watch. And please go back and watch, especially some of the Twilight Hour ones where we didn't have a huge amount of viewers, but the content was fascinating. And, you know, I really, really, really heavily recommend that you go back and watch those, because I think there was some really strong discussions. And very interestingly, I'll probably talk about this in my next little 15-minute slot before we go into the quiz, that, you know, when you're kind of having a little dip, to have a really fantastic conversation just kind of peps you up, because you just get so excited and really engaged with what people are saying. And please go back. I don't think there was a session that I didn't think brought me something today. The Haribo has kept them going.
Like I said, I front loaded.
The champagne has kept me going.
And both you guys have done this without any naps.
No, I had,
He had a nap.
It wasn't really a nap. I can't sleep without a machine attached to my face to make sure I don't die. So there was definitely a case of I feel sleepy now and I'm awake again, so I just snored myself awake.
Okay.
The team upstairs claimed that they reckon they heard me go every now and again, which means I was actually asleep. I deny it.
I
Of course.
slept.
It was 45 minutes lying on a leather sofa. So.
Whereas I chose to spend maybe about 27 minutes just examining
Your
and
eyelids?
my eyes aren't as good as they used to be, so sometimes I have to get really close to something to just
pillow?
check the detail of the table.
The table. Yeah.
Oh, this is, yeah, okay. I like this question, Adriana. If you had to choose one last dram to drink before you die, what would each of you choose? Actually, before we hit that question, let me ask which of the 6 we've just tried you would go for.
And is there a correlation between? Are they the same thing
then,
as Adriana's
okay,
question?
come on, guys.
Not for me.
Give me an answer. Hold on.
Dram number 3 for
Loch
me,
Lomond?
which was the Loch Lomond. Yeah.
Loch Lomond 18?
Yeah.
Loch Lomond 18?
That's dram number 4 for me. It's the Leche.
Let's check.
I'm a man of habit.
Mm-hmm.
What about you, Dawn?
Might be the Loch Lomond, actually.
Yeah.
I thought that
The
showed
Loch
really well
Lomond is
today.
a really close.
Yeah.
For today, the Leche 18 showed better for me. I reckon on that night when it won, the Loch Lomond 18 would have outdone the Leche at any time.
Okay.
I think
love
that's
how,
interesting.
I love how alive it is, and how whiskey can show differently on a different night, and of course your interpretation of it as well. I don't think it's just us that are in a different mood dependent on the environment. You know, I truly believe that the whiskey changes as well. You know, and we know that through maturation and all of that stuff. But interesting how you can have it was a winner. It's an absolute winner. When I tried this in 2019, it was hands down the best one of the bunch. And you can return to it today and it'd be like, wow, it's 2 or 3 pegs down the pecking order now. And you know, nobody's done anything to it.
No. It's
just the whiskey. I think I overheard earlier on you having a chat with Jason during your session with Kinder and Jason, talking about, Jason was saying, when I first tried this, I scored this in 95. Now probably scoring 83, 84.
Yeah.
And something I know he and I talk about over time is how do you cement those things? And it's you can't. Yeah. You go with how you are at the time, as your experience changes, as your palate changes, your mood. And it's when you're judging competitions, that's one of the most difficult things, to set yourself aside from that and create the objective palate. Yeah. You know, Dawn, how much do you love Lefroy? Dawn is not a fan of Lefroy. Anyway, so, however, Dawn...
It would not be the dram I had on my deathbed.
However, at the same time, in a competition, if you're judging Lefroy,
it would judge it as a good
exactly.
whiskey. And actually, I think there was a Lefroy in one of the ones we had, and I did say, this is an excellent whiskey. It's just not my style.
If I remember correctly, I do remember... you coming up to me one point in time at Whisky Show and actually running to find me at Whisky Show, say, I just tried a Lefroy I liked, and then disappear back to go and tell people to do things again. And it is that thing of, you know, really, it's so dependent. And as I say, for these two today, we're now 22 hours into being awake and sort of hanging around and sort of talking about whiskey. I've eaten a lot of cheese, a lot of Haribo, and now these are very much sort of like in that order for me. But yeah, if you got before the cheese, I think Loch Lomond might have taken it.
Okay, but back to the original question.
The
Indeed.
last dram.
I mean, mine would not be whiskey, as
Ooh.
many of you know. But I will put aside my...
It's going to be a wine. Would it be a wine?
No, it'd be Clarence Sajou.
That's a bloody good choice.
I know.
I was expecting like snorkeling a Jeroboam of champagne sort of. Yeah.
I mean, Baresh would come high if I was with champagne. That would work. No, if I was having a whiskey, last dram.
The very last one.
Should we do a last dram from the current status quo? Because I think we could go like Bamore 60s or something like super cray.
Well, you already. Well, there was two, but that was one of the two. Was going to be a 96.
Or Longmorn.
No, it's going to be some Brora 70.
Yeah, they're going old and rare on me.
I mean, I would.
Oh no! The Brora 77 I'm talking about came out recently, so.
Still.
Yeah, I was going old and rare.
This batch left in a sample bottle. I shared it with lots of people in the office.
Gladly take
I shared it with you.
You did? Yeah, it was delicious.
It won't surprise you to hear I have quite an emotional attachment to the one I would choose. So for my, let's get this right, 44th birthday, my wife purchased a 25-year-old single cask Balvenie. And when she presented it to me, I was horrified because I was aware that it would have cost her a pretty penny. And she said, I don't want you to think about how valuable it's going to be years down the line. I really want you to enjoy it. And I found it very difficult to do that, to crack it open. Because 44 didn't feel like a big enough milestone in my life to open it. Almost a year later, just over a year later, my son was born, and I remember I was in a chat, a WhatsApp chat with some friends, and we got talking about whiskey, and they were asking me how I got involved, and it felt like the right time. So there is probably maybe 2 drams left in there. That would be my last. Not because my son is my favorite. It's the
I was like, what?
No, it's
on tenterhooks.
No, it's a 25-year-old single cask from
the David Stewart collection.
Yes, his signature is at the bottom of the
that range.
Oh yes,
yeah.
I
That
remember you telling me this story.
That entire range is a thing of absolute wonder.
Yeah, beautiful.
That
So
would be
I don't know
mine.
if we've given you an answer. I feel that we've dodged it, except for Otis, who has actually given you an answer.
I'm still thinking.
You,
Yeah, so the Broras and everything like that is one thing, but one of the things I always look for is fruity things and fruity whiskies and peaty fruity whiskies, and it's one of those distilleries that really does it. You start going old, you start going back, but for me, a really good batch of Lefroy 10-year-old.
Okay, you lost me there. But I
Yeah.
might go like a Ben Romack 15 for like a
that's
similar reason. That sort of peachy, smoky.
I will. I have a bottle on the side at home which I won at auction recently, Lefroy 10 from the 1990s. And again, it's going to the old and rare bit, and it is one of the most gloriously fruity things ever. I'm really hoping. My old colleague Tim Forbes, who used to work here, he and I ended up dividing auctions up, and he had first choice in every Lefroy 10, and he had a list of all of the label numbers because all the labels had like a serial number on, and then he'd open a bottle and mark how fruity it was, and we'd try and work out from the combination of label numbers, even though they literally just had boxes in the bottling plant, and said we'll just use that box today. So there was no rhyme or reason. He tried to create these sort of rubrics of trying to work out exactly to work out if it's a fruity bottle or not, and those are still. Not only due to the fact that it was me and Tim sort of like learning about these together. Tim, when he left, wrote a poem about Lefroy he could put up on our blog, and then told everybody how good Lefroy 10 was, and then sold his entire collection. Just at the point in time as the auction market came up in an annoying, slightly dodgy market maker sort of moment. But you gave one for my 40th birthday, so I can't complain. And it's a gloriously fruity thing.
I think Joe made a really great point there. Open it.
Yeah.
It's, you know, people didn't make the liquid, except for maybe a couple of distilleries now, but they will remain nameless, for buying, flipping, and walking out the door. You know, let's drink
it.
this
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
You know, like it's not made for holding on to. It's made for drinking. And the best thing that we can do as whiskey lovers is share that. And you know, we have some of the most amazing customers in the entire planet. I'm actually convinced of this, because a lot of you guys maybe that are listening now and have been, I know some of you have been listening as the evening's gone on, go into the shops, you share these drams with our teams, you share them with us, you know, and we're hugely grateful for that, because I think it's a learning experience. All of us are learning, and all of us are excited to learn, and all of us excited to taste. But at the same time, you know, sharing's caring, and I think we all want to do a lot more caring. On that note, we have a slight pause, and then we'll be back for 15 minutes. And then we're into the last leg. So we will see you in 5. I need some water.
I need a toilet break. I have done for the last 45 minutes.
And I've just realised that you're both right. The Loch Lomond 18 are
It's
absolutely
freaking
wins
delicious.
that. That would now be gone. See you all in a bit. And Oh.
All that you hear is this banging from Billy's back. Sorry, folks. I know you can hear me. Hello, people. You might have heard me laughing in the background because all I can hear is Billy banging bottles around at the back. So Billy has taken over the role of cocktail producer.
Because he said
Because
we were terrible.
yeah, no, the first one was fantastic. The second one was maybe a bit more dubious.
I would say that the second one is one of the more abomination style cocktails I've seen for a very long time.
Wow.
It's fair.
It's fair. You both agree with that. So it's all...
I mean,
don't.
Young was fine, mate. Young was fine. Dawn, however, I don't mean to sound rude. My God, I still shiver when I think about it.
It was interesting, for God's sake. These people are so picky. So we are, well, you might see I have now changed into a new shirt that may vaguely look tropical. Because I'm going to bring in a guest that is nothing to do with the whiskey world at all. But it was, for me, very important to bring this guest back.
Is he tropical?
He is very tropical.
Good. Totally tropical.
He is Mitch Wilson. So he is MWDD, and I am DDMW. There is a Mitch lurking in the background. I'm not 100% sure what Mitch is doing there. Mitch, what are you doing?
Wow. Wow.
Is that your sugarcane dressing gown? Mitch, tie the dressing gown. Tie the dressing gown, Mitch. Hold on, Mitch. I'm stealing Billy's. This is slightly terrifying. Sugarcane and champagne.
Do you remember literally moments ago, Dawn, I said, please don't bring someone to camera who is going to drop their trousers. There's no dropping going on, but a wide open flapping still counts.
That was Oliver's fault.
We can't hear you, Mitch.
Mitch, turn the sound on. No sound, Mitch. Are we doing this all by signal? So while Mitch sorts the sound out, or anyone sorts Mitch's, can you hear us?
One moment, please.
One moment, please. So the reason I have brought Mitch back is because this is my second 24 hours. It's Billy's second 24 hours. It's Otis's first. The first 24 hours we did was a rum 24 hours, and it was to celebrate the 150th, that's right, isn't it?
Black Tot.
Black Tot
Yes.
anniversary. I had a moment of blondness. And by this point, Mitch and I were so high on coffee, daiquiris, and champagne, I'm not 100% sure any of us knew what we were saying. And
I am very certain that you did not.
I look back on the last videos that we did for Black Tot 24 hours, and I don't think we look quite as sprightly as we did at the beginning. No sound, Mitch. Oh, can you hear us? Yes, you can hear us. Mitch, get rid of the ear things. So Mitch is trying to look suave and sophisticated in his sugarcane. So Mitch and I tend to go to extremes on everything that we do, funnily enough. So we bought sugarcane. So I'm known as Champagne and Mitch is known as Sugarcane. We created an Instagram account called Sugarcane and Champagne. We had chairs made saying Sugarcane and Champagne. We had bathrobes made saying Sugarcane and Champagne, all for 24 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, it was dedication to the cause. We had bubble machines. I forgot to bring the bubble maker down, which is fabulous.
I feel somewhat
And-
shortchanged.
I would.
Yeah.
What are you doing now, Mitch?
It's all. We're moving from laptop to phone, I think, by the looks of it.
I mean, the great thing is we're ending on a technical fault, and we started on a
technical fault.
of not moving your microphone off. Okay,
How's
can you
that?
hear us now, Mitch? Ah!
Yay!
So
It wouldn't be 24 hours if we didn't have some technical difficulties.
this is true, Mitch. Mitch, tighten up the buckle.
Cheers,
There's a lot
guys.
of chest on show here, Mitch.
It goes lower, but we'll try and keep it.
Your name
below
is
the
not
watershed.
Georgie. And Mitch, I mean, it's great to have you here in the final
Final
furlough.
to give you that last bit of encouragement, Dawn, just to get you across the line.
Thank you. I actually feel much better than the last time. I have not had a dip yet. I had a slight lull, but no dip.
Oh, I had a dip.
My-
I dipped deep, Mitch.
My favorite moment was, and all of us upstairs were in floods of tears, was during the Japanese talk. And I just, every now and again, would realize he had to smile. Just unrelated to anything was going on. He'd be like this. And then go back. Billy is making a daiquiri for us.
Right, okay, before we do a daiquiri though, I'm just gonna do something.
Okay.
Here.
We're doing daiquiris. I'm finishing my champagne, but we're doing daiquiris now.
We just need to right a little bit of the wrongs that happened earlier on, okay? Because I woke up, I saw the penicillin drama. we just we just need to address that first. You know, I'm not. You know, I'm a rum guy, but we're going to do one for the whiskey people here just to make sure this is right. So,
I would just like to, before you go down that route, Mitch, I'd just like to point out that Ortis and I are in the camp of going to bars.
Well, if ever there was a great advert for going to your local cocktail bar and supporting it, that would be it. All right, so here's how we actually make a penicillin, right? Okay, so shot and a half of whiskey. We're going to use elements of Isla Cask Edit here. Now
We did that.
I got the smoke.
I mean, I might have had a little Hamden.
All right, this is where it went wrong. Okay, you need to juice your ginger first. Okay, as Chanel said earlier.
No, we didn't have a juicer, Mitch.
You gotta-
It said muddle on the recipe.
They lied on the recipe.
We're gonna. So this is some ginger and honey syrup that I've made. We're gonna
I
add
mean, like, that's far too common. I mean, come on.
that.
I
And
mean,
then-
where's the muscle action? We were guns out.
Dawn guns out is
You squeezed your lemon juice. This is just cheating, Mitch.
believe it or not, I'm a professional.
Okay.
So we're gonna shake this up.
I mean, you did that. You did that. I maybe wasn't quite as effective on the shaking.
You know.
We both opened it fine.
I even tapped mine on the
Boys,
counter.
pre-chill your glass, man.
We strained it
And poured it over
and
ice.
poured it over ice. Did we pour it over ice?
Yeah.
No, you poured it into a glass and
Oh,
you
then
garnished it
dropped-
with ice
you-
storm. It was a large ice.
And because there should always be a little bit of rum in your whiskey lives. Chanel's lovely touch of adding some Hampton on top.
I did that, Mitch.
No. I think what you did, Dawn, is you poured some Hampton into it more than there was whiskey, and then shook it. So the daiquiri, Nick, it's not quite to your spec due to the fact that I don't have all the ingredients. However, I did have.
Tasty.
I have some Clarin coming now,
Hey,
rather than
Steve.
those you asked for, and rather than just black top, I've got this Master Blenders Reserve 2022.
Oh, now
Oh,
you stopped it.
So
I like
So
it.
a bit of work if you're in Dr. Chilton in there. So, and unfortunately, I'm not allowed daiquiris because they got too much sugar in.
He says, having necked half of Haribo's annual output last year.
Okay. However, instead, I am being good now because we're on to a new day.
Oh, right.
I had
Okay.
I haven't had a sleep yet, but I might have had a mild sort of like moments of not knowing who I was. Maybe a bit of a hypo. So I just got some Clarin Commune now.
Okay.
So,
What
what are you doing? Oh, why have you got Seju and I don't?
Well, I learned from experience. We always need a bottle of black tart and a bottle of Soju at hand.
I have one on my desk.
Well, shut up, drink your daiquiris. Yeah, I worked on those. I even tried to make a silver strain and didn't have gigantic lumps in.
Oh, well done, Billy.
So I'm going to do a
Mitch,
little.
for the,
Oh, it's almost like Mitch is in the room.
Yeah.
It's actually better. It's a little less sweet because Mitch does like a bit of sugar.
I mean,
That's like a daiquiri.
it's sweet, but that's a daiquiri.
Yeah.
We're going to,
Thank you very much, lovely people. There we go.
Mitch, how's your penicillin?
the penicillin's delicious. Cheers. I'm going to do a little. So I'm doing a little daiquiri here for you, but we're going to do a little twist in honor
Mitch.
of Dawn. So
Chest away.
this is how we get the viewers up in the last hour, Dawn. Right.
Actually, they're dropping rapidly.
I'll start texting people. Mitch Wilson's boobs are coming out. So.
So we're doing a little blend of black top with Soju, especially for you, Dawn. We've got the fresh lime juice, but I'm going to use some of the honey ginger syrup that I made, and we're going to use that daiquiri. So it's going to be a little riff.
That's what I was thinking. I'm going to shaking earlier.
Yeah, that's shaking.
It's an uppy downy and a sidey at the same time. It's all
Mitch, I'd really like to. Actually, I'd love to show everyone what the back bar looks like right now, but I have no idea where the phone is. I think it might be in the toilet.
Your back bar?
Our back bar is. I mean, if we were making a hurricane, the back bar would resemble a hurricane.
Have people been looking after the back bar?
I was looking after the back bar. I lost control of it somewhere at around 4:35.
I started tidying when I was making the daiquiris.
Yeah, you didn't do a good job, Billy.
Oh, dear me. Bloody
It's
hell.
bad.
Somebody. Who be me? Oh, dear.
But now what are you doing?
I'm tidying, Dawn.
No,
I'm
don't
tidying.
tidy it now. It's too late for that. So
Dawn, you're in the last hour. How's it been? How's it been this time round?
do you know what? I think it's easier.
Yeah? Is
Sorry,
it because I'm not there?
I think possibly you and I almost killed each other about 3 times from 12 o'clock onwards. So probably about 6 times because that's 3 times each. Also, I think both of us are such high energy people that we might have exhausted each other, which is kind of normal.
Yeah,
I don't know. I feel good.
Well, Mitch, this time I didn't need to bring a cup of coffee on every 45-minute boundary. I just brought one.
I've had one coffee.
One very good cup of coffee.
It was a delicious
very good
cup of coffee.
Thank you. That's a Rwanda Lisa from Horsham Coffee. Horsham Coffee, please sponsor me. Thank you.
Delicious.
Rwanda Lisa.
Lisa.
Oh, Lisa. Oh,
L-I-Z-A.
either way, I
L-I-Z-A.
can't wait to meet her.
Yeah.
Some friends of mine did a 500-kilometer ride across Rwanda.
Across Rwanda?
Yeah.
That's super awesome.
Just got back last week. Actually, I don't think they met Lisa while they were out there, but I'll check.
Check with them.
They might have a Lisa. This is a very specific Lisa.
Right.
Yeah.
And I love the fact that Chris is saying, let's do a 24-hour black tot every July. I think the words of David, who has done all the organization for this 24 hours and has been absolutely amazing. And we'll get the team down in the next session because they have been absolute legends. I think David's words were, I am never doing this again.
Wow.
And occasionally when David says that to me, I ignore him. This time I actually felt that maybe he wouldn't like ever come back if I said to him.
I think when you reach an apex,
Yeah.
when you understand that it could never be done better than it has been, it's easy to just, you know what?
And you know, I just don't feel there's a gin 24 hours in me. Weirdly,
in anyone.
No one.
If you need them, I can find the people. Not me. I can find the people. I know some weird people.
No.
And if any of you guys are out there, you very much know who you are. So
I think this is a message from David. Over to Elixir Distillers for Black Dog 24 hours, part 2.
Get organised.
Next year will be 5 years since we did it. So
that is insane. And I think the funniest thing was about Black Talk 24 Hours is that Mitch and I hated each other. Well, I hated Mitch. When we met first, I was like, yeah, no. Sakinda actually said to Mitch, she's not going to like you because I really didn't like Black Talk. Actually, no, I still don't like Black Talk.
It's all right, though, when you dose it with a bit of
oh, yeah, it's delicious with time. No, he knows. I tell him all the time. No, I do like master blenders. I'm just, challenge is on.
Sorry, is that a black
top?
Is
secretly our black top brand ambassador.
Or is that Chanel saying, I will happily organise a 24-hour black top thing? I believe it's Chanel offering to organise it.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, head of marketing for Elixir Distillers.
Head of marketing Elixir Distillers has announced today that Black Top 24 Hours
is a go.
Is a go 2020. What year are we in? Maybe 24?
July. That's right. It's in the future.
Oh, it's like a month away.
Yeah, exactly. That's fine. Yeah.
48-hour Black Top weekend. Yeah, bring that on.
Yeah. If you need any more ideas about to hurt yourselves, just let us know. We're happy. We're here for you.
As always, I'm supporting the cause. But yeah, maybe I'm getting kind of. I felt that maybe as I was getting older, it'd be harder. I think I'm just getting younger. Because I actually felt it was easier.
Well, the champagne.
Weirdly, this has been easier. At the same time, I feel a lot worse.
That's because you've had like 10,000 Haribos.
I know, it's been amazing.
Billy's going to have the biggest come down ever. Fern, I love you.
I found a bag of Town Fastics back there as well. It's not been opened yet.
What are they?
Sal mix.
Is that what I bought?
By the way.
Yeah. and we have to ask, how was your first?
I really enjoyed it. I had doubts as to my ability to go through the 24 because I'm trying to remember the last time I was awake this long, and it might have been university or some stupid all-nighter in my 30s, which was a good while ago. Oh no! It was the birth of my daughter. So 8 years ago.
I love the fact you actually told me that about 6 hours ago.
It's almost like you've been awake for. You've been awake for more than 24 hours at the moment.
Thank you, because my son woke me at 10 to 4, because he had a nightmare. Bless him. Last week he stumbled upon an image of Peyton, I think the character's name is, from the horror movies, the clown.
Oh, the clown.
Yes.
The Tim Curry version or a later version?
No, the Skarsgård.
Okay, I'm about to say Tim Curry version. That's a proper scarring situation.
Yes.
So
yes.
We're safer at least.
So that was the reason I was up at 10 to 4 Friday night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Actually,
can I tell everyone a bit of a story about Ortis?
No, you
I feel like you're going to anyway, Dawn. So.
I'm going to anyway. Yes, I am. Indeed, I am. So I phoned Ortis on Thursday just to confirm some last little details, and he was something about London Bridge. I was like, no. Why London Bridge? I said Park Royal. He's like, oh, I was going to London Bridge. I was like, no, Park Royal. But I kind of got why he might have thought London Bridge, great venue, meetings down there, it felt right. And then as I signed off, I said, well, I'll see you Saturday. And he goes,
no, you got the day wrong. I'll see you on Friday, Dawn.
Yeah.
Good work, mate. Good work.
Yeah. Friday. This has only been in the planning for about 9 months, and Otis was turning up on Friday.
Yeah.
For 24 hours.
You didn't have to break it to my wife that the date that had been in the diary for 9-10 months was wrong. And a funny story there that doesn't end well.
Serious.
She
faces.
just
Not
messaged
fun.
him asking when he's going to be home.
Hey, now you're
And
saying
is he
too
going
much.
to sleep?
I can't go to sleep. I'm not allowed to. It would be wrong for me to go home after
To stay away for 20
ballsing up the entire weekend and said,
What are you going to do?
"Good night. I'm going to go into the garden and I'm going to toil. I'm going to
In a
toil."
hammock?
No. I'm picking up a mattock. That's a new
Oh,
term
I heard about
that
talking
I
about
learned
earlier.
only a couple of days ago. I thought I wanted a pickaxe. No, it's a mattock. So I'm going to go to my local
Mattock
hardware
provider?
store,
Yep.
pick up a mattock, and there's a massive sort of bush that I'm going to attack. Not the one that I would like to attack on a Sunday afternoon, but that's for a completely different podcast.
Family show. Yeah.
As
This is
we're 3 hours in and it's starting to show.
I mean, to be fair, it was when Patrick.
You're starting to
No,
The revelations
making
continue.
whiskey is like having sex that we knew we were.
Yeah,
and that was session 2.
yeah, Patrick started it.
Patrick started
I
it.
didn't know that was a gardening show.
Yeah, it was gardening. We were gardening. Being gardening. Where are we going with this?
Where
No.
are you going?
No, you started this.
You're lingering.
I just got confused by the whole conversation.
Guys,
I feel
may I
disappointed.
propose a toast?
Oh,
Oh. Well, I've drunk everything, so what do you want me to toast?
Oh, are we
with?
doing a toast?
Oh,
I've got a
can
little
have,
bit left.
I can have Billy's champagne.
No, the bottle's here.
No, I've got.
Wait a minute. I've got it.
I'm not wasting it.
I say, I don't mean to sound rude, Mitch, and say that you're predictable, but I feel that.
Oh, I know the toast.
Yeah. I'm feeling that one of these might be more appropriate for
No,
the toast.
I thought we were genuinely just having a toast. I'd forgotten. This is how maybe I am more tired than I possibly thought.
I have to say, we are in trouble, Dawn.
We are in
if
trouble.
If I am keeping us on track at this point.
Yeah, this is not
So,
good.
yeah. Anyway.
Right.
Guys, congratulations on everything you've done so far. You've got 1 hour more to go. I'm so excited to see you cross the finish line. So there are tall ships.
There are tall ships.
And there are small ships.
And there are small ships.
And there are ships that sail the sea.
And there are ships that sail the seas.
But the best ships
But the best ships
are friendships.
are friendships.
So here's to you and me. Cheers, you guys.
So here's to you
Here's to
and
us. Cheers.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We love you, Mitchie.
You guys have done so well. Keep it going.
Love you, Mitch. Love
Thank
you.
you.
Right.
I truly know how marathon runners feel.
No, I genuinely, I would like everyone to just message their friends now and say, get the fuck online because we're going to need you for the last hour and 15 minutes.
And we dropped one person.
And we dropped one person.
No, they've
My
gone.
person is like,
They've gone.
That's
So they can
Mitch.
make the phone call.
That's Mitch. No, I think at this point we possibly need your support. We're going to attempt a quiz, but I'd actually like to shake it up. And all my ideas, my team were like, "No, we're not doing." Actually, through this, I'd love you, whoever's online now, to post your "We Are Whiskey" stories because I think at the end of the day, this has been about community. It's about friendships. It's about learning and sort of changing the dial. And I'm super excited to have taken part in this. And we'll do a little kind of closing wrap at the end where we bring the guys down and because they have been the real heroes of this, not us. I am literally losing my voice, which is quite exciting for everyone.
This is the plate of cheese that Oliver brought. After I facetiously said, could someone bring me cheese?
Yeah, they've helped us out. I don't know that they're the heroes.
Yeah.
I think the heroes are the ones who you've seen battling on screen through fatigue, challenges with the subject matter,
We're losing people by the
We
second.
really are losing. I'll shut up.
I mean, genuinely.
Oh my goodness.
That's quite hysterical. I
Right.
love the fact we're now using
I'm not going to say anything.
Right.
Yay!
We're-
And we were
Yay,
one person. I'm going to say even less. Stay level. Okay, that's maybe too much. Oh, there we go. Boom. There we go. Right. So
Everybody, Billy's not saying anything.
We're literally going to disappear for 5 minutes, not even, just to freshen ourselves. Well, freshen ourselves up. There's any point in that right now. But we would really appreciate you if you could garner some support, get the teams rallied, get them just even watching, and just help us get across the finish line.
Yeah,
'cause
just fit us in before we go
it
to church.
has been a long, because we will be going to the church of bed after this.
I'm
Or
toil.
bushes.
toil. I'm going to the bed of toil. And
All right. We will see you in 2. Please hang on. Get some people on because we'd love to finish on a high with all of you guys because you're all amazing and very supportive. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'd just like to say I love the fact that the 18 people that are still here, 17.
Stop telling my numbers. The numbers are secret.
Are our
there's an
true
anticlimax.
friends.
It's like, oh my goodness, I can't wait till they come back. No.
The thousands
True
of
friends,
people who are
thousands
online.
of people, thousands of people. We love you. You know, no.
So many. I mean, the numbers are astronomical. feeling
Boom, there we
like-
go.
We're feeling like success right now.
Anyway, right. So what's the what I don't know what we're doing.
We're doing a quiz.
We are doing a quiz, and it's the 24-hour game show. Now, basically, if you haven't been watching all night,
Forget about it.
forget about it. Because actually, the answers have been rolling all night. I would not pass the test because I ignored the questions and the answers. However, I would pass the test because
Yeah.
No
So-
spoilers.
we're going to go old school with this. We're not going to do some apps. We're not going to get fancy with this. We're literally, you're just going to type your answers in on the commenty thing. And whoever gets the most correct,
Yep.
well, you can either have a ticket to Whisky Show. I could arrange you a lucky dip bottle.
Ooh.
And I'm super happy to, like,
What would you choose? Pair of tickets or a lucky dip bottle? I mean,
I'll
pair
go
of
for
tickets. You got.
it depends what mood I'm in. So you take your chances with
I
that.
go for
Oh wow.
I go for Lucky Dip Bottle because I'm working at the show.
Okay.
There you
You're
go.
already there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know.
So lucky
I'd go-
dip bottle is
I'd go
very
half and half.
much up to my, you know, if you've nailed it, it's a very good lucky dip bottle. If you've got
Scraped
4 out
it.
of 5,
Yeah.
4 out of 15, then yeah, that's going to be Open Nero Rosso because I got a little bit of that shift.
Wow.
I've got a bottle of Lillet Blanc that I've been nurturing in a warm cupboard for the past year.
We're losing them.
We could do another cocktail.
We're losing them.
Right, seriously, we won't do another cocktail if people join in. There we go. Right.
Where's,
Oh my God,
where's the
yes.
defib?
Where's it? Won't
Let's
need
get
it.
into the questions.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have any idea whether the team upstairs are ready for questions. If you are a team, tell us you're ready. If you're not, then we're ready to go.
Give us an on-screen.
I mean,
thumbs
to
up.
be fair, actually, any answer will get you points.
Oh. Look at
Look
that.
at the special effect. Who needs a bubble
That's
machine
it.
when you have
That wasn't me doing
Fireworks.
thumbs ups. That made
try to get? Ooh.
it might be me doing a thumbs up that magically did that because that's what happened last time.
No, it's not.
Do you know what I
thumbs up that
thought
does
for a
it.
minute? Have we changed? Like, I feel that you two have changed heads. It's really weird for a moment. Yeah, no, I'm
Right, okay,
literally
we are
had
now officially into the final hour. We're
Okay.
10:01.
Yes.
Right, so
1 hour. Right, guys. Okay, so let's start. Actually, before
There we
we start
go.
the quiz, I'd love you guys to think of some questions
Yes.
that maybe that have either questions you kind of wanted to ask that happened over the last 23 hours, or questions you'd love to ask us. I mean, please keep the food pairings going because I'm nailing those things. That's the only thing I'm getting right now.
Although I would say, based on the fact that we've all been here now for 23 hours, do not ask for life advice. We are not people who should be answering that sort of question.
I mean, I feel
Happy
still.
to give it a go.
Yeah, happy to
Yeah.
give it a go. So we're here for life advice.
I'm not.
Billy's
Trust
here
me.
for.
Look
so
at me.
We
I
have
am definitely a.
We
all
are.
the wrong decisions.
We're renaming Billy. Billy is going to become the Buddha of barley. And I'm giving that quiz.
Sorry,
quiz.
I believe they're becoming impatient upstairs.
Yes. Question number 1. It's on your screens. What is the world's most northerly distillery?
And there is a clear-cut answer here. It's not any sort of
No,
weird
no, no.
lines of
This
latitude or anything like
is
that.
this is straight.
Solid.
I even know the answer to this.
Type your answers in real quick.
I bet.
Northerly.
Lovely.
North, not south.
Northernly. Northernly.
Northerly.
Northerly.
Yeah.
Northernly would be like
Manchester.
Wouldn't it? Right. Oh,
I
right.
can't do it. Oh,
Okay. What is the world's most northerly distillery?
any answers?
Tap and tap now.
Okay, so it's my name
Don't give
No,
clues.
in another language.
Morning.
Begins with A.
Let's stop telling them things. You're the one who's
A
giving them a
roar.
prime. That
A
should be-
roar.
Oh, really?
Right, that's one. That's one. We're not doing that. You know, Anyway,
The answer's
Okay,
not
come on, guys.
anyone.
Okay, let's make it easier for you.
remember, points win prizes.
Points win prizes.
People are
Yeah.
typing in their answers. It's fine.
Cool.
Question 2.
Okay, the most northerly. Okay, my name in Italian. No,
Dawn.
that doesn't make
Dawn,
sense. No,
no.
in French
Really?
is Aurora.
Orally?
Aurora.
Oh, we worked on Orally, but
Aurora. A lion roars,
bloody hell, this is.
and there's 2 A's on either side of it. Where are we, guys? Come on, someone type some stuff in.
Well,
Every roar, something roars. Where is the A in that? Oh my God, guys, now we're losing you. Okay, look, come on, 16 people. Okay, let's give away. That's. Thank you, Chanel. Aurora. Okay,
right.
next one. There was. Oh, that's just the answer.
There we go.
Right, next one. Okay, come on, people. We need you back. What is Scotland's highest
I
distillery?
know the answer that's being given here, and I disagree with it.
Oh,
So there are
Oh,
actually.
this is quite good, actually. This is
I
quite a good one.
I thought I'd edited the answer to this when I was sent my way. However, there is the answer which we have,
Mhm.
and there is another answer, and
So let's throw up the one we have.
Well, first of all, highest distillery. Are we talking about tallest,
Altitude
or are we talking about furthest north?
we're talking about altitude. You know, the distillery, which
Oh.
So, yes. but the difficulty then is you take from the top of the tallest building or the bottom of its lowest point. It's a really difficult thing. So there are
Ben
two different ones.
Nevis? Ben Nevis?
Oh, the story says Ben Nevis. No, it is not Ben Nevis. That is not one of the two answers. Although,
So we will accept either one of the two answers.
Yeah, let's accept that
Yeah.
either the two answers. I think that's
But
fair.
then you can qualify.
Yeah,
quantify?
so there are two.
Delwynny?
That is one of the two.
Okay.
Well
One for
done, Chris.
I disagree with the fact that it's the tallest, but then again, that is because I now have a new loyalty to our glorious group of family companies who we work with. There is another distillery which may be owned by Shivers Brothers, who I think either Dalwhinnie or them stuck up an aerial on top of their building to try and make themselves taller.
But I
So,
don't think that's the highest
no,
distillery.
no.
I think you measure from.
But
This
which,
is
You
the
measure
thing.
from the
which
floor.
distillery?
Well, if anybody's got an idea of what the answer might
So
be,
it's a
that one.
Pernod distillery.
Shivers Brothers distillery.
Oh,
Get the
Shivers.
branding. Get the branding right, Dawn. So, have you not been on the course?
No, I know the
here we
answer
are
because you've been.
at 1,164 feet above sea level.
Let me have a quick.
Dalwhinnie. Oh no, it's gone. Next question, Billy.
Oh, the distillery in question.
What would the second
is
answer be?
Braeval
Braeval.
Distillery, which often sort of like vies for.
Okay, so
highest
Chanel and Chris are tied for first place.
Or no, there may be other answers knocking around in the comments that the guys have
Okay.
shown us. So
That's
we
true.
should not speculate. We shall
Okay.
leave it to the admin team.
What?
This is your question, Billy.
Oh,
Oh.
so what do Port
Sticking out of
Ellen,
myself.
Lefroy, Lagavulin, and Ardbeg have in common?
Yeah, I know this one. I
Or do you-
believe.
No, I
would-
think
I'm about
they
to say, I
know
don't know what
it's
answer they've
trick.
given.
Is it
I
trick?
think it's a.
Chris says Dalwhinnie. That is a perfect answer to that question. Excellent. This is the thing. This is quite a wide question because Pete and
All
All
I-
Isla,
okay,
that's one
yeah,
level, but it's
All Isla.
actually there's even a step beyond that. I don't know what the question
That would have been
They
mine.
delicious.
There we go. You know,
We
they
have,
delicious.
we have 3 winners here. 3 winners.
yeah,
Billy?
I would take all of those. So my one would be is they're all distilleries along the south coast of Isla, very specifically. There we
We
go.
went one
Distilleries
step
on
too
the
far.
south Kildalton shore of
Wow.
Isla. So
Oh yes.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
we're,
all
okay.
Isla
I
works.
think that's 3 points for all of them.
They're delicious.
Yeah, I think they're delicious. No, actually, Chanel. No, they're not all delicious because I don't like Lefroy.
but that's because you're wrong, Dawn. Best whiskey.
For right now.
Next question.
How big is a butt?
How big is your
I
butt?
don't have my T-shirt.
Oh, how big is a butt?
How big is a butt?
Ooh.
I like big butts, and I cannot lie.
Let the people decide. Although I have to say, I was
Okay,
looking
cool.
through
We
all
could
of
do
this.
Twerky Park now.
We go through in order of size, can't we? And that's not telling us how.
No, it's a
Well-
butt, like a sherry butt.
Yeah.
Not your butt, not my butt,
No,
and not Billy's
We
butt.
can go through casks, barrels in
So-
order of size, can't we? Smallest is a.
Depends what you're
Then the
talking.
next one
You,
is.
you don't have to pin.
Oh, hold on, we've got an
Yeah.
answer.
Ooh, 500 litres.
That's what I
That
would
is.
Oh, yes.
Although I very much enjoyed Oliver's previous sort of like full answer to it, which is a butt is a 500 litre cask, which is big enough to sit on.
That is
That's
true.
it.
Yeah.
Oliver is a smart chap, so
I
yeah.
can sit on one.
There you go. That's your one
100,
compliment, Oliver. You brought me
something
cheese.
like
I owed
that.
you that. There we go.
I think my butt would film that. Do we want to test that?
No, let's not.
Yes.
Not-
Right.
Okay,
not
right.
today, Dawn.
Oh, I know the answer to this. Where are the tallest pot stills in Scotland?
This even came up during a talk that we did earlier on.
It did. Any ideas? So this would have been a talk.
No, don't give me any more than that.
Okay.
This is a thing they should know, and they should have been watching. We were on the screen.
Yeah,
We've been
this was
talking.
the. I know it wasn't too late in the night. This
No.
talk, so
We
it
were still
was a
vaguely
respectable hour.
It's very good.
Do you want to give them a clue as to?
They are the
Glenn.
height of a giraffe.
Yes, thank you.
And Andrew,
Yay!
bang in there.
I mean, I think
Hope you're not
Andrew.
googling the answers.
Chanel, that was too slow. I mean, don't go for the emoji. Just go for the easy thing. You've just taken a
16
long
feet,
time to look for that
10
emoji.
inches tall.
They're really
That's
big.
Just a little bit taller than Robert Pershing Wadlow.
I saw a lot of giraffes on my holiday in
I was reading about him the other day.
Were you?
It's quite a lot taller than him, but still, he was a huge man.
He
His
was a
hands were
huge
like a
man.
foot long.
He was a very large.
I was reading about Andre the
I
Giant
want
as well.
Andrew. You got those Whiskey Show tickets, even if you lose. Don't worry.
You can't do that.
Oh, you have to get all the answers right,
I
otherwise.
think my team were like,
We've got
Right.
22,000 people watching. They'll be disappointed.
okay.
I would say so. This one, I would
Oh.
adjust the wording a little bit.
No,
again, please.
I'm giving the
I
weekend.
do believe
Where-
David.
I know where the biggest pot stills in the world
Where
are.
are the biggest whiskey pot stills in the world?
No,
Ah.
no.
Remember, this is
No. They're still the ones you're thinking of, and not the biggest pot stills in the world. The whiskey pot stills are the biggest ones. in
Yeah,
the world.
that's what I'm
These are
saying.
the
I'm
second biggest
qualifying
pot
it here
stills
to
in the
make
world.
sure that somebody doesn't say,
keeping it
"Oh, this
whiskey.
rum distillery."
Chris,
On brand.
it's not Appleton.
Yes. Where are the biggest whiskey pot stills in the world? This is Whiskey 24 Hours, and we definitely didn't drink daiquiris just now. Hide the sage juice. We haven't got the sage juice. Hide the program. Right. So, where are the biggest pot stills in the world? Does anybody know?
They are in Ireland.
Yay, Jason's. You don't need any tickets. To
Literally,
Whiskey
Jason,
Show.
you're probably working with me.
You,
So,
you don't need
owns the
them.
tickets.
You don't need the tickets. You don't need
Oh,
the
dear me.
tickets.
That's chipped into Andrew's lead there as well, though.
That has chipped into Andrew's
So-
lead.
80,000.
Come on, Andrew, raise the game.
This
raise
is
the
working well.
game.
When it comes to us saving money at this point in time, use our staff to try and get away with the winners. This is working well. I like
Okay,
this. I
so
like this.
Chanel is also discounted if we're looking at that. Not that she's our staff,
But
but
she's probably gonna be working.
Yeah,
But
she
no.
would. Okay,
It says here, Milton's huge 80,000 litres.
Yeah, it's massive.
second biggest
That's
pot still in the world, and bring it in Appleton Distillery in Jamaica.
Oh, here we go.
Right.
Finish
Oh.
this sentence. Octave, quarter, American standard barrels and hogsheads are really heavy.
Not really. An
Not
octave's
bad.
actually-
That's
it's pretty
yeah,
manageable, an
octave
octave.
wouldn't
Yeah.
be so heavy.
Yeah.
Even filled.
So octave.
I
oh,
reckon
I got it.
just about lift
Then
an
I'll
octave.
say Ireland. Are you, Chris? We're
Ireland.
really behind on this question here. This is not about the hogshead.
Expensive?
Expensive. Yes, Brendan.
I'd say, Brendan,
Excellent answer.
if it's,
Damn fine. I mean,
if you're having
these
problems with
answers are
cars, Brendan, let
brilliant.
me know. I know a guy. He's got a truck. He'll sort you out. You know, things fall off the back of it all the time.
I mean, guys, cast sizes. Ooh, do you know what? This could be really open to interpretation because it could be oak. It could be
it is
expensive.
it is quite
It
specifically one
could
thing.
be sizes. Kirsten, I love you.
Oh, there. And I do believe we've now had a couple of correct answers.
Or made it a Cooper.
I
This
mean,
is accurate.
Andrew's
Andrew's
zero,
coming in
He's
with
taken the right
extra
answer and
answers.
zeroed in further. That's why, yeah.
Andrew, guys, Andrew's getting tickets.
Not
Used to age whiskey.
So, but then
However,
also,
all the other answers were very accurate.
well, this one again here because it's an octave, a quarter cask, an American standard barrel, and a hogshead. So quarter is missing the word cask. So
Okay.
I was working with Oliver to try and work out a better way of doing this, but we gave up because we reckon this is obvious. And it's sort of
Clearly
fitting in.
not.
No, not at all. But I feel people have got the right idea. Made in a cooperage, I feel legally
These are-
for maturing whiskey.
Yeah,
There
great
we
to
go.
give us the answer after we've
Dr.
given
Phil.
you the answer.
Right.
As Phil's one of the people who taught me all this, I'm fairly certain he did know it already. So.
But still, there was
Yeah.
a timing issue
Oh,
here.
and you dropped in a butt in there as well. That's not one listed, so well done. Good work. We've
I
learned.
should
We've
worn
learned
my
together.
I like big butts t-shirt. Okay, come on. Let's
Right.
roll it. Let's roll it. I'm in it to win it. What connects Longmorn, Hazelburn, Yamazaki, and Yoichi? Price.
Indian Ocean.
This was a word that I forgot earlier and had to rapidly cover as my brain would not recall it. I think I did it well enough that I
Okay.
have not got any looks. So
Okay. Women? No.
No. Is it?
Taketsuru.
I do believe young
Ooh,
Andrew has jumped in again.
Andrew.
Masataka Taketsuru, the founder with Shinjiro Tori of Yamasaki Distillery
Jason Tulane.
and the founder of Nika. Earlier on, remember I was talking about the founder of Nika, and I said,
Yes.
and the founder of the, and I had to
Okay,
literally
'cause
leap
you
to that
realised
because
it
I'd
was
totally
the-
forgotten
okay.
Taketsuru's name.
And actually, we brought up Rita in one of the earlier ones because
Excellent.
actually she is one of the women in whiskey, having travelled all the way from homeland in Scotland. Yes,
Yeah.
I can't argue with that, Chris. But we gave you the answer. Had you been a bit quicker on that, we would have given you a point for that.
I say if you want to learn more about Rita Taketsuru,
It's slower.
I see.
gonna
I see. That's his
take
excuse.
the-
Jason, you've got tickets to Whiskey Show
No,
already.
he doesn't.
You're
he has
working
to
it.
be there. Yeah. But no, I'm saying
Is it
if anyone
true?
wants to learn more about Rita Taketsuru, on a smaller scale, maybe just like a single page in a fantastic book, please buy The Philosophy of Whiskey by Billy Abbott. There we go.
Great
That's my
book.
one plug for my book. I said
Great.
that
You're
last
an
time as well.
actor. You're an
I
actor.
said that last time.
Or
Skilled
actually, if you
individual.
want to learn a bit more about women, Fred Minnick's book. Sorry, Billy. Women
Well,
in
I did
Whiskey.
use that book as one of my sources. So
But also one of the most
Yeah.
excellent books
Did you-
on whiskey today.
I noticed we have a copy here of everything
Do
you
you know
need to know
what?
about
I
whiskey.
have,
for
I
this
have
Most
been
excellent.
waiting 23 hours and 15 minutes for you to notice I had not put one of your books out.
I
The
noticed.
reason is-
I noticed. I
The
noticed.
reason
Within,
10
is-
hours ago.
I noticed within 10 minutes, but
Oh.
I
The
didn't want to
reason
say anything.
is I don't have one
Oh.
here. I only have one at home.
I love that you've called it a bazaar.
It is a bazaar.
Jason's old and rare bazaar.
It is a bazaar.
Whiskey
So
Show.
actually, Whiskey Show, we should talk about for 5 seconds before you. Oh, hold on. No,
right.
sorry, we're not.
Oh, even I know this one.
Do you know what I
having
was about to say?
visited 3 times.
C's.
I'm about to say all
And
begin
then I
with
saw
C.
Glenkitchy.
All begin with C.
They don't, because
Well,
Glenkitchy.
Glenkitchy,
I was
the
going
G
with
looks
all
like a
C's.
C.
They've got C
It
in
looks
them.
like a C.
He also worked it. For a second there, I was like, what is Kleinleash Garden?
Was Bonus?
Kleinleash
Bonus?
Diageo?
Yeah, refine your answer a bit, Andrew.
Kleinleash, Kalila, Cardew, and Glenkitchy. Johnny Walker? Oh, I'm not meant to answer.
Yeah, you're not meant to answer.
Bonus.
I didn't say Johnny Walker. Didn't say Johnny Walker. You
said
guys
it, you've said it
guess on your
twice
own.
now.
Yeah.
And let's add a bonus question. Who were the two women that actually were the true founders? Oh, Four Corners of Scotland. That's a sexy answer from Karsten.
But that's also the correct answer.
Karsten, you could also come to Whiskey Show whenever you want. Just as an FYI.
Shh, stop telling people that. That's actually,
Yeah.
you go back a second. What was the question again, specifically? And Chanel, it is Bonus. They had a bunch of coffee stills in there. Kylish, Kalila, Cardew, Glenkitchy. Yeah, no, they are the Four Corners.
Yes.
So, yeah, as you said.
Four
so
Corners?
basically, they because they're the
Who are
four.
we giving this to?
There are four important. That's a clue for Carsten, because
Yes.
basically they nominate these four distilleries to be the four corners of the Johnny Walker blend.
Uh-huh.
When you go to them, they have statues.
Yep.
So Cardew not only has the striding man, but also a statue of Elizabeth Cumming, who was the founder of the
Elizabeth
distillery.
and Helen.
Indeed.
So Helen was the original, well, the family.
Mhm.
Helen took over. Helen actually was one of the people that pushed the distillery forward. And then She died. Her son took over. Her son sadly passed away. His widow, because there is a theme with women in whiskey and drinks in general, his widow took over, which was Elizabeth, and actually really drove the brand to success.
So Clynelish is their northern one. Kalila is over in the west on Isla. Cardew is in the middle in Speyside, and then Glenkinch is in the south in Edinburgh.
Yeah.
So yeah, just up the road, literally.
So Carsten wins.
As we all know, Edinburgh is basically a suburb of London, according to everybody in the Highlands. So,
I did actually mean just up the road from Edinburgh, not from where we are.
my little brother lives in Dunfermline and used to live in Speyside. He is literally from Sussex. He is very much a southerner. He claims that Edinburgh is little London and that everybody lives there as a southerner.
I mean, I was there for a long time at university, and I'm not going to lie. So I have one of my favorite stories at university was I was working this bar, and I worked there for 5 years, and I loved it. It was a pub. As you can tell, I'm not overly expert at cocktail making. The only cocktail I had to make was pouring a pint of Tennent's, and then adding a shot into it.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. That was cocktail.
The best beer and also the best cocktail.
Yeah. So clearly I'm an expert, should be in World's 50 Best and also in Pinnacle Guide for my cocktail prowess.
I had to clean out the shakers just now. Trust me, none of you two are going anywhere near that.
But this gentleman used to speak to me every day. I mean, literally I was there 5 days a week because I had to fund my Guinness habit. And he spoke to me every day for 5 days. He always used to have a Cali 80. And to this day, I have zero idea what he said to me because his Glaswegian accent was so strong that I had nothing. And if he laughed, I laughed. If he cried, I cried. And this was our entire relationship for 5 years.
In Edinburgh?
Yes.
Did he not like burst into flames when he came over from Glasgow?
No, he was like based there. I don't know. He was there every day. But yeah. So, okay, sorry. What was the first whiskey distillery in Japan? You know this? Whatever Chanel and Corey.
That is a very, very sensible.
I'm giving Mitch a point for that. Jason.
Yeah. Well,
Jason's
this is actually quite a complicated question. What do you mean by whiskey? Because pre-1923...
Did we say whiskey?
We did. It's entirely correct. I'm just literally being pedantic at this point. But pre-1923, there were distilleries producing something that's a bit like whiskey, but it was Yoshu, which was a Japanese attempt at approximating whiskey, so an ersatz whiskey, because they didn't know how it was made.
What was the grain?
Just whatever they had. They were just making shochu and doing stuff to it and making additives. So doing local production, but then dosing it to make it look brown and taste a bit like whiskey. But the first real whiskey distillery was Yamazaki.
Okay. So we learn something new every day.
At the same time, a proper something's banging on the back of my head that Stefan Van Eyken's book disagrees with me, and I've forgotten it. So yeah, Stefan's right, and we're probably all wrong.
Okay, I like that.
But yeah, Yamazaki. Let's go.
Yamazaki. We'll take Yamazaki, and Mitch has 1 point.
Well done, Mitch.
So, which is the odd one out? Imperial, Port Dundas, Rosebank, or Cappadocia?
Oh.
You're not allowed to answer.
I know,
but
like, genuinely, I might not know the answer.
Okay.
This is really interesting because there's at least 2 different answers I can think of here for 2 of the different things.
We're getting different answers.
I do believe
Jason.
Those will be the 2 different answers that I predicted.
Right.
So,
are we 2 for 2? Are we 2 for 2?
2 and 2. 2.
Yeah, we're 2 for 2.
Can we go back to? I think Jason has now done both answers. Excellent work, Dr. Stanley. So here we go. So Imperial. It's not only the best university in the world. Imperial was a distillery. Was it? No, Imperial was. That's nice in South Kensington.
Oh yes, sorry.
Yeah. So I may have gone there, but Imperial is a distillery in Speyside that was. Shush, Jason, shush. Imperial was a distillery in Speyside which was closed down, was replaced by Dalmynach. Port Dundas was a grain distillery which closed down in 2009, 10, 11, around then. Rosebank closed down, is a malt distillery in the Lowlands, closed down in 1993 and has since reopened. And Cappadocia is a Speyside distillery that closed down in 92. So Dundas is a grain distillery, and Rosebank is the only distillery of those which is open, despite the fact it did once close.
So, Jason, you
I
got a
wrote
few
those.
more points to get.
Yeah.
What was
Obs.
that one?
No,
Go
that
back.
was the answer.
No,
Oh,
that
that was the answer. Oh,
So the
Jesus.
answer that we've been giving is Rosebank, but for Mr. Story, the king of grain whiskey, Phil, finish writing your book. I need a proper actual copy of your book about grain whiskey so I can actually use it as a reference rather than the one with all the sarcastic comments that you sent me previously when you hadn't finished writing it. Get on with writing your book, Phil. Yeah,
Done.
Phil said Port Dundas because he's the king of grain whiskey.
Ah.
And first time I met him, he made me drink all of that Port Dundas and get really, really drunk. He made me do it.
He made you. I mean,
Didn't you,
like
Phil?
we made you eat 10 packets of Haribo.
It wasn't 10. It's barely 1. There's another one around.
Next question. Ooh, what connects pot, coffee, alembic, and Lomond? Well, this is an easy one.
Steve.
I,
I know a guy called Steve Alembic.
And pot?
Steve Pot, yeah. Works down the corner shop.
No, he doesn't.
It's a friend of Bob Mortimer's.
He's not.
Is that Danny being a smart ass?
That is Danny
being a smart ass. That fits in
I
perfectly
like
there.
that.
So,
I like
yeah,
that. That's
some good
strong work.
Yeah.
but not the correct answer because I don't know what it is.
No
I have
game
been
over,
told
Phil. No
game
game
over.
over. Make the book. I literally need it so I can do things and write about things. So get on with it. Yeah.
Pipes
Ooh.
in it.
Pipes in it.
Ooh.
They do all have pipes. Although I believe that Danny may have been too smart for his own good.
I mean, I'm not taking the piss. Is it not just a still?
No, they're all different forms of
Still.
bagpipes. Still. Still.
Yeah.
All still.
Pot still, coffee still, alembic still, and whatever the other one was. A Lomond still.
I mean, I genuinely thought I was being a bit dumb there.
So a Lomond still is a
They're not a
still,
bagpipe.
a Lomond still is a bit like the
Pot
straight neck
pipe.
pot stills we saw earlier on at Inchmurrin when we're
Yes.
talking distillation. However, the plates inside the neck, rather than being fixed, are movable. And they were installed at a few distilleries, but people think they were installed at Loch Lomond because it's called a Lomond still,
Right.
And it wasn't. They were the distillery which didn't have them; they had the other ones.
Aha.
I think they may have had them, but I think they changed them and then denied they ever had them for reasons of legality. Anyway,
On to
stills.
the next.
Stills.
So
Who won that? Me.
everybody wins.
Oh, this is Oliver's favorite question.
Well, firstly, do we know the name of going through its previous chief mouser? Because unfortunately, the cat in question passed
The
away a
mice-
few years
Yes,
ago.
yes.
Mouse poisoning?
Let's say a surfeit of mice.
Yes.
So
You got fat. Over 20.
What?
Yes.
Who
Oh,
counted
that's
that.
it's a
no.
big number.
That is a
Yeah.
big number.
Towser is the name.
was the name.
And if you go up to Glen Turret, they have a little statue of Towser.
Over
the front
20.
door.
We're
Towser the Mouser.
20,000.
Towser the mouse.
20,000.
These
Wow.
days, they just have a load of cats, and as you walk around the distillery, there's just cats sitting around everywhere. It's vaguely warm.
So
mainly in the
I
stills.
have 2 cats, and one of my cats has caught one mouse in his 15 years. One in
Chuck-
15 years,
chucking out.
and actually it was still alive, so it just like pretty much just moved it on. It was fine. Seju,
That-
my
I didn't wanna
second
kill it.
cat,
I wanted
who
to
is
give you
kitten-
something, but I didn't
literally
want to kill
acquired
it.
a mouse. It's like,
Yeah, no,
gift,
you did.
you may now
Yeah,
live.
and then let it go. Seju, my kitten, is going to be in
A killer?
may double
Oh,
Towser's number.
Wow.
what a
Yeah.
feat. What a
So
Fighter.
currently we got an over
So we're
20K.
over 20.
That's pretty good.
That is
wow,
good. That is
almost
good.
30,000.
Yeah.
Who counted?
The person that cleaned up all the dead
I'm
ones.
about to say this is
Fair play.
the person who filled in the health and safety documentation.
Yeah, they probably had a mouse tally after.
A special
After
mouse
fashion,
disposal
didn't
bin. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
I mean,
had to do a health and safety report after each one.
Yeah.
Risk assessments.
how
Yeah.
old? Oh, 24 years. That is a damn
an
old
old
cat.
cat.
Yeah, did very well.
How many mice is that per year?
Well, it's getting old.
I have 0 mice in my flat, Jason, because I have Seju. I mean, if I had Percy, I would have 28,000 mice. I live in London. Bear that in mind, please.
So it's more rats. Than
So
mice.
how many mice is that per year? That's a butt ton of mice per
That's
year.
more. That's 1,124th of 8,899.
Yeah, I can't do math, so I don't know. what
Over
you're
a
looking at me.
thousand.
Yeah, thank you.
It's more than 3 a day.
That's a lot of mice.
It's probably about 3 a day.
I mean, surely
do
does
maths
that
anyway.
include like nests?
Well, let me get it.
Well, okay,
Yeah.
let's move on while we do the
Wait.
maths. Oh no,
28,899.
Thank you.
28,899.
28,899.
Ooh, another good number. I like this.
Divided by.
Maybe a question for the
Three a
team
day.
upstairs.
3.2 a day.
Yeah.
Have they just over 3? Did I say?
You did.
How many bottles of Scotch whisky are exported every second? Is that exported from Scotland?
Second
or exported
or-
from the UK?
Oh, good.
Because they don't drink
question.
whiskey in Scotland, so they drink vodka up there. So
Or Buckfast,
Buckfast.
Iron Brew, Tennant's.
Super tea.
these are some of my
Yeah,
favourite
super tea.
things. There we go.
So, have I ever told you all the story of Billy donating me a bottle of Iron Brew, the old recipe?
Can.
That exploded in my cupboard.
Nice.
That is still attached to the cupboard door. I actually can't get rid of it. 12 bottles of Scotch per second.
It's
42.
Oh,
quite definitive, Daniel.
Oh, no, he's been scrolling through the answers. Oh, 42. I think it's 42. I'm going with Danny.
3.
3? Oh.
Is that somebody in the rum tree trying to
17.
do down somebody down the entire Scotch whisky?
Carson, how many bottles of rum are blended per day?
Oh, dear. Well,
Oh,
the team upstairs
42.
seem to have latched onto Danny.
Meaning of the universe and Scott. Mitch,
That's
you've
Mitch's-
lost us now.
That's Mitch's next book. So,
Okay, how many bottles? 42?
17.
Oh,
Wow.
43.
ooh.
A quarter of the UK's food and drinks export.
Wow.
What's the other 3/4?
Melton Mowbray pork pies.
Fair point.
It's not, but I really want a pork pie at the moment.
You're not having a pork pie for brunch?
I mean, we've been awake for that long.
I can-
Breakfast.
I can
it's
eat
all-
any meal all at the same
any
time.
meal you want.
That is a lot per second.
They say
Where's it going? India
USA,
It's not
China,
all- it's not
USA?
all going
USA
there,
and
is it?
France.
and UK? Oh
It's
no,
not-
it's
it's not
from
going-
the UK. It
Well, it's
wasn't
going,
This
Scotland?
it's going everywhere.
As it says here, this is bottled Scotch. This is their sort of like retail sale of Scotch they talk about generally from the SWA.
That's right.
India, they have quite a lot, but you know. America, absolutely shed loads, but a lot of it is really, really cheap. The average price of a bottle of Scotch whisky, based on all the bottles sent overseas and everything like that, it's about, remember correctly, 15, 16 quid, something along that sort of lines. The average bottle of Scotch whisky is the stuff you find in the bottom shelf of a corner shop
Okay.
and in the supermarket. That is the average price of a bottle of whiskey. And that's shows
Weirdly,
you how
we
big
do
that
not
is.
sell some of these products at the Whisky Exchange.
We do not know.
I
They are
encourage
classic.
you to increase the exports between 40 and 100.
And while we're encouraging you, this is a reminder that after the quiz has ended, Billy, Dawn, and myself will be available for a Q&A for
With
whatever the remaining time is.
nonsensical answers.
I mean, I don't know how much longer it'll happen. So if you have
Half
any
an hour.
questions, any curiosities that you need
28 minutes.
type those in.
I've
and
only
we'll
got
do
2
our
whiskey
best
left,
to
so it's not going to be that long.
answer
Oh, we
them.
need a dram.
Answer them.
28
Okay.
minutes. Well done,
28
then.
minutes.
28
Okay, next
minutes.
question.
Right.
Are there more whiskey
Oh,
casks
100%.
or people in
Oh,
Scotland?
I'm not meant to answer. Actually, I do know
have
the
to
answer
say,
to
when,
this.
when the answer is, are there more whiskey casks or people, 100% is an entirely not useful answer. So we have not given away the answer.
Okay,
So, cast from Carsten.
casks. Casks. I agree.
Story goes with cast as well.
I think
A cast
there are,
of Sir Andrew.
I
Excellent
think
work.
there are people unaccounted for in Scotland.
Well, I know there are.
Therefore-
There are. I know at least one person who said that he was going to hide his daughter because he didn't want the government aeroplanes to see her and
Yeah.
then drop chemtrails on her.
I'm going with people.
Is that serious?
Hmm?
Did someone actually say that?
They really did. Anyway, moving on. Are there more whiskey casks or people in Scotland? There we go.
Outnumbering people by
4 to 1. And it's one of the things to remember about Scotland is
Wow.
there's not as many people in Scotland as you might
As
think.
you might think, yeah.
We have more people in London by a significant proportion.
Yeah, over double.
I mean, to
Yeah.
pretty much the entire country. I mean, I feel that we should
Mark,
really start the independent.
the answer is it's sort of pickling.
Yeah,
That
so
happens once you consume a
We're
threshold
not
amount.
meant. Oh,
I say, but Mark,
alcohol.
we've learned it from you, mate. I have to say, you are the master of looking alive.
Mark, I'm getting younger
I've seen
by
Mark
the
what
second.
after 2 days awake,
Yes.
entirely running tasting as he sort of like wandered around through it. I've seen him look entirely fresh,
Uh-oh, what's that?
and then somebody leaks to stories about hangovers.
Missing vowels.
Missing
round.
vowels round.
Disemvoweling people, what?
Hold on, what was the answer? Where were we? No, we
Oh,
did the Scotland thing.
It was
Almost
Scots.
4-1.
There we
Oh,
go.
okay, fine.
They are listening.
Okay, right. What are the vowels?
I don't know.
Oh,
Oh,
valid
Jason,
comment there.
Jason comment obviously got kicked out.
Last time I was
That
at
is true.
Ish.
I mean,
Yeah.
but this is an unnatural
18.
influx,
Yeah.
Jason.
but they also are all
They don't live there.
from Germany, the Netherlands, and Belgium, and
Oh,
they
right.
all want something from the Whisky Exchange. If you're from the Whisky Exchange,
I would just like to point out that when Sekinda decided to talk about his distillery in Islay to me and his what he wanted to do with the kitchen there, and he said, "Dawn, I want a rabata," and I said to him, "You know, rabata chefs are quite specific in their cooking style. They're quite talented people." And yeah, I'm not sure Sekinda's got a rabata there because
what's the
What's a
rabata?
rabata, please?
rabata grill. It's like a very unique style of Japanese cooking. It's
You
you
say
need
that
talent to
To use
you
it
need
or know what
like
it means.
genuinely you need a rabata chef that's trained in rabata cooking, which I'm not taking the
I know
piss.
the answer to that one.
Glen Turret.
Oh no! So that was the test round to show you how it works. So throw up that question, and we'll explain how it works.
Oh, I missed it.
There we go. So we have removed the
Oh,
lovely
this
team.
is actually really nice.
Lovely team
I
have
haven't
removed the
tasted this
vowels
for a
from
while.
this whiskey-related term, although they put an extra space in there, which they didn't need.
Can I get a free ticket to Whisky Show?
No, Dawn, you may not go to Whisky Show.
Oh, hello.
It's a good thing, Dawn.
Oh,
So there we go.
Carson.
Cool. So that is what this round is. It's work out what the things are.
hey, hello, Sunday.
That's quite
Welcome
loud.
to church.
Woo!
There we go.
This is actually much better than it was.
What is it?
Ooh, just have a taste of it. EU.
What? Oh, no.
That would be European Union.
No. The U was missing as well. It wasn't just the E.
Yeah, it's going to
It's missing vowels, isn't it? It's not spell out the word.
It
What
wa-
are the
it-
missing vowels?
Oh no, it is
Oh.
actually spelled out the word. That's what we're doing.
Oh, but
Oh,
that was European Union.
But so I think so. Phil got it sorted.
Brad.
So
He's only getting a deep fat front. Is that Mark or
No,
are we
no,
back
that's
to
the kid there.
Phil? Or that's the kid.
who's building the
Georgie,
distillery?
can you just make sure they talk to me before they install some fucking dodgy ass restaurant up there? Because
I'm hoping the beer's going to be good.
Yeah.
He's asked me about that. So
Oh, sorry.
I mean, I know you've got a lot of Burgundy. I mean, Georgie, you'll be drinking Burgundy for life. Just as
I have
FYI.
the thread. The thread is
what do you,
gone.
what do you got? Oh,
The same one.
I
It's
got-
just behind you. I
lost-
poured it for you.
Lost the
Thank you,
thread.
thank you.
Oh, I know this one as well.
Nickname.
Hey.
EUE.
Mycelium.
Ah.
You see what you've done now, though. Everybody's now posting all the letters. It's all got very confusing.
Chanel's like, I'm bringing it back. It's Macallan.
I think it should be.
AA.
Yeah, I think it should be.
Phil, you're an A out again, mate.
AA. Alcoholics
Oh no,
Anonymous.
sorry. Can people say Phil has won the internet at this point? Because how do you spell Macallan? MCALLAN.
MC, yes.
You don't spell it that way, but that is what every single mobile phone autocorrects to when you open it up in the first
Yes.
I mean,
it-
can
it
I
is-
just
it is
say,
Macallan,
AA
isn't it? Not Macallan.
place. It's Macallan.
Alcoholics
Now that,
Anonymous.
Jason, you know you're not allowed to talk about the Secret Comedy Festival. There are rules.
What is that?
That's McConcliffe, which is maybe the best place name in the whole of the UK. Excellent comedy
What?
festival.
Not Lungoya, blah, blah,
McConcliffe,
blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, the Mac
Pelguini,
Comedy
blah,
Festival.
blah, blah.
Really good. So
Okay.
Macallan, the
Let's
finest,
go.
the finest whiskey outside of the Pernod stable. Sorry.
Oh, no, I know this one. This is easy.
Oh, Che
Oh
Guevara.
no, this is this the
McCarran.
The work is
is this the one of the Nordic ones? I'm just looking at the way the letters are placed together.
I believe it's a reference to
The Glen Tarrant. Or Glen Carrot.
this is one of the original ideas for the
Oh,
name of
Karsten's
the,
on fire. Ah,
I'm
they're coming in thick and
I had a
fast.
whole very
No,
I'm
listening.
listening.
No,
I am
no,
listening.
no, it's a
Oh,
labor.
Billy.
It's
I
a
am
laboured
listening.
joke about Star Trek: The Motion Picture and the spacecraft V'ger,
So
and it's just not
all
worth
now I'm looking at Philip's ones
And I
are,
think
are basically IKEA. I'm like,
I'd say on
Philip
the
should get
Glassmates
extra
gang,
points
I
for
don't
effort.
know what's in the glass. Dawn won't tell me. She's just put me a sensible,
okay, so
responsible
I
dram.
would just like to say that the first time I tasted this, I was not its biggest fan. However, I don't know if my palate is completely knackered and anything would just taste good at this point.
No,
No, no.
I think
No, but it's delicious.
This is actually really rather good.
It's
Yeah, it's
really
really nice.
delicious.
I need to know what it is soon due to the fact that I don't want to be embarrassed when we say, "Oh,
No, I'm embarrassed.
Johnny Walker Red Label, bang it."
No, this is really delicious.
And
And I'm actually really excited. And I do wonder if a little bit of air to it has helped it.
Jason, so this is one of the whiskies
Oh,
that
you
Sekinder
can't
was
see it.
looking
Can't
for
see it.
earlier on. So
That I had stored down here.
yeah,
This is Glenlivet 32, Lost in Time, TWE exclusive.
So if you've been watching, you'll understand this reference. Billy looked into the past, as is his new ability since eating all the sugar. Found
Which
this
is
one
why I
and
can't
you pulled
walk
it-
now.
You pulled it back into the present, didn't you, buddy?
Jason, that's one for you. Jason is the guy who came up with the name for the thing. And he is very, very good at coming up with terrible puns around Lost in Time. I think you may have just beaten
Yeah.
terrible invocations of it.
Let's have him, Jason. Let's have three of your best / worst.
Oh, dear. We were talking about these earlier on, and he just kept on just dropping in the most awful Lost in Time references in a way that even I felt he started feeling embarrassed about.
Excellent.
So I think it needs a little drop of water because it's a little bit hot on it still. Oh, a last question.
Can we just see who's winning? Do we know who's winning, or we've just given up on that?
62.4.
Do we know who's winning? The team, like, we don't
Frank-
care at this
frantically
point.
count.
Everyone's
I
getting
would say
tickets to
keep
Whiskey
it.
Show.
I would say keep it. We don't want to stop people
Okay, no, we
fighting
don't.
over the last
Oh,
question.
Andrew.
Oh.
But it's close. I feel it's
I
close. feel
think
it's
Philip
close.
should get bonus points for just giving us the letters.
Don't give Phil any
It
recognition
was on
or
my chest.
acknowledgement. So
It was on my chest. I had to get it off.
-5. No,
Yeah.
but Jason can't win.
yeah, well, he definitely can't now. He fixed
Well,
it. So.
it depends. Is this a 5-point question? We could ask bonus questions.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello, my
hello
friend.
indeed.
Okay. 5. Okay, so this is a 5-point question. No. I'm
No,
just
it's not.
joking.
It's not a 5-point question.
No. It's your final
Answer this
question.
correctly. Nothing else matters. Still.
No, we
That's
don't know
even
what the,
worse.
Stop it. We don't know what the question is.
Winner
It's okay.
takes all.
takes all.
Right.
Except Andrew. Andrew, you can have tickets to the Whisky Show. Okay, we're ready.
Fastest fingers.
Oh, that's some very good work there. I like that.
Oh, I know it.
It's Cillian Murphy.
No, it's easy. Come on, guys. If I can get this, any of you can. Yeah.
I just want the missing letters in isolation.
That'll be
Karsten, do you want?
Call me
Oh, yeah.
maybe.
Call me maybe. Karsten and Andrew win
Yeah.
tickets to Whisky Show. Yes, you do.
Philip, come on.
And Philip.
Yay! What up, Philip?
Right now, the team are like, stop her now.
Stop giving
We
away.
have no
free-
tickets. I think on that, no, we have 42. We are 10:42. We have 18 minutes. And now
So-
we're just throwing up answers. 18 minutes left. I would like to reserve the last 5 minutes for the team upstairs. So I'm not going to bring them down just yet. But does anyone have any burning food and wine pairings that they would like me
look
to
at you.
answer?
or just general questions, or you can ask me for
Yeah.
food and wine, because food and whiskey pairings, because I have literally just recently done a menu. But,
Okay.
That's meant to
Or
and
do you
then
want to
with me,
ask Otis anything?
Just general
Life
stuff.
advice.
I've
Yeah.
asked, I think, of the three of us.
Tending-
How
you
to
seem
stay
have it
awake.
most of-
knocking down a shed,
Cutting a
6x9 shed
bush.
in your, and attacking a bush
Well,
with
do
a mattock.
Do you have experience with the mattock?
No, but I have watched a rather informal YouTube video.
Okay.
Would you just not like a chainsaw?
No, I've used a circular saw, a jackhammer, or a road demolition thing. And
This
my
is a
next tool
bush.
is the mattock. No,
So,
for all of the garden stuff.
Just a quick request out there: if anybody's got any advice on mattock usage, because Otis is quite
I
tired.
feel Jason might.
Here we
Oh,
go.
what whiskey goes well with a bacon sandwich? I think a little Macchier Bay actually would be beautiful.
Plenty of bread upstairs.
There is
Jason.
plenty of bread. Oliver, if you just follow Oliver on Instagram, he will provide you with bread because he provided
There is
Billy with Cornish yarg and cheese.
the yarg,
Like yarg and bread.
quality yarg work.
Oh,
So,
yarg is great.
really good.
Bailey and Sage, if anyone wants to know where we got the cheese, or Oliver got the cheese.
Yeah, I do have the
Do
Fine,
we have a pairing for? The
How can I get a
bacon
job at the
sandwich?
Whisky Exchange? It is my question. It must be good to work there.
It's not. It's all
Um,
lies. It's all lies. She makes us.
I have just made. He doesn't even work here, and he stayed up for 24 hours.
Yeah. I don't work here.
The
I'm
team
just
upstairs have stayed up for 24 hours. A couple of them had a nap.
That's okay.
And
It's fine.
Billy has stayed up for 24 hours.
Yeah.
Are you sure? Oh, Paul, thank you so much. That's really super kind of you.
Briefly, so dive back to Jason very quickly. I feel that for
Which
a
Jason are we talking about?
bacon sandwich, Mr. Standing.
Okay.
Yes.
So you said a bit of Kilcoman, but we dive over that pretty quick. I reckon
Does it have tomato sauce on it? Because or
that's
brown
the thing for me.
sauce?
I reckon we need something that evokes
Tomato
brown
sauce or brown
Yeah,
sauce?
yeah.
He hasn't specified. He just said bacon sandwich, no
And
sauce.
I'm trying to remember because Jason keeps stoning me when he's down in London. Sometimes.
World tour.
Can
I mean-
can I go on a station where I shout "Hello, Baltimore" when I'm not in Baltimore? So that's one of my
A
dreams.
world tour would be. I could do with your demolition skills. Sold.
Done.
Signed.
I'm up as well.
Signed. Yes.
Yeah,
I'm decent with a sledgehammer, a jackhammer. I'm so good with a jackhammer. I have footage of me.
I
handling a
shouted things
jackhammer.
and they go.
I'm about to say because
Yeah.
I know the project Ollie's
And
working on.
Ollie, thank
He
you
is
for
rebuilding an
supporting.
incredible house up in Scotland. Let's just say it is a work which is going to require a large amount of very accurate demolition and rebuilding. So,
Happily.
there we go. You got a
What
victim.
you do is you have. There are decorating parties. You can have a demolition party. Invite your peoples round and just say, look, there it is. Have at it. There's whiskey. There's wine. There's cheese. There's champagne. Let's do it.
And you did this all by yourself the other day.
I
you
did it
You
by
didn't
myself.
organize a party very well,
No.
did you?
Because I
Did you-
really didn't want anybody
Did you
round.
have, did you have the
Can
whiskey
I
and the
just-
cheese and the champagne while you were doing
I
it?
didn't.
Oh, that,
Either.
missed
Can
trick,
I
mate.
just ensure
Solo
my
party.
team in 7 minutes are ready to come downstairs with a glass of something in their hands? Because, yeah, you're heroes.
Bring cheese. Bring cheese.
Yeah, down in 20. You're not coming down in 20. I'll come and drag you down. Remember, I am still the boss.
Wow. Wow. That's boundaries, people.
At the same time, though, that's also
Where's HR?
that's literally less forceful than an average Monday. So.
That's just from the marketing team. Oh my God, the man is incredible with sledgehammer.
Yeah.
We will put this on the Instagram.
It's just one of those situations
Okay.
like it's like on a podcast
Actually,
where someone looks at
Can
something on the
I
internet.
ask a question of people out there?
Yeah.
Can you throw up for me? Not throw up.
Last
actually.
night's
You
meal.
Put up.
Is that an Americanism that I've just done? I don't know.
Post.
We are whiskey.
Stories.
The moments, like I actually just 2 words, 3 words that tell us what the industry means to you. Just throw them up. We'll throw them up until my team come down, and then we don't care about your comments.
The bush near Park Royal Asda.
Yeah, so Billy actually passed out in the bush near Park Royal Asda.
Around the
I
corner.
don't think
It was
Billy
quite
realized
comfy.
that I would remember that one. But,
No, I think everybody, because it happened to me after a party here where I drank too much whiskey. Please do not do such a thing. I was going to walk home very nearby, and people dragged me away, so I couldn't get home before I fell asleep.
Okay.
And I did a
Any
whiskey
heat.
taste the next day with a colleague of ours, and I said, "Please, this is what happened. I'm quite hungover. Please don't tell people in the office. I'm on holiday for the
Actually,
next
what's
week."
the one word that
And
describes the whiskey?
When I
world?
got back, the first person I saw said, "Hello, Billy. I hear you slept in the bush."
Wow.
And Rocky Lancer,
Thank you.
you're still on my bloody list. Revenge is a dish best served cold.
I have no stories because I carry myself with a demeanor that goes far above and beyond
Well done.
decorum.
You
I'm
do
sure Jimmy and
until
Nigel
we've left our mic on.
Yeah, until people ask me a favor, and
Moment.
that's when it all falls to pieces.
Community, happiness, and socializing.
Top work, that man. Top work.
Yeah, friendships, 100%.
Mm.
I love this. I love this. And I'm going to get teary now because I normally do it 24 hours after. What's after laughing so hard?
Oh, Amy.
Oh my God, we almost made it.
We're almost there. We're almost
You're
there.
doing so
We were
well.
doing so
Oh.
well.
Dawn.
I mean, to be fair, I was doing this when we were making the cocktails because it was so fucking funny.
Oh, dear.
Oh,
No.
generosity, Mikey B. Love you. No, I think, what's your words, actually? And deliveries of bicycle tires.
Postman, yeah.
Postman, yeah.
Yeah.
Ask Jimmy about deliveries. I think he has
Bicycle
a rather,
tires?
He has a rather unique. That's 2 words.
Conversation. I
Indeed.
like it.
I would say an invocation of Mr. Colin Dunn, one of the finest
What would
chatters of booze.
Family.
What? Family. Family.
Mhm.
Family. And
That's
it's
it.
always I'm a mess.
You know,
Mine definitely drinks. So,
I
yeah.
yeah, well, there's that as well. You know, I've come into
My dad.
the
Can you
the
not say
whiskey
anything nice and be a
industry.
bitch, please?
No, I've come into the whiskey industry from television, and you know,
Oh, you wouldn't know it from his
there's
performance
competition.
tonight.
Leave it. Not tonight. Performance
Oh,
yesterday
sorry.
afternoon.
Yesterday.
It's in the past. Leave it. And you know, there's competition. I can recognize that, but there has been such a sort of embrace of Jimmy, Nigel, and myself, and such a healthy exchange of ideas
100%.
and a sharing of time. And rather than I'm doing this,
I mean, Prime Minister, I
I'm doing
really have a
this
chance.
and hiding it from you. It's like, oh, everybody come and look what I did. What do you think? Can I improve it? You know, what do you
Yeah.
think? And I love that. I love that about this industry. And you know, I want more of it.
Yeah.
I do.
I mean, we could
love
do
it.
48 hours.
No.
That's
Yeah.
not entirely what I meant. Not even remotely
I say
what I meant.
you're saying earlier on, you know, David told you never again for this one. I'm fairly certain I told you after run one, never again, and you just had the most evil grin ever. You're like, wow, revenge is a dish.
I
best
mean,
served cold,
I'm
so.
not taking the piss. I think anyone that's worked in my team knows that when I say this is the last time,
This is everyone
It's
that's
untrue.
contributed today.
yeah,
by the
I
way.
mean, honestly,
everyone that we've featured on all of
Incredible.
our link ups
Incredible.
globally. I mean,
we've
have
gone
Well,
global.
up to this point, that's just people generally from this side of the world, you know, in
Covered the
Europe. Now we've
entire
hit the
planet.
US. Then we
in the last
jump back
24
into
hours.
people in Ireland and Scotland, over to the USA, local chancers, Sukhinder and Jason. Then we got into the
I mean,
Scottish Estimator over in the US again.
They
You know,
just
Sarah
amazing.
over in the
Came in
so
off the
really
street.
Amazing.
we have swept around the world.
Literally.
So we've got Canada in there as well. There's Maggie.
Maggie's
Shout out
Barbados.
Rob to
Maggie
Barbados.
Barbados.
Yeah.
Then is
Japan.
Japan.
Look, Liam was so good he got mentioned twice.
And unfortunately, Stefan Van Eycken wasn't. So, Stefan, don't worry. We still
We
got
love you anyway.
We got you.
through into
Some
Chester
dodgy
and
rum
Brian.
dude.
Who's Mitch Wilson?
I don't
Oh,
know.
I don't know, some chance. So, and they spelt my name wrong. thank you very much, guys. It is lovely to see that certain traditions have never died. There are ways, always, my name must help you.
Do you know what?
Too upset.
Actually, can my team come down here right now, please?
There we go. It's a whole 2 minutes early. So,
I know, but I'm getting emotional.
Oh, bring cheese. Bring cheese. Thank you.
If you ever want to know the way to Billy's heart, there are 2 ways.
Cheese and Haribo.
Yeah.
There are 3 ways.
Well,
Iron Brew.
Oh.
Oh.
Do you know what, though?
And certain beers.
There's lots of it.
Lego.
Lego.
Some whiskey.
I'm a really simple person, basically.
Sounds-
Just throw things my way.
KFC Santa Maria.
The thing I would say though is Iron
Haggis.
Brew. I have a box of original recipe Iron Brew upstairs,
Which I've killed.
and I opened a can a little while ago. And over the years, I've stopped drinking sugary drinks so much because I'm better. I'm not really meant to.
And it has
And
just
Dawn
eaten
has
20 packets of Haribo.
actively bullied me into being good. But at the same time,
You giving the rest of your consignment away?
no, not at all. I'm going to sell it.
On my deathbed?
Yeah, £8 a case of that stuff on eBay these days. So,
Really?
but I opened a can a little while ago. I didn't like it.
Hold on, guys.
Wow.
So yeah.
Can I get
No, in the front.
in the front?
Oh no, grab yourself a dram
Okay.
and then come to the front.
So
There's a box of glasses. You put them there, so you should probably know. Where
Billy!
they are, so- Yes.
shut the fuck. And I'm gonna cry because I was doing the end of these things. We Are Whiskey is such an important campaign. Oh my god, it's such a
Oh dear. No, so
speak for me, Billy.
this is the first time
No.
that's happened. So
It won't last.
We-
I'll be
no.
back now.
for ages we've been talking about sort of bringing more people in, talking about the fact that we have this incredible community that everybody's part of. The We Are Whiskey campaign that we're running this year is really trying to show that everybody, who we know can join in the whiskey world. It doesn't matter who you are, and people are already doing it, and people don't realise. And so, if you're out there, keep an eye on our sort of like a thing. Join in, post your
Hashtag
stories.
We Are Whiskey.
Yeah.
Tell your stories,
Tell your
please.
Tell your
Share your
stories, and that's the
You
thing.
are
It's everybody's
all
stories,
such
so.
an incredible part of our community.
We want to see you all.
Yeah.
And we've done it another 24 hours.
Not yet.
No,
Not
yet,
yet.
no.
Another 4 minutes, Dawn.
Yeah. Hang in there. Hang
Actually,
in there.
Can we have the most
I do
insane
believe
we're singing all night?
That's for you, I do believe. I do. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this is just some of the team that were working back at house tonight. So, and these guys have been here since 11 o'clock. And actually, Isabella, who has
Provided us with
backwards
the
here.
boxing last night.
Isabella, you have Mitch like 999 times.
More emotional with us, Mitch. Take notes. Yeah.
Isabella joined our team a year ago, and look where she is now.
Full of regrets.
Some would say why.
I will say that one of the best things I've seen so far today is Isabella wrapped in a blanket, being told, stick your head out the window so you can wake up a bit, which is, it seemed to work. It helped me as well. So, yeah. I wouldn't go that far.
I mean, honestly, Isabella's joined us from a different side of the industry, still in events, but has really been incredible part of the team, an amazing addition.
Isabella offered me her.
Oliver is literally the person on our socials every day bullying you into tastings, but has done an incredible job. And
He went out for a run.
He ran out for a run at about, I don't know what time it was, 7 o'clock last night?
Yeah.
Also brought a blow-up bed.
Which you
Yeah.
didn't use.
I did.
He certainly did.
Like stealth.
He also brought me cheese, so therefore he's my favourite person in the world currently. So.
Oh, also, yeah, a lot of cheese rillettes, some absolute deliciousness.
Fantastic goose rillette.
But we've also had Heathers, who has been online with us tonight. Casey, who has also been there with us tonight.
Joe, who kicked us off.
Joe, who has done all of the setup behind here, which has been incredible. Benji, who has helped with the tech. Actually, this is what is so important about what we do. We're family. We work together. We stay together. But I have one massive thank you tonight. David has been such a stalwart. And I absolutely adore him. He runs all the events and he's incredible. And I can't believe he's so emotional, but everyone knows I'm like this. But guys, can we please raise a glass of a dram or whatever to the team that have made this possible and make my crazy ass ideas viable and hate me for it.
They don't hate you.
And let's say are the secret team member who
and Chanel, who was here.
Yeah.
But also to my two co-hosts who like Otis, who I voiced this idea to about 9 months ago, and Otis was like, "Yeah, I'll do it."
Yeah, it sounded like a good idea
on Friday.
Yeah, I will only do it if it's on a Friday.
And Billy, who is now to be only known as Buddha Barley Billy.
I can't even cross my legs properly.
But I mean, I think all of us know how incredible the people we have in the industry are. And all of you are the people that give me strength every day and drive me to do crazy ass things like this. So I blame you entirely for all this. And thank you. Slanjava with a glass of champagne. Which is
that's how you
so
finish
inappropriate.
off 24 hours of whiskey.
No. I'm sorry. I'm on. Oh no, I've got rum.
So here's to the Whisky Exchange, and we are whiskey, and 24 hours of bringing you whiskey chat.
And that is, according to the laptop of power.
I mean, we've only gone and bloody done it.
24! Can we not play the out tune?